came with him for 13 years, he argues on his own father. What does he say? So in the Beis Hamikdash, in the time there was 3 places that were called Beis Hamikdash. I'm going to show you at least 2 of them. One of them was right next to the ramp of the Mizbeach. There's a place on the floor that you put all sorts of things there. And they miraculously, that sunk into the floor. It disappeared into the floor. There's another one outside on Rabbi. That's where they put all the korbanos that need to be burned, all sorts of things. And then there's one outside of the Rabbi, outside of Yerushalayim. So says Rabbi Lazar, you take the rest of the flour and you sprinkle it on the Beis Hamikdash. That's what he says. Okay, so we want to debate this. Over if they were Rabbi, Rabbi had a problem with this. Beis Hamikdash, which Beis Hamikdash are you talking about? The Lamala. Oh, so here's another one. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, right here. Check this out. If you see in the center, it's called the Tapuah. Tapuah is where you put all the ashes. So if you're looking on the screen, on the right side is a large flame, large fire. That's where most of the korbanos go. There's also a Hamed, there's a little fire that constantly burns. That's in the back. But the center, the puah, that's where you take all the ashes of all the animals and you dump it in the middle. Once in a while, the animals move it. Every morning, they would take coals. Anyway, so that middle thing has coals on it, hot coals. So, what did he mean that you take the flour and you spread it on the base of that? Did he mean that? The ashes over there? I know that he's saying the exact same thing as his own father in Shim Bar-Yochai, which Shim Bar-Yochai says you take the flour. First you take the piece and put it in his bag. Then you take the flour and put it in his bag. So he says put it in his bag, he says put it on the center of his bag. That's the same thing. It's on his bag. Says the Gemara, the Lamata, maybe you're talking about this. Right? They'll take from the tapuah and move it outside of Yerushalayim. There's also a place to burn for Be'ed, if carbon is possible, whatever. So maybe you meant to put it over there. He says, this is part of the carbon, the process of marker the carbon. You're not marking the carbon outside of this amega. You're not going to go to the other Mizbeach. How do you mark it? This is like a garbage dump. This is not a place that you put a carbon. Well, maybe what he meant is you have to actually destroy the flour. Not to marker the flour. So if you have to destroy the flour, maybe it's outside to be something. Says, you all made fun of him. He started laughing. You heard what he said? It's the evil. What do you mean the evil? Destroy it. It has to be a problem. So, just as a second here, you all know, but it's a good idea to repeat. When somebody makes fun of somebody else in public, it's a great time to say, don't talk with Baruch. You ask for Baruch for something special. It's a schus. A lot of stories with this Rebbe, with that Rosh Yeshiva. The Congregation said this, and said that. There's always a story. But I'll tell you what I thought. You can see it. Why Israel now is reaping the benefits, tremendous benefits of someone who was humiliated and laughed at in public. Donald Trump. We all famous mice of sitting there, and Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, made fun of him in public in the White House at the it was like what is it called? What? Correspondence, yeah. And he said something to the point that you'll never know, you'll never be the president of the United States. And at that moment, he said, I'm going to be. should have made fun of him in public and humiliated it because I think it's a great gift from Quiet Show. But for us, but again, to us, if somebody does make fun of me in public, I wish, because I even today, I got a bunch of emails. There's like Sharpie emails, even from some Lubavitchers today, because because I started off, I love pushing buttons, that's my job. So I had a whole thing, I was going on a thing on Chodesh and Yasha, and I wasn't, like, people was, I kept on repeating myself. I'm not telling you what to do, I'm not telling you what Allah is. I'm telling you to know the facts. So I went around asking people in the airport, one after another, and they just didn't know that Yasha and Chodesh is a pasuk in the Torah. They didn't know. It was like, and I said it here the day before, and Rothschild, I said, people told me in the past, it's a litfish chumrah. It's something the litfish are maxing on. So, like, but where does it come from? Like, is it a Shulchan Aruch? Is it a minhag? What is it? I don't know. Like, okay, first of all, Shulchan Aruch passes that Zman Hazeh, Chutz Lanecha B'Yimah. That's a Shulchan Aruch, yeah. But it comes from a pasuk. Just know the pasuk. Forget why people today are not so market in America, etc. That's a whole different story. There's a path, it can be made on the path, the whole thing. But at least know before you say it's a chumrah that looks like news, know the source. That's it. That's all I care about. Know the source. Once you know the source, I'm good. Anyways, I got these sharp emails and this one and that one and the house. You don't even have a beard. Two people. You don't even have a beard. The Israel is not have a beard. The whole place. I'm not giving you muscle that you should be mindful on. Just know. I know the Israel shaving your beard. At least I know that. I want you to know that the Israel. Yeah. Fine. I guess I should have said this here that the Israel eating the kula to be makel. Oh, this way. To be makel on Chodesh is a lot worse than to be makel on Chol Stam. Why? Because Chol Stam is the Rabbana. According to most Tanaim, Chodesh in our generation in Chutz is the Deraisa. So you just have to know where you're going. So once you say Chol Stam, the Rabbana should forget about it. It's like, yeah, okay. So says the Lord. All my later about it, good morning. I think like today, fun of it. I'm not, so I just want to finish my thoughts. I hope that all these making fun, these emails, these hate mails, I get a little scar, especially when I read it Rabbi. It becomes like a Rabbi kind of making fun. Talking about, yeah, listen, I'm so far. I hate politics personally. Talking about, funny I bought there about Rabbi Alvin's father said, call Minchas Pai, call Tia, Loisiacha. The pasuk I showed you before, that anything that has to do with the prayer, they can't eat. It never gets eaten. I made a hegesh to this chavita that you cannot eat it, you can't eat it, but not for other things. In other words, not for the burning part. The burning part, no, you do it a base addition. What's base addition again? You take the flour and sprinkle it. It's a different halacha. My God, what does he mean? Well, why would he say you take the flour and you sprinkle it on the base addition, wherever that base addition is? We just said it's outside. It says refers to the bottom you just read. Hollow deer. You have to burn it, not sprinkle it. It says, Gemara Rabbi Yochigo Amar. Komuchas Koyin Leisiachal Fevasar. Hollow deer did Vasar. Now, if you were learning this with your Chabusa, I'm not so sure you would cop exactly what's going on here. But since we have this, let's see if I can find it. It's hard for me to reach over here, but I'm going to do it for you. I want to show you what you guys are missing here. Oh, here. Okay. Says a Bible. Okay. Mathis. Take a look at this. Beautiful. It says in the pasuk, it says a Baya. The way we read the pasuk is the red goes together with the red, and the blue is by itself. In other words, we read it, the Chol Minchas Chayim Every mincha of Kaidari, Tia is talking about a different thing completely. You hear this? Kol minchas Kaidari is talking about Chayvasa. It's talking about a mincha that he must bring because he's going to sit. And what do you do with this? You put it in the base hadesha. Loitziacha means, you see the difference? Kol means good. Loitziacha means don't eat. So now you're saying here, the pasuk is saying two different things. But look how he reads it. It's very strange. This is what Rabbi doesn't understand. How can he jump from the top of the pasuk to the bottom of the pasuk and pretend that there's nothing in between? He reads it. So let me show you. Oh, hold on. 1 minute, Mark, before you jump. Let's go back. It says, oh, you take this, call it, you chop it out. Hold on. Oh, it's off the screen. But you get the idea. The whole Minchas Kohen is what it says on that side of the screen, which is referring to the Minchas Kohen, the Minchas Soletze. The middle part, the blue part, is something else. That's a Minchas Ladova that goes on the Mizbeach. See what he did over here, Rabbi? He says, Rabbi, I don't understand what you did. You just took a Sakina Harifah. This is basically what Rabbi's asking. You took a sharp knife and you cut out the center of the puzzle and you made it something else and you took the top and the bottom of the puzzle and you put them together. I mean, that's not fair. It's not how you read a puzzle. The Brisker Rav always, when people used to tell him to see the Shakira, you know those Chassid Shavartim, like, I don't have a good one. Not Lubavitcher stuff. Like, like the Rebbe's, they say, like, they take a word from the pasuk and they read it slightly different. So he would say Sakina Harifa. That's what he's saying. You're cutting up the pasuk different. Like you're not putting the emphasis in the right place. Like the famous place, there's an Amara. She said, it says Shemar Hashem is Kol Oyahava V'Ser Rishai. Why does Hashem like Oyahava, the ones he loved in the Rishai? Because he didn't put the period in the right place. It's Shemar Hashem is Kol Oyahava. It's Kol Oyahava. They said Shem Yashmin and the Shem is going to destroy. But he didn't read it like that. So you don't. She says Rabbi, he doesn't. It's the way you read the pasuk is wrong. And when Rabbi said, "In a chariga l'mafsik yikroi," how are you going to do this? Hello, my Rabbi. So Rabbi agrees with Abaya. He says you're right. The pasuk is talking about two different things. Just let's read it straight. The first two parts of the pasuk are one thing, and the last part of the pasuk is talking about the second thing. Is that the middle of the pasuk talking about the middle of the thing? You hear about this? Makes more sense now. The Mitzvah story called Tia is referring to Chassidova that goes on the Mizbeach. And the last part of the pasuk, Loisiava, is talking about Mitzvah story, great, which goes on the base Hadeshin. And I'm going to explain all of the other Mizvah. That's the other Mizbeach. Loisiava, the pasuk goes base Hadeshin. Ask Gemara, maybe take a look at the screen for a second. Maybe we can reverse it. In other words, you see that? Maybe the beginning of the passage is talking about a Minchas Chaita and the Minchas Chaita you go on this bed out. Maybe you fell asleep already. Look at this, look at this. I want to show you this. The technology. Check this out. You see that? Hey, cool. Maybe we flip it. Smart. So the flip. So maybe the beginning of the passage is talking about Chaita and the end of the passage is talking about tomorrow, the standard of the Masa having the Rebuya, no, it makes more sense that the one that he has to bring as an adult is similar to the Chavitim. She came to Dira, it's just being treated like Minchas Chavitim. Because it comes all the time. It doesn't come first sin. Balsam Reif, it smells really good because you put the fragrances of wine in there. Some oil. Maybe we should completely destroy it. In Isar, it's only one Isar built in Nava. If you bring in a Nava, does it tell you how many Isar? Even if you did every wide, how many Isar did you bring maximum for an Adava? The answer is the famous song, Polaroid Bila, ain't Bila Makevis. If you're able to mix it, then you can bring as much as you want. What's the maximum that you can mix it and stir in the bowl? 60 salt. So you bring the 60 salt. So it's the 60 times the amount of what we're talking about. So there's two things that are similar. So Zimara had a division. We had three things that it's similar to Rabbi did. So three is more than two. And that's why three wins. Next sugya. Rabbi. I can make us quite quality of this other method. What do Rabbi do with the pasuk that Rav Shimon just learned? That the Kayan, when he brings his mincha, he takes a pizza and then he puts the rest on the mizbeach. How come it's very called the Mizbeach? When I learned the Goyal, the Sanya, he learns it any other of Yoina, the Kol Topter, the Toina Melissa. So here, just to show you what Elliot Pata is, see if I can get it. Just to make it easier. Pasuk Tetzvav is the upper. When you're looking at a Torah, what comes first? Tetzvav, then Tetzan. So if you're holding the Torah upwards like the starting, so Tetzvav is above Tetzan. So it's called the Elliot. Elliot in the top Pasuk. You guys know, just learned it recently. You know that our mezuzah, a lot of people put the mezuzah on an angle. Yeah? Like this. Sfardim put it like this. But the Doing people put it like this. Why? This is what in Gemara. When the Tam says it should be laying down. The Siftar should be laying down. Even in the Order should be laying down. The Parshis and the Tefillin should be laying down. Everything laying down. And Rashi says standing up. So we make a pshar between the Rabbi Tam and Rashi. We put our mezuzah like this. That's why in most shulchan you put the same Torah like this. In the Archives you put it like this. It's not that it shouldn't fall, but that it should be a pshar because part of the time it should be laying down. That's why also our bima, most bimas are like this. Or like this. So a lot of people think, oh, so it's easier for the Torah to read like this, like extended. No, it's a pshar. So no, that's what I was just saying. Elyon and Tafta, that's why it's called Elyon, because really it's if there should be like this, up, but even if it's like it's a buff. I'm up on it. Mainly, so if you take a look over here at this puzzle, it says that this is referring to the Minchas Chavidim, and it says at the end there's a Isser contact. You must burn it. Next puzzle, puzzle Zion. That's called after. It says one other benefits. It says loitze offer. So the question is, can I mix and match the two isurim? The top one, called after, and the bottom one loitze offer. The answer is yes, because if you notice, they have one word that they share, color, and over here it says color. So that's called the Zer Shabbat. They share the same word, and the male they'll share the same issue. Where's your son of us? Here are. Where is he? What? He's here the whole time? Or you had enough? Try to copy the share. It runs right in the middle. So tomorrow, how are we doing so far? How are we doing, Tyler? We're okay? Different than what you expected? Now you see why you need the screen? No, he's trying to be nice to me now. You can't like just not yeah. It'll be like the Gemara. It'll be like the Gemara getting embarrassed. Oh, he doesn't want to do that. Okay. So it says in the Gemara, Tamadai Markol Never can. You hear that? Tamadai Markol Tzir Shop. Did I skip anything? How do you know that this one has a color? This one has like color. They both should say word color. Never got color in a black color. Malam called doctor. I've come to call doctor just like this box has the issue called doctor. So the both talking about the same issue. But I can't literally sound out. You also, I don't literally sound out. You also, they both have the voice accent on the hill. I just want to say real quickly. There's a bunch of people, including somebody who came over yesterday, gave me $1,000. we were collecting. We have a coil, MDY coil, 10 guys that basically they take tests every month and a cumulative test. So the last test they took, and there's going to be a test now right by Pesach, is going to be I want to say like 2,200 dollars. From the beginning of shots, to learn they know code. My guy is no code. It's unbelievable. So we collect the money for give to the biscuits. So the biscuits, I want to say, shut all the people who gave. And I want to tell you a quick bit. They say that this Yerushalmi and show they have these chalupas. You go, you'll see. You probably saw your status. You go to this certain place, pull up, and people give you a box of matzah, a box of fish, a box of grape juice, the whole thing. So one of these Yerushalmis is schlepping, he's schwitzing, the oil, the whole thing. So he meets this guy. He says, he tells his friend, listen, Bezer Hashem, I'm going to win the $20 million lottery. So his friend says, and then what? What are you going to do when you have $20 million? When I have $20 million, I'm going to hire 2 corporate to schlep my chaluk into my house. Yeah. Who's sucking on the child, you're stuck. Yeah. Talking about it. Boy, you're Rabbi. Okay, we're having a sugi, Rabbi said. Why are you learning so much? You didn't learn much. Listen, well, look at this. I'll show you something you didn't see before. Not this. What's he doing? Nobody moves. Move. Let me put it up. No, I don't want to embarrass her. Just tell me. I forgot what it is. All right, listen. And more of every carbon they put on this map, if take some of the parts, the innards, which include the kidneys and the skirt stick. We eat it, but it's called the serotonin. It's the piece of meat that separates the liver and the rest. So plus what? No, that's delicious. Plus fats. Here, if I zoom in over here, actually you can see he's holding it. You see the fats? Now, obviously the fats, the white stuff, you cannot eat. That would be isopars. But the question is, what happens if this guy, take a look, this is what we do. Sorry. Every carbon, he takes it, puts it on the rock over there. Question is, what happens if instead of putting it on the flame, he decides to eat it? Schmack is skirts it. Maybe he wants a barbecue. He ate it. What happens now? She says to the water, "Coach, I'll come in your mouth. Lab Zorus. By the way, we're going to finish like in 6-7 minutes. We're only going to the next Mishnah. It says in the post, a Yisrael cannot eat anything that's covered. But the kohen can't eat it either. If it belongs on the mizbeach and the kohen eats it, he's just like Yisrael eating something he shouldn't be eating. So it says in the word that for sure, if he eats part of the word, he eats the skirt steak, he's over on this puzzle. Because only if hold on, you gotta give me back over here. Oh, he come with the lab, the code, my question is the over also on that puzzle that we discussed in the whole shear, that you have to burn it, and he didn't burn it. What is that? How many names that you know are not names that Tanaim have? Think of names that we all use for our children. You'll never have a Tana that has that name. No, son. Have you ever heard of the Tana Reb Moshe? Never. I've heard Bar. You ever heard of Bar? Twice in Shas. How about Reb David? Never. Reb Shlomo? Never. Abaya, Rava, Kiva. You never have those names. You have Yehuda, Yitzchak. But how come you never have Moshe, Aaron, Shlomo, David? Never have those names. I don't know the answer. Avram. You ever heard of Reb Avram? Omer Reb Avram? Never. I never heard of it. Over here it says Gemara, Omer Reb Aaron. You'll never see this. Only one more time in Shas. Omer Reb Aaron and Rabbinim. Both of them have to do with Rabbinim. Mashma the Tanya, Rabbi Lezer Omer, Moshe calls the Bidoi Sasa Pilosoy. So the more answers yes. If a Kohen Gadol had to eat a first day, he's chayav on Kolkia plus what's the Zor the Zor, the Rabbi Zor. Turning the dot by our global experts in cross-border payments, Shalom.com. Please rent the shidduch today, because every shidduch that happens is first rent. Someday the Gemara. Says the Mishnah. Minchas Koy Hash. Minchas Koy Mashiach. What's a Koy Mashiach? Rabbi said. It's going to go. Every mincha that a Koy brings, a Koy before he performs that mincha, he has to bring a mincha in the Messiah, so that is called a minchas payment. Or any mincha that a Koy brings. Then a Koy Gadol, now a Koy Gadol, we're going to check this out. If you haven't seen this, it's Kedai. A Koy Gadol has to do this twice a day. You hear what's his name again? What's your name? No, it's fine. What's your name? Jordan, take a look at this. A Kohen Gadol has to bring two of these a day. 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. Boom. That is called the Kohen Minchas Kohen Mashiach. The Mincha of the Kohen Gadol. Well, Minchas the Sachem is there. And when you bring the Sachem, in all these three things go 100% with his bath. Nobody gets to eat a single time. Zero. Well, the other Kohen, this is something that Mizbeach has more power than a Kohen. Great. Mizbeach gets it, the Kohen doesn't. The two breads that we bring on Shavuos together with the two sheep, and the 12 breads that are on the Shulchan and the Kohen eat every single Shabbos, then all the Kohen, 100% goes to the Kohen, maybe it was back, and zero to his back. It's the exact opposite of what we said before. So you have a Kohen, every guy comes down, the Gemara is going to explain why did the Mishnah have to say, and this is something that the Kohanim are stronger than his back. That's the Gemara. So I thought, what you can't find other bodies that go 100% on his back. What is the Oilah? The famous Oilah. The carbon oil is 100% on his back. Zero goes to the Kohanim. What's the answer? It's not zero. There's a certain percentage of the animal that goes to the Kohanim, which is what? The hides. Sorry. Yeah. So for this coming video, I gotta give you the background. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the background goes like this. We have a tech guy, this is Genius. One of our guys from the Yeshiva was Lifter at a very young age, and he couldn't get into this computer. He had a password and everything. First thing you do is call up Rabbi. He's a genius. He knows how to get in 10 seconds. He got in, password, no password. He found the bank accounts for the wife, the whole thing. So without me knowing, he goes to our CEO and says, listen, we're doing a big event today, right? Which actually there's a lot of people there. So I want to buy audio equipment. People are always off the road to go to all these different places. I didn't know about it, but he got an okay from our CEO and bought this equipment. I come in to the office, which I built the base leverage and the office with my money. That's a different story, but I'm saying this because I take it personally. It's like, here's this office I built up for my artists. I want my artists to sit in a beautiful state-of-the-art room, not cluttered, everything so they can focus. I walk in there, and they say Yiddish, Schwarzenegger. I see these giant, what do you call them? These Pelican cases, whatever they call them. These traveling boxes. For every speaker gets a box. Well, what's going on here? He says, what do you want me to put it? I said, well, why did you buy these? Oh, you don't even know where to put it. You're going to put it in my teeth. So now you know that. That's the guys are making fun of me. Basically, that's what we fun. And just today, we got one of those giant containers, that they have on ships, the shipping containers. So we bought one of those, and we were storing all our audio and the extra cheer.com stuff, the spares, putting in there, etc. Good. So now that you know the background, now maybe you'll understand this video. It's more of a personal joke, but whatever. The Lord just said that from a law, even though the entire oil goes in his back, but the height, now this guy, Rabbi, that looks exactly like him, and he does drive Tesla, just not that color. Everything is hides over here, plus the Pelican cases, whatever you want to call those cases, at the end of the video. Enjoy. Just sign right here, please. Even the curtains are all hides. This is literally a picture taken today. This is the junk that they had outside today. It's good. Once in a while, they give me a the other one was hot. It's for me. Says the Gemara. But he got inside. The bird, there's a bird that's completely oil and it goes on the slab. So why are you telling me that only these things go on the slab? Because there's another thing that goes on the slab. It says about Ikam Wairah B'Naitza. Those of you who remember, one of the hardest things in the Beis Hamikdash to do is the Wairah B'Naitza. Oh, let me just show you, before I show you that, this is how our artist did from scratch. This is a pigeon's innard, so it says crap over there. The crop doesn't go on its back. So it's not 100%, it's 95%. But the crop, and the reason why the crop is going on its back, Rashi says in Chumash, is because the bird is a goner. He goes to other people's fields and he steals weed and different stuff. And he goes to the crop. Hashem says, I don't want that. That's the part of the neighbor that you keep for yourself. But what's one of the hardest things that Beis Hamikdash? That is to throw the, the feather and the crop from where the plane is standing on that side of his back. It doesn't weigh a lot, although in this video it seems like it does. It's just feathers. And it lands right over there by the base of Hashem. And take a look what happens right after it lands. It disappears into the floor of the base of Hashem. So it says, oh, that's why it's not counting the initial, it's 95%, not 100%. Look at this up. There's also the wines, the libations that you put on the bath. It goes where? It's on his back. It says, oh, no, this is not on his back. But she did not. Take a look. So we look over here. This kid found the also beautiful job they did here. There are two cups that are attached to his bath, and that's where you pour the wine. Now it goes into the cup, and on the bottom it has a little hose, and the wine spills out of that hose, goes into a drain. I'm going to show you the X-ray, whatever you call it, to see how the drains go down. Yeah, here. But first, take a look at this. Pour it over here. It comes out on the bottom of the sheet. That's called the sheet. It falls into this bath. Now, the way it looks, just the demonstration sheets in. Where this is like the X-ray vision of the sheets in. Into this bath, this pipes. And you can see it over here by the red pipes. Those red, obviously you don't see them, but they're built into this bath itself. Says the Gemara. So therefore, it's not considered that goes into this bath. It goes into the drain. Says the Gemara, say, oh, Shmuel, how much time are we? Lower now. Okay. We're almost done here. Let's just get through this thing. Mishnah say, oh, this is why it's better. It's more special than that. But look at the shmuel, exclude shmuel, not shmuel. I'm not the guy in the deal. When you bring wine to do something like this, you pour the wine directly onto the fire. No, he's wrong. You don't go like that. You put it on top of his bed. He said, Shmuel. Remember, right? The Shmuel, no Shmuel, I'm not a Shemin, I'm saying sharp nechal. If you donate oil, you should do kmitza. Now, how in the world do you do kmitza? You don't do it like this. This is not the way to do kmitza on oil. Because take a look, you do it like this, what's going to happen? How can you grab anything with 3 fingers? So they say, the Rothschild say that if it's 100% olive oil, and you put olive oil in a refrigerator, it will become hard. It hardens. And it has to be that state. It has to be congealed. And when it's congealed, then you can grab it with 3 fingers. So it says in Mishnah, these are the 2 things that Kohanim get to eat 100%. That's the one that's more. What about the bird chatos that the Kohanim get to eat? They get to eat only 95%. 5%, let's call it pikadam. What about the blood that you smeared on this bear? They don't get to eat that. Look at Shemen, Shemen. There's that extra. I'm not going to show you the video because we're late. Okay, we'll show you as I'm talking. The Mitzvah, he brings 3 korbanos, and he brings that jug of oil. With that jug of oil, the leftover goes to the Kohanim. Says the Mari, yeah, but look at all the stuff he does with the oil. He has to put it in the guy's ear, he has to put it on his throat. So it's not 100%, it's only 95%. And just 2 more lines. Why does the Mishnah say that this is so special that the Kohanim get to eat it and nothing is special? Because the Zamanah says that when the 2 breads and shmuz don't have a cardinal with it, it comes by itself, you couldn't find the cardinal, you stray fast and you must burn them and not eat them. Not true. The Kohen always gets to eat the breads even if there's no cardinal. But Rabbi side have a wonderful day. Everybody together. Miami, let me hear Good morning, Rabbi. Live from Miami. Mix. What's the official name? Mix DOTV. The show, no coffee. Show Schmack and Dominic. Show with Ellie Rizal, Khan, the official Khan, though, yeah? Not mine, but every time I'm here, you're the Khan. Great player also. Kiddish, flight in from Pomegranate. Still, I'm about the $20,000 soda machine outside. Free soda with the ice. Lots of schmuck for learning, davening. So thank you for having me. Shkoya. A good joke for Pesach. After such an inappropriate email about the issue of beers, one of the writer's words reveals a certain narrowness of mind. Be strong and carry on. Shkoya. A very good joke. You mentioned regarding the provision of Chodesh not to remain in Amaretz. In this period in Europe, it was customary for each profession to have its own shul, carpenters, blacksmiths, handwriters, even a shul specifically for Amaretz. Everyone there congregates the Bakir, the Rabbi, the Gabba, had to be in Amaretz. One Shabbos during the reading of Parshas Korah, the Bakir suddenly banged on the beam of thinking he found a flaw in the Sefer Torah. After all, the Seder Torah spelled it a cough. By the Seder, we say Torah. It's a cough. Mamish potato. Mamish, yeah. Who did this Torah with a cough? Naturally, an uproar broke out. This one argued, and this one argued. Every Am artist had his own opinion. In the meantime, the rabbi posted for Torah and fired him on the spot, saying, "If you were able to notice such a mistake, it means you're not Am artist. You must leave this community immediately. Be strong people to great work. Thank you for everything you do. I have a beard, and I also have a name. I'm from Jerome, from the Bachelor down on Chestnut Ridge, New York, Chicago. Osher Stefanski of Renana. With this is one of these hats that you wear, and then you ask, "How do you know I'm Jewish?" No. Osher Stefanski of Renana. Doing the dive around the Cyprus because I'm telling you, when I was 90 years old and I went on a trip to Europe, I think I was wearing the same color hat. The guy approached me, asked me if I need a place to eat. I said, "How do you know I'm Jewish?" Huh? Because I'm wearing Shabbos shoes and white. I got it. Okay. Smile. Ari Friedman. That guy's email is why he's so popular among everyone. Cool, yet religious look. Amazing that you keep reading that, keep the great work. Cool, religious rebel. But the west side today is the young side of Abu Nabadar Rothschild. He's a big part of the UI. And we're all very shocked when he got sick. And his mafia didn't last very long, and he was lifted at a very young age. I forgot already how. Remember how he wasn't 41 or something. The oil took up on him. So to learn, I think it's 5,000 after Gemara. He's a big shot. He's on Zoom every single day. And it's just a reminder that life is very short. Some live it shorter than others, but even if you live 90 years, it's still very, very short. We have Chaparayim. It happens to be that it was in his house. This is the picture of the very, very first um, shear outside of NDY. It's like when I went out, I think that's what he said, the first time I saw him, that's both good days. That's Gary Moshe, looks a lot younger. And yeah, that's him right over there with the black beard, brown beard. Michael Chessel's sitting right in front of me. Now that NDY has taught my Ish's Kyle how to be a mixologist, our relationship has been elevated to new levels. We're buddies now. We're much last night, the Nasheg, the women of MDY got on the Zoom, and the Hasidic Gemara, against the Hasidic, he taught the women how to mix drinks, how to do alcohol. So Michael Chess is very excited about this. So this person loves the dot, the whole thing, the halacha, the hashkafa, the AI, the whole thing. But then he says, secondly, I'm 10 weeks into doing the dot. And this is going to be my first extended Yom Tov with MDY. I'm nervous it's going to be hard to catch up with him before he does the time. That's important. Be nervous to think about it before. because if it hits you and you're shocked at what happens, that's when you fall off. You have to be aware that Yom Tov is a time that people fall off. And that's why we're going to be careful not to. So I'm going to work really hard to record as many shurim as I can before Yom Tov so that people could learn before, they can learn after. It's a very, very difficult time for me, especially at 3-day Yom Tov is as drama. I can't even tell you from last 3-day Yom Tov Pesach when we were doing Shkolim. And now, that was then when I gave 3 shurim a day. I had to do 3 shurim, not do 6 shurim. That was 3 Hebrew. So it's that's something that I don't want to think about it. I'm not preparing yet for next week. We'll see what happens. So the idea is just be aware that it could be a problem and do whatever you can do to stay afloat. We also have a product called Rabbi with the dot. So if you fall behind, you use the dot that it's like 25, 30 minutes, just the tire, no jokes, no stories, no muss or nothing. Just tire. The validated to catch up. Sincerely, well, Steve said, he's sitting here, the two of them. Look at that. I didn't even know. Here, let me show you. Here, let me see. I don't want to zoom in. You guys here, hold hands or something so you know. These two guys, both Roman and Melody, both happen to be sitting next to each other. It's very interesting. And I received another 30, 40 emails today, in addition to these two. So the fact that you're in here, we'll read it. We're here in Boynton Beach. We here in Boynton Beach are observing for Ronnie Shabbat, as our neighbor. Ronnie started Shul Erev Shabbos. You guys call him Ron? Not Ronnie? Whatever. I call him Ronnie. Ronnie started Shul Erev Shabbos. The other called Netz of Israel, which has no membership. And the only requirement is no talking during the entire day. Although I did not know, and it works, people don't talk. Not a word. No. Although I did not know, in the beginning of his relationship with you, when I first met him, I tried to get him to join the DY. I got a really nice tell him about the tremendous growth of DY, Shabbat Tov, really well on tomorrow, AI Guinness, etc. I was able to get him to start sometimes using NY sheets. About a week ago, he came over to me, raving about some AI on MDY. When I heard today's shir, a shout out to him, I kind of right away to tell him. Here was his response. Typical Ronnie Shabbat. He's a big honor. That's one of the reasons he never showed up in our basement today. Thank you for sharing that. It means a lot to me. He's the one that got me to start the feeling because of him. And a lot of exclusive. Thank you for sharing. It means a lot to me. And Talmud and the ambassador of Florida, Steve Seychelles, Yishkaya, Steve. Okay, let's jump to the sponsorship. Special edition of the Shas for the Chas and the Tanai, which you saw in my official receptor by the Iranian Levy family's parent. Ruben Harris, with heartfelt appreciation for Rebellion and all those in NY who labor tirelessly on utilizing the internet and AI to spread Torah and connect Jews everywhere to the eternal living Torah. Where is he? He was around here somewhere. That's you. Shalom Aleichem. How you doing? Heard a lot about you. So I've seen you around here. You're very quiet. And now I'm named to the face. So don't expect me to remember, yeah? Shkaya, thank you. Appreciate it. Official edition of White Shots, Daf Ein Gimel, memory of Saul and Edith Wishnitzer, Ashkazer, by the children, Yossi, Rachaliba, Willie, the second sponsor, David Salomon. David Salomon, who runs the show here every night. Dedicated memory of Avi Meir, small bar, her kind, sweet, good brother Bracha. The second sponsor, talking down some leaders, must go follow Jackie down. Anonymous, I saw the Brooks and Gashes. Very geschmack, David. The Apology Count Foundation, Zegas Maserata, Goyim, Shlomo, Apology for Meshach Zinu. Anonymous for Shlomo, Rosh Pedizot. Anonymous for Shlomo, for complete for Shlomo, and every Yisrael, the Lev Asester. Yisrael, Mount Keith, those days, good Mount Zim, Chesed, we're so proud of you, I can more try to keep Shtagi. Cylinders of family, Canby Island, UK, and honor, rebellion, change my meaning of life, joining Almighty. Yossi, Market, Betty, and all those can be Sarah, Canby, White, and Portland, Sean, Sparrow. All the sponsors are Simon for Shlema, Memorial Bowl for Miriam, Anonymous for the merit of Paul, and Sarah, and Rachel, Sarah, blessings in all areas of life. I want to say tremendous Shkoya. I don't want to forget. But Belsky flew in from New York to come to live share. What's your name? Uri? You and the Jaffe flew in from New York? Here, listen, I know you're embarrassed. You'll get embarrassed a little more. Raise your hands so the audience sees you. Shalom Aleichem. Monty Belsky, they know already. Even so, let's say hello to Where's Monty? Monty. Wait. So two people flew in all the way from New York. Unbelievable. Shreya, thank you. But then what's the first name? Yehuda. Yehuda, Chazak Yomas, Shreya. The Kavichi family, the Zechon Ishmas, our dear cousin of Simcha Lauer, is the Shom Haben Aliyah. In sponsors of Friday Levy Queens, Lili Ishmas, Imi Bros, Sikita Bas Moshe, Zechon Brocha, Lili Levy, on a yard side, Aaron Naomi Mandelbaum, in memory of our son, Ami Mandelbaum, who enjoyed learning the daf with you. Yossi Mandelbaum. Memory of my brother, Ami Mandelbaum. Our Menashe Ben Aaron Boishe Shalom, who just read an email. I read an email from Yossi, who joined the daf to help his brother out of Refuah Shleimah, and he hasn't missed the daf. A whole long email how it changed his life, etc. He thought he's doing his brother a favor, did him a favor. Judy Friedman, the Nishmas Arabanit, Rinso Bas Michil Mechel, mother of Landau Shul, on the completion of Rosh Hashanah, is Zichra Baruch, the Shom Shirah Media. Dar White, Hachosin Shayom and Shmuel Yehuda involvement of fame, scholarly, aka Al Zay's team on his Chassid tonight. The Al Zay's are the guys who wrote these Gemaras for us. So Shkoya, it's Chassid tonight, beautiful. I don't want to say something, but he's one of the big editors over there. Anyway, month before Shlomo Yonatan Edim Ben B'Shem Bracha, before Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther, before Hayel Dani Yosef Ben Hayel Desra, boys and foods and prayer now. We started the parak yesterday about the 10 menachos that the kohen takes a kmitza from, and the rest, and what does he do? The kmitza he puts it on his back, and it goes back to his baruch. The rest of the mincha, whatever's left over, these are the 10 menachos. Whatever's left over, the kohanim get to eat. The first 5 are menachos that are boundary menachos. Then you have the mincha v'day, the mincha woman, oimer, koiker. Nice. That's where we're holding. So the Gemara says, "Shyorei like kohanim." The leftover, it says the Mishnah goes together. Pay attention again that a lot of the psukim, unfortunately, we were supposed to read this yesterday. It doesn't happen very often. That you read a pasuk in the Gemara on the same day that you read it in Shul. On a Monday. We read this on a Monday, we're going to read it tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, Thursday. What does it say? How do I know that the Shirayim goes to the Kohen? Now, I got to tell you, guys, it's a very easy daf. Today's seriously super. It's just the easy daf. It goes easy. How do we know? We know the ksiva. The ksiva. If it says it, there's a possible Torah. It says it first. Or the like ksiva. And if it doesn't say it, it also says. So this is the puzzle that talks about one particular mincha. And he says, "We're going to go through the leftover." Aaron and the son should eat. So it says before the puzzle, whatever's left over, you should eat. And if it doesn't, that's by the mincha service. If you don't, it doesn't say the first. So it also says a generalization, and this is this week's parasha. I showed you, you didn't see it. Pay attention when the Bakir reads it on Thursday and on Shabbos. And you'll know what it's talking about. Because we're talking about this puzzle a lot. Besides Torah's HaMincha, I pray myself in the hour. This is the Torah of the Mincha. There's one halacha, there's one Torah, one halacha for the Menachos. I go to the hour. It says that regarding all the Menachos, whatever's left over, Aaron and his son should eat. Mara starts off asking me, where do I know this? He says, what do you mean where do I know? It's possible. guys over here, most of them are all for wheat. That was my question. In this list over here, from the 10 menachas, there are 2 menachas that are made out of barley. Which 2, Rabbi say? Anybody? Soita, what else? Who said over? You want to grab a seat. Sit down, sit down. You know so much, sit down. The Omer, Rabbi say, we've been discussing the Omer for the last few weeks, or days. The Omer and the Soita, they are barley. So the Gemara says, all 10, all 8 out of 10, I didn't even have a question. Regarding the Omer and the Soita. So we have to remember these 2. That's what we're going to be discussing also today. These 2 menachos. The one that comes from the Omer. What's the Omer? The Omer is the second day of Pesach. The time to be Samigdash, they brought the Minchas. Omer, that allows Klal Yisrael to eat the new crop. Any wheat, barley, Hamish Smina that grows up until Pesach, it's also to eat. Until you bring the Omer. What's the Soita? The Soita, the husband warns his wife not to have yichud with another man. She doesn't listen. Now he doesn't trust her. He brings her to Beis Hamikdash. The whole long process, she has to get dressed with this clothes, that thing. They give her the water with Hashem's name. But one of the things is she has to bring in mincha. What does the mincha accomplish? To see whether or not she was chayta. She sinned or not. It's the what she did. I'm saying this, I'm just being mocked for later on. It says, I only need a source for those 2. Well, so Nami says, but even those 2, with the Metzes, Shirel, Kehana, and the Metzes, Shirel, Kehana. Once you do Kmitza, why? Think about it. The coin goes like this. It takes this amount and puts it into the underneath there. So what do you do with the rest? Obviously, the rest goes to Kehana. Says the Gemara, I'll leave the Rabbi like in the Mishnah, we saw Machlokes. I put a drop on. The coin goes like this. The rest goes to Kehana. But according to Shimon, sometimes even if the coin goes like this, does a Kmitza, the rest goes to the Mizbeach also. There's two applications. There's one Kmitza that goes to the Mizbeach, and there's the Shrine. Where it says, you go by the Nadim Reb Shimon. Don't marry the Mincha, it says the Mitzachos. There's a Mincha that you take a Kmitza, and it doesn't go on the Mizbeach the rest. It's not Reb Shimon over. Mincha's Chodesh, you can ask him the commences. HaKoymitz Karei, you take the Kmitza, you put it on the Mizbeach Ba'atzma, and you're right here in Ba'atzma. They're separate. They both go on the Mizbeach, but in different times. According to Reb Shimon ben Abba. Okay, so now we narrowed it down for the rest of the day. Yeah, Reb Shimon, who says sometimes you take a mincha, you put it pizza on his back. The shirayim on his back. According to him, how do I know that these 2 korbanos made out of, these 2 menachos made out of barley, which are the oimer and the soita, how do I know that the leftover, after the kohen takes the pizza, that the leftover goes to the kohen can eat and benefit from the mincha? The Gemara tells you how. It says the pasuk Amar Kro, Amar Chizkiya, Amar Kro, L'chol mincha belula b'Hashem b'hareva l'chol v'ni'arim. There's a mincha belula and there's a mincha hareva. This is a mincha hareva. I'll show you real quickly. It's not like a big thing. Hareva just means it doesn't have anything in it. It doesn't have oil. It's plain flour. So what do you do with this plain flour? You're going to taste it, and that's it. It doesn't mix it. It doesn't do anything. Okay. So this pasuk we're going to deal with a lot. Here's the pasuk again. L'chol mincha belula b'Hashemen b'chareva l'chol v'ni'arim tia ishkel. So says the Gemara, this pasuk I learned in the beginning of Jewish. I already established that any mincha that comes from wheat, the kind gets the benefit from the shirayim. They mean the belula. So it must be so you must say that it's talking about the barley version, not the wheat. So what's the belula of barley? Which one of the two? You have the Saita, you have the Omer. Which one has oil? The Omer has oil. And the other one, the Saita, that's Hareva, doesn't have. So now we have a source for both the Omer and the Saita that Kain gets to eat whatever's left over. Now, the Gemara asks, you telling me that this possibly is on the screen, you know, that Hareva doesn't tell me that these two brachas, the Saita and the Omer, the Kain gets to eat. Guess what? I had to do something else with the puzzle. Once I do something else with the puzzle, I don't have a leftover puzzle to teach me this Allah. This question is going to be 25 lines long. Super easy. The MS. It just goes, it's the same thing over and over. 25 lines. So it's like almost like a freebie. We get to half the omelet, and then we get the question. What's the question again? I don't have an available puzzle. This puzzle, does not come to teach us that a kohen gets to eat the leftover of the omer. It comes to teach us something else. What? The halacha says that a kohen who receives a portion in the Beis Hamikdash cannot trade it with his friend. Here, there we go. Now, let's say the kohen does not like steak. Who likes steak? He wants the bird. He likes schnitzel. Like David Solomon told me. Hens, I'd rather have schnitzel from hens than a steak. That's what he told me. There's a steak guy. So let's say he's going to go for schnitzel. Yeah. Where do you smell it? Evis? He says this all the time. But I'm a cutter. You gave me steak. I don't want steak right now. Here. You take my steak, give me your steak. No good. What about you give me your schnitzel and I'll give you my schnitzel? I like square schnitzel. I don't like it when it's long. I like it square. No. I like it well done. No. The kids are, do not give me your oil and take my steak. Do not give me your beef. Don't even trade the same item. Don't even trade. Very fine. You want a fish? I'll take your beef. Look, that's not what there's story of the Maisa Shahaya with the Orner Rebbe. One of the Hasidim waiting in line comes for Shirai. She tells the Rebbe, now, if you ever, like, you don't say anything to the Rebbe. What are you telling the Rebbe? You don't give him instructions. This guy tells the Rebbe, listen, can I have just a little bit more kugel? I don't want the cake. I want the cake. I want the kugel. So the Rebbe said, with a smile, when he buys, the Rebbe told the guy, he says, listen, now I finally understood the word in the office. When you get a portion from a Baruch, it's a portion from a Baruch. It's a piece of steak. But it's not, oh, I'm here to have a barbecue. You're here to enjoy a carcass from Hashem. So you don't trade it. You don't say, listen, can I have a little? This guy came from the Kugel. He came from the Kugel. He didn't come from the Shirayim. He's a Kugel presser. We don't want Kugel pressers here. We want people that understand what Shirayim is, what a carpet is. That's the suit right here. So we're just going to go through all these things. You trade meat for beef, for dog, for pigeon. You do trade pigeon for flour. You trade flour for flour. That's 25 lines that basically the lawyer say, how do you know all this? So this bunch we just used. The whole it's just not available. To teach me now, look, that we came from, what now that we're trying to find. How do you know that a kohen gets to eat the leftover oimer inside? Now, inside. How do you know that you can't trade a mincha, a piece of bread from the mizbeach for a steak, for zvach? Okay, so another passing, not the one that we're getting to. So we'll get that out. So there's a passing that says, everybody cheers with everything. Great. There's a story with the Abdurud, the Ibn Yisrael. A chazan came to him and said, Rabbi, I need pronounce, I need pronounce. So the Rebbe said, go to the marketplace, the first business that you open, buy it. I'll give you a bracha that you work out. He said, Rebbe, I don't even have, what do you buy? I don't have money. So he takes out his pocket, 1 ruble, which is not a lot. So he says, here, buy a business. Buy a business, yeah, buy a business. So he goes to the marketplace, and he asks around. Since he is around, says, actually, you have a business, a ruble. So he started laughing. You don't have anything to sell me for ruble. So one lens says, yeah, I'll sell you my oil and hava for 1 ruble. This guy thinks this. He says, the Rebbe said, it's the first business that comes to you. So he says, okay, deal. Here's the ruble, and give me your oil and hava. Okay, ready to do it. The guy comes home. The guy that sold his oil and hava comes home and tells his wife, you're not going to believe it. I sold my oil and hava to some idiot that bought it for a ruble. His wife said, what? I sold my oil and hava for 1 ruble. The guy's shoiker. She says, no, you're a shoiker. Get out of my house. You don't even do mitzvahs, and the little mitzvahs that you do, you sold it, you gave it away. Like, we're partners in Oil Lab over here. We have a partnership. My wife told me the other day. She said, you know, better not be fooling me. I get half and half with you. Half and half. Yeah, of course. Anyway, so, well, my show, she did. She made me explain it to her again. I'm not putting up with all this for nothing, you know? Anyway, so the guy is, you know, doesn't want to get thrown out of his house. He goes, looks up this gift. He says, okay, I made a mistake. Give me back my Almada. Here's the room. I says, no, don't wait. He said, what do you want? He says, I need 400 rubles. I reckon kids, the whole thing. 400, what? You only paid a room? 400 rubles. The guy goes back home. Boy says, you're not coming back until you get your Almada. I don't care, 400, 500, whatever it is. You pay the guy? So the guy wrote to the Abdurud. The Abdurud, listen, the chassid over here says, the Abdurud, this, that. He bought it for a ruble. I want it back. It's not fair. If it really is worth 400, then he did enough. He charged me more than a sixth. Since I'm not gonna go. The whole thing goes off. So after we told him very sharp, he said, listen, when you sold it, you didn't think it was worth anything. It goes by what was worth to you. For you, it was worthless. For you, it was worth less than a ruble. You're lucky you got a ruble. Now that he figured it out in life, okay. Now pocket has more machines, it's worth more. Interesting fact that he passed him. But it goes by what you think it's worth. I'm just thinking now out loud. I didn't say this in the Hebrew share, but it's like that in everything. When you show how much value the Daf Gemara has to you, that you're willing to give up a wedding, you're willing to do this, you're willing to do that. Depends how much you put in. That's how much of a powerful is not. Oh, the Daf is worth that much. You're willing to pay $1,000 to hear that daf. You're willing to go on a more expensive flight to make it in time and this and that. You just up the value of every daf you ever learned. And if for $3.50 you're not willing to do it, then your daf is worth the $3.50. There's a certain thing you decide what the value is. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. This is people trading stuff. Yeah? Some people trade a ruble for a lot. You can't trade anything. That's the question you can't trade. Oh, so now we get to it. Quickly, yeah? You know what? I'll give it to you. You cannot trade bread for steak. Why? So come with the dollars. So let's talk about the carbon oil of the earth for a second. Oil of the earth, as we know, for a certain bacon, and you should bring an animal. If you can't afford an animal, or bring a bird. If you can't afford a bird, you bring flour. The flour is never instead of an animal. What's a flour instead of, Rabbi said? The bird. The bird is instead of an animal. If you can't bring an animal, bring a bird. If you can't bring a bird, you bring a flower. So the flower is instead of a bird, not instead of the animal. It's one step removed from the animal. You asking right? You look a little bit, you got it. Okay, great. Anybody didn't get that? We're good? We're good? You can say, you got it? Oh, no, so the verse says, I get it. You cannot trade flour for an animal because they're very far apart from each other. But let's say flour for the bird, you should be able to. That's what the word is saying. Flour for the bird, you should. Cherry, I'm going to tell you the dollars. They replace each other. The super poor replaces the bird with flour. I'm aware that a puzzle, the whole massive repetition company idea, a similar puzzle, the whole massive repetition company idea. Well, every person in Oguna gets a piece. It's not true. Okay, I get it. Now, you already decided you can't trade flour for bird. One is an animal, and one is bread. It doesn't go. One is a protein, and one is a carb. Hello, meaning dummy. Hello, meaning well, yeah, go ahead and make that. What about the bird? Why can't you trade chicken, or so chicken is English, pigeon, for, you shop, they eat pigeons. Then you can eat a pigeon. Yeah, why can't you trade pigeon for steak? Shalom, I love you, the both. The both. Now, I'm going to I'm not plastic over the arms. Okay, so I have another pause. Now, I'm not plastic over the arms. Don't believe that can go into this dolphin. Fellow assistant. Yeah, fellow assistant, please. It makes sense that you cannot trade steak for a bird because a bird, how do you shuck a bird? So you speak with the finger. And how do you shuck an animal with a knife? How we have to do it, not slave with others. But maybe you should be able to trade one with another. So let's say I have a cracker type of little bun, and you have soft, moist like a sponge cake. You can't do that. Aviar que no le office. Shade the regular seals of the because both of them have heat. So,
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 4. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. It's me, everybody. Holy sh**.
So, the okay. Maybe you can trade two different types of an office. Shizuma said, Toshma said, Rakim. Is this easy, Gemara, or not? Was I lying to you guys? It's easy, no? Maybe you should be able to trade two different types of cheese data for chocolate data. But what's exactly the same? Shizuma said, Shizuma said, Rakim. One is soft, one is hard. Maybe I'll trade the same exact item, the same item. What does it mean? Let's say I'm going to be in the base of English on Wednesday. You're here on Thursday. So I tell you, look, I'll give you tomorrow. I'll give you. You take my share, and I'll take your share. In other words, we bargain.
That's part of the story. It's the right side, okay? Come on. I never got karaoke. Contributor Kevin Millar. Okay. But the best part of the story. It's the right side, okay? Come on. Yeah, it was great. I was like, let's just go with audience participation. Can't be serious. We have to have some audience.
Hi guys, welcome. We had ready for a crazy Monday night or what?
So we asked them better than that. There's like 10.
That's the new, the hundreds and hundreds on Ustream right now.
There's
It's
the
a real
right
fucking live show with a real live audience, and it doesn't happen. I'm super pumped because I had so much fun this week in San Francisco and Sacramento, and now I'm going to Australia and other fun places. I'm Brian Redman. Brian Redman here, everybody. My days. Brian Redman.
It's like
The LA Podcast this week. Yeah, this Friday at 11.
screaming into their phone because I'm an idiot. One word players use to describe you. Your players here in New England. What do you think they would? Well, crazy is one word, and I would say out of his mind. If you could just put a bunch of hyphens in there, I can tell.
So you see that there's a change of package. You should change something such a country that is okay. The country down. Yes, you can trade. The country can trade. Ish. Ish for the Yaakov Bar Mitzvah. You. Can't get it. Trying to can't get it. Ish knows I feel about more. An adult can get a piece even if the unit has a blemish. Same fucking funny like I feel like but a wholesome couple without any cannot take a piece. Why this is I'll call upon it. Now that we did the 25 lines, what's the worst kasha? The worst kasha is that the puzzle, the whole milcha, the lula of Hashem and the Hareva is not available. We need it for these halachas that we just learned right now, that there's no trading and all sorts of circumstances. So the Gemara, oh, because in this puzzle, I'm assuming the first one of the puzzle, in the puzzle it says the following. So we're going to learn from the word call. All of this that we just learned. What they use this particular, there's a bunch of similar things. This particular puzzle, the person who show the company idea. That's what you can't trade one for another. That's not the word call. Not for the rest of it. Before that, learning that a coin gets the shirayim of the oimer and the soida, that was from the rest of the puzzle. But now, this a lot of the word call. As Gemara, I think they were guessing Buddha. Remember, Shimon says that there's a certain no, that was yesterday's Gemara. The first line, Amar Papa, we didn't learn it today. We should have maybe got that, but we had it two times before. Reb Shimon says that the Rekikim and the Chalas, you can mix them up. Take 5 Rekikim and 5 Chalas, it's considered a Midah. That's Reb Shimon. If they really argue, how does he learn it? He learns from the word call. He says, why? I already used up the word call. I think, man, how do you tell me that all these halachas are just learning from the word call? He says, no. But you're going to see what you do, because hello, you live. So that's why, zoom in on here, you'll see that I put the fog is incorrect, because the word the fog is split into two. One meaning word that basically really learns that they can't mix. Sounds over here, from the dog. The halacha over here that we just learned that you can't trade a mitzvah for a mitzvah, that we learned from the word. The halacha that we started off the sugya, that a kohen gets to eat the leftovers of the oimer, this was the rest of the apostle as for mincha, the lulav Hashem, the rest of it. Great. So that's that. That's this puzzle. Now, again, going back to the original question. We have two menachos that we don't have a source for. What are the two menachos? A soita and an oimer. How do we know that one that a kohen gets to eat all the leftovers? Approach. You come with a giant bowl. He takes a little bit, the 3 fingers with it, puts it on his back. You have a ton of flour left. How do you know it's the kohen just give it to eat it? Rabbeinu Amar. I'll tell you. Like what? 12, 13 lessons. Provide. I see on the Torah way. Look for life in our life. The whole Korban will hold the class will fall out will fall short. You hear this? Once again, it is super. It says, whole Korban, all the Korbanos, whole the class the whole class will fall short. We're going to have here at least 4 units. Whole Korban of the rabbis, Loik, Shem, and Soda. What? So Yoshi Rothschild did a fast forward on this. You guys remember this? This is what sorry. He has all these components in the back of his wagon, and in the front, what do you see in the front? Flour, but also the oil. See the jug of oil? Let's say that we use a quarter of that oil for the whole process of the oil. Here, the head, the coat, what do you do with the rest of the oil? The rest of the oil goes between, I don't know. So let me just show you this video real quickly. It's a hot quality video. But he does a fast forward over here. Oh, he also has to spin it on the floor a little bit. 7 times, right? So when it's done with all the oil, what do you do with it? That's what I do with these words over there. Cook the butter. Awesome. Chop it. What? Oh, the butter around is like chunks of soda. That the leftover of the oil goes to the. Why did I get special company? So when I age goes around. What does a guy get the leftover when he has leftover from the fire and stuff that goes into his bag? What is the his bag? Something he doesn't get the leftover or whatever left in the truck. The last one he gets the leftover. Next,
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 4. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
It's me, everybody! Holy shit! Hi, guys, welcome. You guys ready for a crazy Monday night or what? Come on, live audience, you can do better than that. Let them know the hundreds and hundreds.
When does a coin goes deeper than what we said before? When does a coin get to eat the mitzvah? He gets to eat the mitzvah when Hashem Kupar Zahem. When there's a kapara. When a mitzvah brings a kapara. Over kapara. The high. Lanidas. Oh, what does it do? Let's give a kapara to Klai Yisrael. What does it do? It allows Klai Yisrael to eat the new crop. It's a makdir. What does the Satan do? What's the mitzvah of the Satan? Let's give her a kapara for Avera. If she was over that Avera, what happens to her? She explodes. It's no kapara. That's the kapara. It's an explosion. What is the mitzvah? It comes through the Pharaoh, the sea. She had actually it was by the way, Miss Adams. Gotta tell you this. We're sitting here in his mind. There's so it's been his mind in America, but it's not already.
It's on Ustream right now. This is a real fucking live show.
We're sitting in there ASAP in his mind and learning culture. Yeah, learning culture.
With a real live audience, anything can happen. I am super pumped. I had so much fun this week in San Francisco and Sacramento, and now I'm going to Australia and other fun places. Hi, Brian Redband. Brian Redband's here.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Before I plug my dates, Brian Redband.
We got the LA Podfest this week.
Yeah, this Friday, the 11th.
Yeah, and we are going to pick out a couple people from tonight to go join us.
Oh shit, the cat's out of the bag on that one. We have to build a little cast for Friday night because obviously we just can't have 50 comics lined up on the side.
And then you bring the matzah, put it in a Ziploc bag, each person gets a Ziploc bag. This night before Pesach. It's fire. It just warms ready. The oiling, the thing, takes the whole thing. So when you learn the doctor, so one doctor, okay, I'll make it up tomorrow. Tomorrow's no shit, no this, the kaputza. You're tired, you're up until the morning. It's a time to fall. So keep that in mind and be ahead of the game. Something about it. 3-0 day. Shut up this say there. It's the last opportunity to shave, right? No shave. You know, those who shave, they shave and then you go 30 days. No shave, no shadow. No wires like this. But, and you gotta make sure that the fingers into your mother.
I walk there, so it's going to be a cast of Kill Tony. Yes. We already have Nicole Buchanan.
Drama. It's better than pig. This ain't the pig.
And did we get Steve Lee here tonight? Steve Lee from last week, the guy with the weird hands. That'd be beautiful great. Hands. Somebody wants to tweet at Steve Lee, tell him that he's invited to the podcast. That's what. Didn't get a chance to do that. Welcome everybody. That's right. Boston, October 8th. Buffalo after that. Sydney, Brisbane, and Melbourne, Australia to close out October 18th to the 30th. That's where I'm going to be. So if you're listening to this podcast, the #1 live podcast in the world, that is. All right. It's a real quiet Monday so far. What happened? Did Reagan and Watkins not get the job done out here? Feels a little cold out here, am I right? You know what? All right. Thank you. Ryan J. Ebelt is here, ladies and gentlemen, the house artist. Hey, check it out. A car hit him last week. And so go buy some goddamn prints off of his website, all the Kill Tony prints at RyanJEbelt.com. A car hit you? No, a car hit his car. Oh. I was going to say an Asian ran into him. I was going to really nail it on the head because that's actually what happened. Really? Yeah. So stupid. Stereotypical, all right. Okay. Okay. And we got Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. You guys ready to, what do you say I bring back up the band? Everybody loves the band. I love them. You love them. We all love them. You already got a taste of them tonight. I'm going to bring them up right now. It's the great Reagan and Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Welcome back to the Emmys. Remember, you are your best band in a live podcast. Second to applause. And the winner is Reagan and Watkins.
We'd like to thank Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband for having us. Thank you so much.
Wow. There they are, always with a different topical intro. Little Emmy, little homage to the Emmys there. And closest thing I guess they could get was a golden turkey. A spray-painted golden turkey.
It's a golden cock, Tony.
Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, put your hands together for the band, ladies and gentlemen. They're here. We're ready to rock. How you guys feeling? Good? Excited?
Yeah, I'm great.
Me too. Let's just get into it, shall we? You guys ready? Ready for tonight's guests, huh? Woo! Anybody like guests? I like guests. I like it when a show has good guests. The show always has good guests. This week's no different. Put your hands together for two of the greats. It's Joe Rogan and Russell Peters. Holy shit!
And he can do with his money whatever he wants. He could be the controller.
Holy shit! Oh, snap! Hear the belly room crying. We're having so much fun down here. Rogan and Peters, Peters and Rogan. Hi guys, welcome back to the show.
We're so happy to be here. Thank you, Antonio.
I'm excited about this. You guys see the band's cool intro? How you guys feel about the band?
Good stuff. Outstanding.
Love it.
You hear that, guys? We're endorsed by Joe Rogan now. Before we go any further, was that Pete's weed?
Yeah.
Pete's a motherfucker.
Yeah, he is.
How about a round of applause for Pete, ladies and gentlemen?
He's the podcast.
For Pete, the criminal. Give it up. Pete, the Schedule I drug dealer. I feel like we all talk about on the internet.
Why don't I know about this?
It's the best spot in the world. It's effective.
It's debatable.
Well, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Works 100% of the time.
That's why I hate when people start bringing up California weed. I'm like, listen, man, it's 2016. All weed's retarded.
Yeah.
Like, all of it. What bad weed doesn't survive anymore. It's just different.
Bad weed fucks you up, too. That's the weird thing. Gives you a different buzz.
Like shitty tequila.
If you get, yeah, exactly.
Is that real, though? Because I've always heard that, like, the idea of, like, shitty wine and shitty beer, like, the hangover's different. I've heard that's bullshit. I've heard hangover is nothing but dehydration.
I get the reflux from the shitty stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's all very real because they make it cheaper.
That's sugar. It's like potatoes and shit or whatever. Can I just say I love your iPhone cover? Look at this. What do you got going on here? It's got a ring.
Yeah, you like that,
That's
right?
beautiful. I like it.
Let's get you a ring, Joey.
I like it.
Did you drop your phone a lot regularly and then you were
No, it's just easier. Look, I can fucking watch. Okay. So, let's go on to this spot. The guy is committed to bring a card. Brings in the double. What did he do? What's in the double? How many components are in the double? I can give us two. A noila and also a schlummer. When the guy brings Shamu Levi Kefavim, oilers. Over Abuna Shamu Levi Kefavim, automatically, if a guy brings a carbon, even if he says it's a schlummer, it's an oiler. What's the difference? You know, in a schlummer. Oiler, the card thing goes in his back. And a schlummer, you can't get the small part goes in his back, most of it you can't get the. Anybody say wrong? It's smart. It could be logic, it could be a puzzle. What's the smart? Anybody say smart? The logic is, I get something, even with the Shabbat. A guy, he has one intent. He's not interested in supporting the good habit. He wants to bring a gift to Hashem. So it's cool to Hashem. What he meant to say is an oiler. To me, this is fascinating when I read this. Like, I know people say, the guy brought it. No. The guy meant to bring an oiler. You gotta be Yashar. He didn't mean to bring a shlomo. He doesn't know. So he said shlomo. But we know that he meant that it's for Hashem. Don't try to eat a steak. No, just a guy. No, we're not going to go. Just last parsha of Vayikra, Chaim brings a crazy story, a very long story. I'm just going to cut it down. But basically, he had the opportunity to speak on the Shama. He says that his work was wonderful for everything. He says the guy was learning 4 hours a day. They, been tzaddik, did a lot of stuff. Wonderful. And one thing he didn't forgive him. And he came to him a couple times to ask him to forgive him to help him out. He said that he was a Rebbe, he was a malamed of a kid, that the kid's father was a big fear, and he signed articles on a deal between the father and the God, and they ripped off the God. Somehow, I think he was involved in ripping it off, and he doesn't have a mechila, he's not getting it apart. So he's stealing from a God. What's going on? It's really cool. All right, so he's ready to go. Turn it on. And our global experts across borders for escape payments. It's like scary. Cross border. Okay. You know, I want to show you these pictures real quickly. You know, just let me show you this. The garden. Really relevant. Just remember who are this. I'm very happy with that. He's a real talent. He's a pro. He's a Roman. Slumber. The This is the, how do you say it in English? What do you come to hotel? Reception. The God is cool as Shemai. Leave it Shemai. Yeah. It's interesting. There's a few things that I can tell you about. I got to run. We gotta finish in 5 minutes. But for Yair Kamenetsky, I'll just start from Yair Kamenetsky. But it says that why is it by God? It's cool Hashem. Hashem. Because God doesn't have a concept of enjoying brokenness. By all religions, the higher up they are, the closer they are to Hashem, so to speak, they have less and less cash. They don't marry. It's about we have a balance. We have a balance. We have a mitzvah to have Hana on Shabbos. Enjoying wine, dance, sing. We have enough. So, but the guy says, "Oh, I want to do something." It doesn't fathom that this idea of, "Oh, you're gonna have a good steak for it." It's not part of it. It's people that chef. That's his money. Okay. It's interesting. I once heard of Raya. You can debate it, but a Raya that the Torah was given by the historical because it says in the Torah that you should enjoy Shabbos, enjoy certain things, and it's human beings don't have that idea. Every religion in the world is the exact opposite. There's no enjoyment. Nowhere in any other religion they say enjoy this and that. The fact that it's written that she enjoyed is a right that a human being didn't write. Okay. Something about it. So that is the logic. Same with Quran. It also have a concept. Actually, people are showing oil. So the people are oil that she agreed with says Rashi is where we learn that's the concept that we learn that a guy brings a carbon. So you accept a carbon from a guy. So it says the next word, it's goes straight to the oil. But listen for it. Well, my friend, anything you bring, oil is that. Once you have I have a question. It's not the God is strong. It says, if a God said it's bringing in the God is bringing strong, the son of Israel used the Jew. Israel likes them. You can eat it. It's on the Torah. Oh, so you see, that's not an oil. It's a shlomo. You get to eat it. Oh, but Rabbi didn't understand shot. I'm not actually skyward in the shlomo. Not that he wanted to bring a shlomo. He wanted to benefit the Jew that has to bring a shlomo. So I'll pay for the Jew. But if the Jew is carbon, Israel like on our master says that's why he gets to eat it. I'm not actually skyward, right? From tradition and the it gets here, the guy said, I'll just take care of the bill, but it wasn't a guy's part of it. Also, excuse me, another question. Anyone who wants to share with Gehanim, it says, he's in an office, they eat pizza, and the leftover goes to Gehanim. One of them is good husband, right? That's, over and beyond, it says no foolish. The what? One of the 10, if you look over here, on the list, 10, 1 verse 6 is Nechaz God. And it says in the Mishnah, look at the top header, 812. The Shurei will gather. The guy gets to eat it. It's not Kulo Hashem. I don't know that. Or Rabbi Abulay Kasha, or Rabbi says, you're right. It's not right. Besides the ish, not only the ish. It says already ish. An adult, a man. Why say it twice? Ish. The rabbi says, so if they can have him, should not bring the daughter of the Israel. That a God can give a nether and a double instead of 100 times. So again, once in a double, it's Melashim Doi. Where do you have a beer and a soup? So, when the person says the double, it means only this animal. This animal dies, that's it. But the person says the nether, it's even if this animal dies, that's another one. That's a replacement. But the point is, it's a gift action. The guy can give a gift. Now, exactly which one? So we have enough like it says only an oil. So it says you can bring anything. So here we go. Yeah, it seems like only an oil. It says first in the pasuk oil.
Hey, this is Rabbi. Coming live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 4. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. It's me, everybody.
Now remember this word I take it out. I know you bring fragrances, you bring wood.
Holy shit! Hi guys, welcome. You guys are
All types of design.
favorite crazy Monday night or what?
Includes everything. If you're including that a guy can bring he can even bring wood. Of course, you bring islands. Why does the Torah say island? Why is it the only thing the Torah says? Island translates that a guy, and you want to see a second, he comes to exclude the zero. Zero means confusing. If I'm actually no, I disagree. A guy can only bring one carbon and he started off the top, half of the other, shall be able to top oils. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I'll ask you now, what's the difference if I learn that a guy, whatever you bring the shlama, you say it's an oil, from logic or from a puzzle? What's the difference if I learn from logic or a puzzle? Anybody for 10,000 points? Huh? It is better, but it is a difference. You're right, very good. It is a difference. I'll tell you the difference.
Come on, live audience. You can do better than that.
A carbon is automatically an oil. But if it's logic, what's the logic? Oh, you don't want to bring a shlom, you want to bring oil. Well, let's say he says,
That's the new though.
what's the difference? And I want a shlom. Then he can bring a shlom. If it's logic, then he can bring a shlom. If it's a puzzle, he can never bring a shlom.
Hundreds and hundreds on Ustream right now. That this is a real fucking live show with a real live audience. Anything can happen. I am super pumped. I had so much fun this week in San Francisco and Sacramento, and now I'm going to Australia and other fun places. Hi, Brian Randy.
So what do we do? We keep it going. Just pretend it's less than an hour. Sing a little bit. Yeah. Okay. The other tells me when I'm in America, then the shurim are glowing. That's what they call minimum shurim. You gotta check it out. Hi, I'm relaxed over here. It's Miami. Chill. Hi, traffic is serious. I'll tell you real quickly. First of all, if we're ready over now, then we'll tell you this story. But there's, I forgot what place this was. We went to a smaller place. Okay. I don't remember what place it was. Oh, he's gonna tell me. Ashdod. Thank you. Shkoya. So let's go back to Ashdod. But the reason why I'm showing this to you, it's actually a video. Let's see if I can get it on. No? I'm showing it to you because the oil should try to be machazik, the satellite locations. So here in Miami, try to be machazik. The guys come together every night. You're here. Oh, what? You don't have to go every day. Oh, once in a while. You're in the physics because it's schmuck when we're learning together. It's a different thing when people learn together, they laugh together, they learn together, they dive together afterwards. It's all different stories. Wherever you are, Hollywood. Otherwise, sir, Machazik Hollywood. Machazik all over. Anywhere we have satellite location, just go. Great. Next. Oh, so let's go. It looks like a. The place I just tell the island, the same guy with my son, my 50-year-old, really wanted to go driving me crazy. So I said, okay, today we'll get up early. Earlier than I do. Prepare earlier, give the Hebrew shears, then I'll have time to go. So I look up, and I saw a place here in Miami. I called him up. I said, yeah, it's better for you to reserve. Yeah, fine. So my son has a few guns. I have a license to carry also in Chicago. So I go to the place. Big sign on the front door, do not bring in your own weapons. That was a red flag right there. So I go in, put the things back in the car, go in. What is this? This is a machine gun place. It's called Lock and Load. Okay. How much does this cost? It's not a lot. It's $150 per dog, but you have to take at least 3 dogs. So now it's like $450 a person. Yeah. I share the dog. No. It's per person. $900.
There's people though where you could say like, all right, he's got a spark. There's or she.
I made the whole day around it. So you just do it. So he did it.
He's got a spark. There's a something there.
Oh yeah.
And then all it is just like how much time you gonna put into it, how much you gonna get better at it, how much you're gonna listen to your stuff and try to fix the problems, and
How honest can you be?
yeah, it's interesting. You see a guy like that, you're like, that's a funny guy. Just can he figure it out? You know?
You get to choose exactly what you want. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. It's a busy minute. Talking about this, so one of the dogs, he was supposed to stick with the support. This little guy. Yeah, anyway. It's automatic. It's not do the whole thing. No, they have the caliber 3 one, something similar. It's similar to that. Yeah. And no, it's smart. You can't share. It's not like you go in there and it's not like each guy shoot 10 bullets. No. Yeah. Then you can watch that, yes. School guys rather. You can go in there for free. And it's crazy gun for one. Okay, anyway. Next. Talk Gemara. That was worth saying in that morning. Where are we? Oh, yeah. So only over there by the Tasha. Oh, well, over there, Mama shop there. But I found the zeros, Mama after. Why are you telling me learn that the nose is the oil? Why is there the word oil? The nose can't, he doesn't come in on. But the toy can be a nose. But we learned it from a different place. We don't need the word oil. Mazel after. Available in many Yisrael. Shoes only. Alright, the left. Only if the Yisrael can be a nose. But it's all nose, you may know anything about nose. So you worry, Mazel, I mean, the first. Let's see, I think that one is only referring to the carbon. The toy cannot be the carbon from the nose. The zero is still alive. But he could be a nozer. I don't remember when I went to Vail. I don't remember when. It was before my daughter, I guess, moved to Utah. So I was in Vail, and I met a nozer over there. I asked him to take a picture. Look at this here. It goes all the way down. There's basically this the real nozer, we call it. Nazareth, is what we call it. So, yeah. He's a nozer. I can't even say that word now. Fine, those who don't know. I forgot to show that video next time. Okay. He wasn't having any conversation with his father. That one that I would just explain, because it's a little bit of it bothering me. Then I said, explain. If a guy can't be a nuzzer, so how can he bring a carbon? If we learn from one mother, he can't be a nuzzer, so how are they going to bring a carbon for another? The answer is maybe they'll bring a carbon nuzzer for another Jew. That also you can't do. Manazal is not. You just stop here, unfortunately. Yeah, let me stop over here. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day. We're only to my medrash. This isn't as small as this was the last minute deal, so we're only about 10 people. But Be'ezer Hashem, tomorrow in the main basement, a couple of emails before we start to share. This is from Penny Rap. I don't know if you've heard this one before. I wanted to tell you that your documentary share made by learning is easier to understand each city because of the fascinating diagrams and the videos. Every time I watch that documentary share on the app called All Doc, all you can tell us was recording almost every day for the past 3 years. Shlomo called the Lord, it's from Hashem, keep it quick, even top of the day. At Neves, Shana, Pool, Rap, Riverdale, they just moved to the 5 towns. Oh, I already said this. This is the power. Critical to be honest at gmail.com. Subject is a loud and Torah. You gotta be kidding. Really, I have so much to write in response, I yet will note the brief words. As the saying goes, gotta be kidding. We're talking, whatever the word is, Yosha. The Torah says it's a lav in the Torah, a derisive prohibition, and even a derabbanan. Don't tell everybody. So brief. There are so many places training including things in Saka the Grove. We hold that the things shaven with any shaver is not one or two, rather 5 lavin, and that happens every time one does so. Of course, not even contrasting with the civilians of the food. Very Telma is here, which is spoken of enormous significance in Zoya. Even in contrast to trimming or similar, whereby these lavins do not apply. Yeah, 5 lavin. May even see what Rabbi Aaron had to say on this despicable topic. See what the disciple of his holy son, Chaim, said of this Anoga of Keres, our Chazon Ish, etc., and of course many more. With that, wow, does the parents regard the side of his face? Does the book need to be booked in Mamish like it was? Not even reading a bit? And I'm not talking about, I don't know, maybe he's talking about this, not even a bit. Not even a bit. And I'm not talking about the Yeshiva Shalom, even the cool, get religious, etc. Which we found out what the whole idea of Balka is about what looks like a God. Fortunately, we so mocked that it should have that look. This email is more complicated than yesterday's stuff. But of course, add as the idea here should ultimately be the tactic. Well, we kind of stop around and simply intrude. Of course, include all Koy, greater, better yet, greatest compliment, to say the least, that you are, etc. So, my point was not to say, to tell people, oh, you're ignorant to the right side. My point was to say that people should understand where the should come from. I wanted to make an awareness that it starts from a plus in the Torah, and then you have the Tanakh and the Gemara, and you have the Shonim. Some say that it's a the right side, it's not a Zeh. Some say it's the Rabbanon, and there's some who are making. But I want there to be awareness because when I spoke to the people in the airport, I went around and I spoke to people that don't know that you're part of the faith. That's my point. I'm not judging anybody. I'm not saying you're being over the rights. I'm not saying you're over the rabbanon. I'm saying go what I told people to do is go and show and to ask people what is Yashem Hadam. What else did you ask anybody? No. Ask that. You gotta ask people, do you know of what Yashem Hadam? No, there's ways to know, but that's not the point. Don't follow. Just know that it's a possible in Torah, and that what just happened. Oh no, that's okay, fine. Next, for about 8 years now, I've been having privilege learning the Gurman and even touching shots. Here's how I teach to share, and since then I've become addicted to the atmosphere and the extreme convenience of learning. I don't miss a single share. You should constantly learn the share. I write to share my story because I believe it to be beneficial. As a child, I struggled with my learning. I couldn't understand Gemara. I didn't have the motivation or ability to sit and learn. Yeshiva, no one wanted to be with Producer. That's how I eventually got back. After a year of starting from the very first daf of some smartness. From that point until today, I've been learning this daf. It's really changed my life. I'm getting learning more and more. You know, this is, it's not about why it's changing his life. It's that Young in general changed his life because I don't think he would do what I'm going. I learned more and more today from Hashem. I learned to be that one day to stay that Young, as well as Mr. Guru Mishnayos. There's of interest, if it's of interest, I'm doing video, I'm doing some shots. I just wanted to see the schools of a yid. Listen to this. The schools of a yid who invested a phone call in me and convinced me to try that book. That guy convinced me. That's cool.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 4. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
It's me, everybody! Holy shit! Hi, guys. Welcome. You guys ready for a crazy Monday night or what? Come on, live audience. You can do better than that. Let them know the hundreds and hundreds on Ustream right now. This is a real fucking live show with a real live audience. Anything can happen. I am super pumped. I had so much fun this week in San Francisco and Sacramento, and now I'm going to Australia and other fun places. Hi, Brian Redband. Brian Redband's here.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Before I plug my dates, Brian Redband.
We got the LA Pod Fest this week.
Yeah, this Friday at 11.
Yep, and we are going to pick out a couple people from tonight to go join us.
Oh shit, the cat's out of the bag on that one. We have to build a little cast for Friday night because obviously we just can't have 50 comics lined up on the sidewalk there. So it's going to be a cast of Kill Tony.
Yes.
We already have the Cannon and did we get Steve Lee here tonight? Steve Lee from last week, guy with those weird hands. That'd be
Beautiful
great.
hands.
If somebody wants to tweet at Steve Lee, tell him that he's invited to the podcast. I didn't get a chance to do that. Welcome, everybody. That's right. Boston, October 8th. Buffalo after that. Sydney, Brisbane, and Melbourne, Australia to close out October 18th and 30th. That's where I'm going to be. So if you're listening to this podcast, the #1 live podcast in the world, that is. All right. This is a real quiet Monday so far. What happened? Did Reagan and Watkins not get the job done out here? Feels a little cold out here, am I right? You know what? All right. Thank you. Ryan J. Ebelt is here, ladies and gentlemen, the house artist. Hey, check it out. A car hit him last week, and so go buy some goddamn prints off of his website, all the Kill Tony prints at RyanJEbelt.com.
A car hit you?
No, a car hit his car.
Oh.
I was going to say an Asian ran into him. I was going to really nail it on the head because that's actually what happened. Yeah. So stupid. Stereotypical. All right. Okay. And we got Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. You guys ready to, what do you say I bring back up the band? Everybody loves the band. I love them. You love them. We all love them. You already got a taste of them tonight. I'm going to bring them up right now. It's the great Reagan and Watkins and Joel Jimenez.
We'd like to thank Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband for having us. Thank you so much.
Wow. There they are, always with a different topical intro. Little Emmy, little homage to the Emmys there. And the closest thing I guess they could get was a golden turkey. A spray-painted golden turkey.
It's a golden cock, Tony.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Fuck yeah. Put your hands together for the band, ladies and gentlemen. They're here. We're ready to rock. How you guys feeling? Good? Excited?
Yeah, agree.
Me too. Let's just get into it, shall we? You guys ready? Ready for tonight's guests, huh? Anybody like guests? I like guests. I like it when a show has good guests. The show always has good guests. This week's no different. Put your hands together for two of the greats. It's Joe Rogan and Russell Peters. What? Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, snap! You can hear the belly room crying. We're having so much fun down here. Rogan and Peters, Peters and Rogan. Hi guys, welcome back to the show.
We're so happy to be here. Thank you, Antonio.
I'm excited about this. You guys see the band's cool intro? How you guys feel about the band?
Good stuff. Outstanding.
Love it.
You hear that, guys? We're endorsed by Joe Rogan now. Before we go any further, was that Pete Tweed?
Yeah.
Pete's a motherfucker.
Yeah, he is.
How about a round of applause for Pete, ladies and gentlemen?
He's the black guy.
For Pete, the criminal. Give it up. Pete, the Schedule 1 drug dealer. So like we all talk about on the internet. Why don't I know about this?
It's the best spot in the world. It's effective.
It's debatable.
Well, whatever. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it works 100% of the time.
That's why I hate when people start bringing up California weed. I'm like, listen, man, it's 2016. All weed's retarded.
Yeah.
Like, all of it. Like, bad weed doesn't survive anymore. It's just different.
The bad weed fucks you up, too. That's the weird thing. Gives you a different buzz.
Like shitty tequila.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that real, though? Because I've always heard that, like, the idea of, like, shitty wine, like, the hangover is different. I've heard this bullshit. I've heard hangover is nothing but dehydration. I get the reflux from the shitty
You kept talking about ad nauseum we used to Drinking Bros podcast sphere. You were
Can I
like,
just say I love your iPhone cover?
show me the
It's
video.
going on here. It's beautiful.
It's
I
Mark
like
Brennan.
it.
It's
I
now
like it.
Did you drop your phone a lot regularly? You realize?
Just easy. Watch.
It's Mark Brennan. It's now your this I can watch So you kept talking about ad nauseum we used to Drinking Bros podcast sphere. You were like, Zach, show me the video.
Let's get into this crazy shit. You guys have both done the show a few times. You know how it works. Let's maybe sign up with a chance to do 60 seconds on this stage. Sometimes it's just a crazy person.
Drinking Bros podcast sphere.
Sometimes it's a big, amazing young rising comedian from around the world that's here for the first time. Sometimes it's some guy that's about to die. We've seen it all. We have seen it all. Comedians, you know how it works. When you reach your time limit of 60 seconds, you'll hear the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up then. Start the interview process, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There it is. Chasing a mouse. Very good. That's enough, Brian. You guys ready to start the fucking show or what? Let's do this. Wow, I like this. Very simple name. Looks like a new name. Give a warm welcome to Pete Dunne.
Pete Dunne.
Pete Dunne. Well, one and done.
Done and done. Pete Dunne. Oh, that's Josh.
Put your hands together. Put your hands together for Shalik Jenkins.
Kick in quick, or this is going to be a boring as fuck episode. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm prepared as shit.
I'm tired.
Who lived in New York City? He's nice. I like LA so far. Nice place to be. Your people are different. Saw this one guy that had a kale smoothie, walking with black hair, shoes.
Yeezys, they're $2,000. The black
Dude,
dude flipped
YouTube
out,
used to be so crazy,
and
and
the
now
black guy goes,
I got
calm
flagged
down,
for
brother.
multi-month
They're
for
good
just saying the
sneakers.
word terrorism.
But the trifecta shit you should never say to anything. First off, just calm down. Telling nigga to calm down is like trying to tell a football college player to stop raping girls. Like, they're still gonna do it.
YouTube used to be so crazy, now
And someone's still gonna get hurt in the end. Brother, I don't think any white person should say brother, but you're saying fuck yeah, your life's potential.
just watch my 14-year-old son just
And they're just sneakers. They're $2,000 sneakers. I feel like if you say calm down, brother, 3 times in the dark at night,
He's 14.
it's gonna be like a nigga quality of life.
Let's not get into that.
That's what I feel like.
Listen, it's Sunday.
Wow. Man, we did like 30 minutes of sound check today for what? What was that about? How do you explain that? This one.
You got some good feedback from that.
Woo!
And so it begins, guys.
Shalik, you are in it. Grab the mic, man. We're gonna talk to you for a bit. How's it going?
Going pretty good.
How old are you?
How old am I?
22.
Why did you repeat the question, Shalik?
That's what he would have to do if he was under 21.
Yeah.
That's for what it is. It's totally 22.
1 year over the drinking age.
Shalik, you going to school right now? Nah. You work? Nah. You don't work? You don't go to school? I'm I should say, coasting. You know, just living off unemployment.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
How often are you getting up?
3 times a night usually.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Where the fuck have you been going?
There's
no 3 times a night.
I'm from New York City, that's why. So I'm trying to do it here 2 times a night, you know. How long have you been in LA? A month now. Wow. Yeah. You liking it? I like it a lot. Yeah, nice weather. Nice
What part of New York?
Brooklyn.
BK all day?
Yeah, straight up.
Are you West Indian?
No.
You always talk about racial. I know, I do. I always want to know what people are. I mean, he's from Brooklyn. There's a solid chance he's Jamaican. You know what I mean?
Is that where you got the cool shirt with the zipper on the side? Non-functional zipper. Check this shit out. That is amazing. How do you know what mask to have that at? Like, how do you decide?
That's a good Thanksgiving dinner shirt.
It varies every day. That is a good thing. Time to let the sides up. Looks like I did it again.
Tony,
Yeah.
you know what he looks like to me? He looks like Steve Urkel mid-transition to Stefan. Like, he's almost super cool, but like, it's like the nerd is hanging on.
Shalik, tell us more about yourself. When you're not doing stand-up, what are like some hobbies or something? I do like sketches and YouTube shit and shit like that. You know, writing, script writing.
Do those Instagram videos and shit?
It's my brother, because now he wants this kind of different.
That bullshit. They're like, why would you put that?
It's like,
One thing you kept talking about ad nauseam, you did these drinking bros, podcasts too. You were like,
Russell. No. You just out Tony Hinchcliffe.
that means he said a great fucking joke.
Listen, folks, I am a cheeseburger and I'm surrounded by 2 puns.
YouTube used to be so crazy. Now I got flagged for just saying the word terrorism.
This makes perfect sense. I'm out here. I think I'll totally check them.
Hey, man, you're funny.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow, I appreciate it.
I can tell, like, you're a little uncomfortable, you know?
Yeah.
But everybody, you seem comfortable saying, yeah, the N-word.
Nigga?
Yeah. You seem a little... Here's the thing. Glad you brought that up. You're not friends, but I'm not going to say it to a bunch of people I don't know.
Yeah.
You
Don't do that, Brian.
Do you feel like yourself when you're on stage, or do you feel like you have, like, a little thing up?
Yeah. You know, I feel real comfortable up there. You know, I'm used to it. I feel good.
now you feel you look like more comfortable. Yeah. Hey, like your shoulders relax nice. Yeah. This is how you gotta get the whole time. Yeah, you can get like this the whole. You're a funny dude. You can tell. Thank you. You know, but it's a weird thing to talk to people. They're staring at you, and you have a microphone. It takes a long time to get used to just the weirdness of it. And then you got us fuckheads right behind you.
Or you know what I would do if I was you? I wanted to make it like tomorrow. I'd start telling everybody that I'm 7 years old. Just go out and say all the stuff that you say, just the way you say it.
I'm gonna start doing it.
You're gonna be like a fucking superstar in no time.
Do you remember there was a girl that did that? There was a girl that did that in New York. She said, Little Esther? No, but this was legitimate though. She was doing it, and it was in New York in the 90s, and then she got on the Arsenio Hall show as like the youngest comedian in the country. She was 15, and she was this really tiny girl, so you would buy it. And then the phone lines lit up. They're like, bitch, I went to high school with her. She's fucking 30. They're like, she's 30, pretending to be 15. She was fucking crazy. It's like, my parents raised me in the East Village. She just put on an act. It was like right at that moment where the internet kind of came in. So, like, people couldn't just bullshit anymore. It was like a very interesting realization.
He looks like what little JJ would have grown up to be.
What you should do is own it, though. If you're going to say you're 14, no matter what anybody says, fuck you.
Yeah.
You don't know me, bitch.
Right.
Never let it go. Even if they know you're lying, just
do what Obama did with his birth certificate. Just fucking like, you'll make a fake one later. It'll be perfect.
Word. Awesome.
All right. Nice to meet you, Jalik Jenkins. Welcome back to Are You As Funny as a 7th Grader?
Hey, man, isn't that interesting? Because we were just talking about that backstage. Like, there's people that where you could say, like, all right, he's got a spark. Or she's got a spark. There's something there.
Oh, yeah.
And all it is just like how much time you're going to put into it. How much you're going to get better at it. How much you're going to listen to your stuff and try to fix the problems. And
how honest can you be?
Yeah. It's interesting when you see a guy like that. You're like, that's a funny guy. Just can he figure it out?
Would have been better off in New York, though, because you get way more stage time over there.
I don't think so, man. Go to Frank Castillo's Instagram. That dude gets up 3 times a night, every night. He's doing comedy in bathrooms, people's porches and shit. They have shows everywhere. I'm not even fucking kidding. They have bars, bowling alleys. They have outside ones. Just set up speakers with fucking folding shitty white wedding chairs out there. No, these yards in LA.
Well, yeah.
Someone has one in their living room. There's a living room show in LA.
I heard that one already.
They get real comics together that fucking.
They did a taco stand a couple years ago.
What was her name?
I don't know.
I feel like I might get hurt between you two. I really do.
All right, I got your back, Joe.
It's just hurting. I pulled another name out of the bucket. 60 seconds going to Tommy McGuan.
All right, cool. I like to travel. That's the thing about me. Just got back from New York City recently. Anyone ever go to New York? Cool. All right. I had never been. It was my first time going, and I was like walking around Times Square and like jaywalking and like flipping off cars and stuff. And like I felt like a local. Like I felt like I belonged. But then I realized that no one from New York ever goes to Times Square. And I did something else that no one from New York ever does, and that's make eye contact with a homeless person. And it was terrifying. The guy was like, "Hey, my man!" And I was like, "Please stop! Why did you do that?" I was scared because I'm sure you guys can tell by looking at me, but I'm not a strong fighter. More likely to be seen in a sweater than in a fight. Nobody's ever said the words like, "Hey, let's fuck this guy up! Quick, someone go get Tommy!" It's usually like, "Hey, Tommy, we're gonna fuck this guy up. Could you save our seats?" Like, I did jujitsu for 2 years, and 2 years, and in 2 years I got promoted to yellow belt. All right, cool.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
And then what happened? What happened after you got the yellow belt? Then what happened after you got yellow belt?
I did like a tournament. And,
Yellow belt?
Yeah, yellow belt, yeah.
Was it a yellow belt tournament?
It was a weight range tournament. I was 12, and there was only one other person in my weight range, and they were purple. It was a girl. But, yeah.
How long have you been on stand-up?
About 2 years.
From New York?
No, I'm actually from Los Angeles, born and raised, but I was living up in Northern California for the past like 5 years, and I just moved back down.
You look like you were in a seminary. You look like a priest, like an Irish priest that left the seminary and started doing stand-up.
Yeah, that's my day job. No.
Tommy, what do you...
Got you, man.
Tommy, you're like 0 for 6 right now. Stick with me over here. What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for medical equipment service, so like MRIs and CT scanners.
You sell those?
Yeah, well, and service and everything.
The actual service or the machines?
Both. So we sell the machines.
How much is the machine going for?
I was thinking about getting this shit checked out at home on a
I just
regular.
got fucked up by a yellow belt, that's why.
I take some of that European
How much
tour
is
money.
an MRI machine cost?
Well, so we do third party, so we get like
these are fucking second hand ones.
yeah.
Dude, let's go in on one.
A good refurbished MRI machine?
I've never gone in on an MRI machine with a self-contained. It'd be fun.
From isolation tanks.
Let's see what happens when we turn it on and throw metal in the room, because I think it goes towards the magnet.
Come on, Tommy, sell us on it.
Right? God, Tommy, how many people died from that?
Yeah.
Metal in the room?
Yeah,
Turn the
that's
MRI on? Yeah, it goes through you like a bullet. Some kid died because they left a fire extinguisher in the room and it took it off the fucking wall. I might have made that up.
No, that's true.
You sold the shit out of it,
I
too.
do that. I'll do that. On occasion, I'll do that. But I always come clean.
How much is it for a secondhand used MRI machine?
Installed and everything.
If you had to sell us on it right now with your pitch, how would you sell us? We're really about to buy an MRI machine.
So we can get you one from 10 years ago that's really great quality from that time.
It's only had about 7 corpses in it.
Oh, no, but that's 500,000. We could get a brand new one from China for 300,000. So
But a brand new one.
yeah, but it's a newer model to the country. So it's just
Oh, I like your sneaky tactics. You come with the more expensive old piece of shit.
Yeah.
And say, listen, bro, I got a $300,000 one that's better. You can get it right now. And you're like, well, that's a simple. See, you set this price, and then we had it in our head, the 5, then you went down to the 3 for the metal model. You got excited. He sets you up for disappointment.
I just can't buy one.
Yeah. He's a master salesman.
Classic
Sets you up with
MRI.
500,000. You go, God, that's a lot of money. I mean, I don't even know if we can do it. The clinic's kind of hurting right now. And then he tells you he's 10 years old, and you start thinking, well, what the fuck? Why am I paying $500,000 for some piece of shit that's 10 years old?
Right.
And then he says, but they make them in China, they're 300. And you're like, I don't give a fuck about American jobs. Let's do this, dude.
Joe, did you write The Big Short?
Fucking greedy.
Is there a name brand to the MRI machines?
Yeah.
Like
That's what you were thinking, right? That's this.
like there's a Toshiba and then there's fucking Dave's House of MRI.
For Toshiba's, yeah.
Really?
Hitachi's like top of the line.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Japanese are killing the game.
They kill the game and everything.
Yeah.
When they get a hold of something, they fix it. You know, like what they did to automobiles. I mean, the automobiles were pieces of shit. The Japanese figured out a way to just not make them break.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, fuck, we gotta do that too? Like, people don't remember, in the 80s, cars just broke all the time. You drive down the street, 99.99% of the time, the car doesn't break anymore. Thank Japanese people. Get a fucking American car. Get an American car from the 60s and try to get to work every day. Good luck, bitch.
So, Tommy, you're basically going from doctor's office to doctor's office trying to sell MRI machines.
Yeah.
What do you ever walk in on anything crazy on the job, or is it pretty much as boring as it sounds? Like, did you ever accidentally walk into an exam room or something crazy, anything at all with the doctor?
It's pretty boring.
Accident.
No, I wish.
When you get like a sex thing,
Like I said,
I'm trying to
Russell
find
watches
anything.
porn on his phone.
you get like a nurse thing, like a nurse and a doctor that slip away, they do morphine together in a closet.
This guy's in doctor's offices all the time, probably being forgotten about in some room. Like, oh, the guy trying to sell you MRI machines is in exam room 6. So.
If you had to guess, how many doctors do morphine and like Cialis at the same time?
Oh man, we do third party, so probably like all of them. Like,
Everybody knows that
That's
first
the
party is
thing
the
with
best
doctors.
party. You go to the first party of the night, that's always fun. Then you go to the after party.
The thing about doctors is they like to do drugs because they know they work. Somebody has to try them, and they can get them. They have friends. If we were doctors, you tell me you wouldn't write me a prescription for some medical coke. Right, for whatever you want, or whatever anybody needed. We'd both be fucked up all the time if we were doctors. I have a doctor. Russell, I've diagnosed you, and you need heroin. Just be friends with your doctor, and he'll write whatever you want. Except the book. My doctor's my buddy. He'll write whatever I need. What do you need? Like, what are you talking about? What are we talking about? How deep do you go in the pharmaceutical drawer? Not heavy duty, just this for my reflux. Oh, yeah.
The old reflux.
Real fucking gangster shit.
Real street cred for that.
He needs Adderall for his reflex. Some protonics.
The cool way to call it would be acid flashbacks.
Yeah, acid reflux flashbacks. Brian, you've done Adderall, right?
Once.
Just once?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Doesn't it just make you focus?
You know, it also makes you have like coke effects, like you feel like you're having like drips and shit. I tried to do it while going on stage also, and it just threw my timing off the song.
Don't blame that.
Right.
Ruthless. But it seems like it's super popular right now.
Yeah, but I think the other stuff that the nurses take is way better.
What's the nurse stuff?
That doesn't give
Dr. Dick.
Provigil.
Oh, Provigil.
Dr. Dick. Oh, I've heard of
That's
that.
what Hillary Clinton's on.
Yeah, Provigil is like the same thing as Adderall, but without the coke effects.
It's illegal in the Olympics. Yeah, I've taken it all the time. I've taken it 5 times in the last 2 months. Yeah, a little prescription. When you're sleeping, you have to drive somewhere. What's interesting about it is it doesn't give you, it's on speed. Like your heart doesn't race, but it keeps you from getting tired. It's very interesting. They give it to fighter pilots. They give it to people with narcolepsy. They originally invented it as a performance-enhancing drug, but you can't sell anything as a performance-enhancing drug, so they had to have some sort of a disease that it was treating. So they said,
I know.
You don't fall asleep as well.
I know the stories of a couple people that started taking that. Their careers like skyrocketed.
It gives you a lot of energy, but I don't like to do it all the time. It gets me nervous because I like it.
Yeah.
I do know what to go get so much shit done. I'm focused. It's called Provigil, but I also feel like what are the side effects though? There's no side effects.
There really aren't.
Your dick grows.
I looked it up.
So just what happens with all of them. I took something. They gave me something for fucking.
That's
weight loss. For weight loss, and then it's supposed to make you focus and your brain work really well. But then my fucking prostate got enlarged. Hey, like I said, it makes your dick grow. No, it didn't. It's the wrong part. I had to piss and then nothing happened. But Tim Ferriss had a point about it. Like he actually decided not to put it in his book, The 4-Hour Body, because he was worried that with none of the negative side effects he could cite, that it would be almost irresponsible for people to just start taking it like crazy. Yeah. It's like, apparently like all the tech guys, like Silicon guys, they just live off that shit. They do it all the time.
Yeah. And here we are with Pete's Weed.
Pete's Weed.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite of Provigil.
No, I don't think it is. Yeah. I think they all work synergistically.
Tommy, tell us something else. What's the most interesting thing about you? Are you like a master skydiver or something like that? What are you into?
I went skydiving once. That was fun. It was pretty cool. But I used to rock climb a lot, like outdoors. And
that's where the rocks are.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you did it!
No, he climbed the actual rock. Tommy.
Hey, it was rock climbing. Where would you do that? Did you ever almost fall?
Yeah, a lot, yeah.
A lot? You're like, fuck, let's keep trying.
Because sometimes you do it without the ropes. It's called bouldering. And so you go up like 25 feet, and there's just a little pad. It's called a crash pad. And the people you're with are supposed to make sure you land on it. And so that was always pretty, like, terrifying.
Whoa. How many times did you fall off of that and land on the pad?
I don't know, a handful of times. It was enough.
I can't remember.
Yeah. Hit my head. No.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Tommy.
You still rock climb?
Not as much, no, because I felt too much. It started hurting a lot.
What's the tallest peak you ever climbed?
Well, with ropes, I did 100 feet outdoors. It wasn't a super challenging climb or anything, but it was up in Mammoth.
You ever do anything dangerous or scary? Like, you ever commit a crime, get arrested?
No, I haven't, no. I peed in a trash can once, but that was it, yeah.
All right, dude. Nice talking to you.
Eating a trash can.
Give up, motherfucker. Trying to make you interesting. Trying to make you a con man, a daredevil. You're a trash can.
I've eaten a trash can once. Most exciting highlight of your life.
I think selling us the cheaper MRI machine is the more daring thing.
Yeah, but that was a good move. The MRI thing was clutch. I like how you did that.
Well, Tommy, it's nice to meet you. We're going to keep moving on. Tommy McGuan, everybody. He's on Twitter at Tommy McGuan. How about that? Shalik Talks TV with Shalik Jenkins on Twitter. Fun. Tommy McGuan's first time on the show. All right, I pulled another name out. Joey Cruz. Ruby, Soho. Wow. Are people just scared because Rogan's up here?
I didn't do anything. I'm the nice one.
You're probably intimidating, though.
I'm the nice one.
How about
Russell Peters is mean.
How about Josh Gibson?
Snap at me.
Hey, Josh.
Good evening, everybody. I do not own a gun. I would never own a firearm, you guys. I am not allowed to. Any other felons in the room tonight? Felons? Raise your hands in the fun way. I was filling out tourist papers to go to Australia. Turns out if you have a felony, they don't just let you walk into Australia. Fucking hypocrites. These glasses are pretty new. The optometrist says that I am nearsighted, which means I have trouble seeing things that are far away. You know, like everyone does. Who are these assholes that can look infinitely into the distance? The beard's pretty new. I like having the beard and the glasses. Before I had the facial accessories, I kind of looked like I looked like the guy who would thank the prostitute. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah, Josh Gibson. See? That's what I'm talking about. This is not a guy who's just peed in a trash can. You understand? This is a guy that's peed in a trash can while there's been a burning body inside of it, you know?
How long have you been doing this?
Just a couple years.
Sorry. Funny, dude. Funny.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
you
Really good joke. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, what's your felony for?
I stole a bunch of money from somebody I didn't know. They left the car open, window down, trunk unlocked, everything. And it was
Trunk unlocked.
it was slightly popped and everything. I'm telling you. And so
How much money?
we didn't know until the police arrived.
So you waited around?
They were waiting for us. We'd been doing this for about 4 hours that night. And just going into cars that like, hey, lock all your cars, guys. Lock all your cars.
How old were you?
I was 19, young and dumb. I'm 33 now. Yeah.
You're right about Jesus' age to die.
That's right. I made it.
I believe he was also stealing money out of cars when he was 19, so you're right.
That's right. I was giving it to people far less deserving.
How long did you go away for?
I actually didn't go to jail. I'm white, so.
Wow. Nice.
He's got a solid point.
See, when you say things like that, it makes all the other like taunts about white privilege feel good.
It's totally true. It really is true. If I did not look like this, I'm certain I would still be in jail.
Well, where was this at?
Fairfax, Virginia, the second richest county in the country. If you guessed
Wow, have you ever had your car stolen out of here? These people are proud to be from this shithole.
Any girls missing sunglasses?
That's right. Yeah, good times.
Wow, Josh, so the car that you went to was a Sting, and they got you.
We had decided that the suburbs there was not enough cars, and that we would go to a townhouse neighborhood, and this was
together.
Yeah, closer together.
They're treating for you.
In effect, yeah. I mean, we got a bunch of power tools on us. Well, the police got a bunch of power tools. Anyway, so after a while, this guy had seen us. It was sometime in the early AM that he had seen us, and he called the cops, and they were waiting for us. We got back to the car. We had the bag that we had just taken from the car. We didn't know what was in it. We thought it was a laptop. The police opened it up. It was separate baggies full of different amounts of cash. Yeah. Nobody believes that money was legitimate, but it was not my money.
Were they like quarters from different eras?
Yeah. 1965 pennies. Yeah.
Wow.
Nickel.
So you got no time. How long have you been out of Virginia?
I left Virginia in 2006.
What do you do for work now?
I do title insurance. I research who's allowed to encumber property.
Isn't that ironic?
Yeah.
Did you feel bad when you got caught, or did you feel stupid?
I felt really stupid. I did not like. I mean, I liked that I didn't go to jail, but it wasn't like I didn't feel satisfied. But I felt so bad. I decided I joined the military because I felt so bad. It was one of these like I know that I still owe.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was just I'm back at zero after that, and then after the military, I was like, what's the most boring indoor air conditioned job that I can do? It's title insurance.
Are you trying to punish? You trying to punish yourself?
Not anymore. I feel like I'm even now. I'm good.
Did you take the job so that you could punish yourself, or did you actually want that job?
The title insurance job? I got that so I could keep doing comedy.
Okay.
I discovered comedy after the military. You get the GI Bill, and I discovered comedy while I was doing the GI Bill.
GI Bill? Is that G.I. Joe's brother?
Correct.
That's a fucking good one. You gotta admit, Joe. Come on. That's on the spot. You think I had a locked and loaded GI Bill jokes?
I can't.
Son of a bitch.
It's actually what my doctor sent me after I went for gastro.
GI
Oh, you're supposed to be, motherfucker. Oh my God.
We're just a couple of wild and crazy GIs. You know what I mean? All right.
But hey, man, you're really funny. Keep it up.
Thank you. I
Very
appreciate
good.
it.
Really
Thank
funny
you very
writing.
much.
Yeah, fun times. There you go. Josh Gibson. Let's keep it moving. At Josh Gibson jokes. Let's keep it moving before we talk to him too much and we're accessories to some crime or something like that. Some body. Virginia. This looks like another new name. How about Andrew Clement? Oh, shit. It's good intro music. Here he comes. This way, Andrew. Okay, well, there you go. Jesus. Here he comes. Super entrance. If you're listening to the podcast, a zip line just came down from the ceiling.
How we doing tonight, y'all? Good? Okay, while we're on the subject of crime, I'm a comedian. I've done this joke a couple times. It's the first time I've been able to speak openly with the crowd about it. So, is patriotic, yes or no? If you go to a restaurant, I'm not saying which kind, Vietnamese, Latino, etc., and you know for a fact that they are hiring illegal immigrants, but you as American citizens pay tax dollars for immigrants to not be in this country. So, if you, let's just say, once a week, have a lunch there, casually slip out the back door, is that not calling it even? Is that not patriotic? Are you not taking? No? I think different. I have empathy for my crowd, but I don't
You are one of the few people that's ever been heckled in a 60-second set. That is just ruthless. That bitch didn't give you any air. She's like, no. No.
How much shit do you have in your pockets?
What is in there? I know it's not a joke book.
Oh, Jesus, Tony.
What do you say?
Andrew, how's it going, man? Good. How many times have you done stand-up comedy before?
A lot.
Really? Oh, okie dokie. Really? Where at?
I've done this stage quite a bit. Main room, haha. I've done Carol
This is the main room.
in New Orleans. Where I'm from Louisiana, so I've done a couple spots over there. I've been doing it for like 4 or 5 years.
I thought your pants were so tight that they made your voice retarded. But
Do you always talk like that, Andrew? It is a little bit slow. Are you always this slow? You feeling okay? This you? I'm just making sure we're getting the right you here.
Yeah, this is me. I'm not used to taking on this many angles at the same time. I got
You said you bragged 35 seconds ago that you've done this stage before.
Yeah, but he means those people behind you.
Well, that's a fact. I'm not bragging.
Just ignore those two guys behind you. All right.
There's so many people up here behind him. That's not totally unnatural.
Yeah, for a comic after this, especially this many people behind
It's just weird. It's like
you guys are taking Andrew Clement's side on this? Really? All right.
No, obviously it can be done. We've seen people do it, but it's kind of a setup. It's a setup. It kind of fucks with you, right?
I want to meet you. I want to know more about you because I have no fucking idea what you were talking about in the 60 seconds at all. I never got any clear idea of what you were saying, but it seemed right that you were being heckled. Normally, I stop people when that happens.
It's a controversial subject for sure.
Let's figure out who you are. And in today's segment, who are you? You really want to know? Here we go. Andrew.
Shoot.
You're from Louisiana.
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Yes?
Jack of all trades, master at nothing.
So you're like an illegal immigrant.
Uber driver, yeah.
Oh, did you see that?
You're an Uber
People are
driver?
missing shit. There's too much noise going on here. That was good.
Thanks, Joe.
How long have you been driving Uber? Do you drive as slow as you talk?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Tony Hinchcliffe.
Depends on the passenger.
Are you the smart one in your neighborhood? Are you the smart one that, oh man, I gotta get the fuck away from y'all retards? Y'all retards is holding me back. Plus Mexicans.
How long?
Mexicans take the jobs that
I don't say it, but I'd like to think
I want to work in the kitchen too. Shit. It's a good kitchen. You ever look in there? It's clean.
Andrew, I'm going to ask you a question. I want to see how fast you can answer. Ready? First word that pops in your head. You ready? What's your least favorite race? What was that?
See, that's how those social justice warriors get you. You're supposed to say, I love all races equally, but they get you paranoid, and then you'll have a feel, and then you start saying crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like if you're walking home at 4 o'clock in the morning, is a giant white guy coming your way or a giant black guy coming your way? You can pick.
Doesn't matter to me.
Which one? Okay.
It's not getting shit out of my pockets, obviously.
Just long as it's not a gator.
Well, it'll take a while, but maybe that
Get
gets into
infection. That about that's just gonna cost catch up with you.
Yeah, if your prostate enlarges in those pants, you're fucked, sir.
Yeah, you should wear some kind of bacteriostatic underwear, like maybe wool or something like that.
How long have you been out of Louisiana?
Wool is very fine.
8 years.
8 years. You have like a crazy super white family with a farm and all that? Like, is it how I picture a little barn on a hill with some extra sheds and shit like that?
A lot of screaming.
What part of Louisiana are you from?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
Like
They
suburb?
have a good history with the black community lately.
They do?
Am I the only one watching the fucking news?
Apparently. What's going on in New York?
Oh, right, yes.
Andrew, what were you trying to say in your 60 seconds? You go to a restaurant, there's people working in the back or something. What were you saying? What's the gist of it?
So I got the joke idea came from when I was in college. I went to the University of Mississippi, and there's two Mexicans.
They are proud to have you there.
That just shot their fucking
They're so proud to
future
have you
attendance through the floor.
at that fine university.
We got to get a hold of this podcast. He got in. I didn't get in. He got in?
So there was Taco Tuesday, right? So there was Taco Tuesdays, right? And I brought a bunch of people to the taco place, and the taco place was, yeah. Anyway, nobody brought their wallets, nobody wanted to pay, so I suggested we just leave. And all the girls were like, oh my God, that's so hot, let's do it. So yeah, I did it. We got, it's
Wait a second. What?
Wait. I just want to say that there's some good things that grow in the South.
Wait,
Dirty, crazy Southern broads. I love it. Keep talking to me.
Wait, the
What
girls
are they wearing?
what were they wearing?
Cowboy boots with no shoes. Please say yes.
So, behind the dash, I went and got my car. They ran out the back. I picked them up. We scurried off, got drunk, fucked, etc., etc. But it was like they were turned on. It was like feeling from the people. The chicks loved it. But anyway, I felt bad.
Wait, the chicks loved what? I feel like you could just add that into any story. What are these chicks even doing in the story?
It seems like she liked it because you guys were robbing from particular kinds of people.
So it was nice.
Is that what you're saying?
It was daring. It was a good old fashioned racist crime. No, it wasn't like we put. It went to the nearest Mexican restaurant and ordered all the food, didn't pay for it.
You're like dipping your toe in the racist pool here.
And
well, it's a good thing I'm here, guys.
And that's why we have our racist super referee, Russell Peters.
I'm more concerned that there's Mexicans in Mississippi.
very true.
How the fuck did they get over there? Hustle. Those ones aren't illegal. Mexicans hustle. They're the ones that are trying to get into the center of America. It's like, let's stay close to here.
They were suspicious, so I didn't pay them.
They were suspicious, so you didn't pay them. Did you eat the food?
Yeah, but you tell me gas station and not pay either because they look like me, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, where do you draw the line on this?
Do you feel bad about it?
That's why I'm on stage talking about it, because I did feel bad about it. And I was like, man, that was wrong. I mean, that probably came up with somebody's paycheck. I wanted to justify it.
Yeah, man,
I don't like white people either.
I was in the moment.
You're the reason you don't like white people. Oh my God, you're right. Tony is one of those Tony Robbins
It
things
was
where
this,
you
so
get to
both
love
guys
yourself.
with the dip in, so,
Tony?
Yes, Jeremiah.
Did Theo Vaughn get Down syndrome? Not cool.
that's my boy.
Oh, shit.
Do you have any like family members who lynched people?
Do you know? Brian, stop that. Any song or sound but that. Find a new one.
Any lynchers in the family?
All right. Now there's no control. Answer the question. I do want to know that. God, I love this show.
I just like that there's these Southern girls who found it attractive to like leave the restaurant. Like, if you Diamond Ditches Taco Tuesday, I'll suck your dick in the parking lot. Because that is hot right there. But she'll leave before he comes, because it's their MO.
So, Andrew, you've been out of there for how long again?
Out of where?
Louisiana.
You've been here how long?
How long have you been in LA?
He's back in that fucking
I've been in
restaurant.
LA 8 years.
The good old days of robbing Mexicans.
Hey, he's an Uber driver. We may have Taxi Driver 2, a sequel to Taxi Driver.
What's your least favorite type of people to pick up in your Uber? Andrew, what's your least favorite type of customer in your Uber? What kind of car do you have, first of all, before you answer that?
Wait, what?
What kind of car are you driving for the Uber?
Mercedes.
Fuck yeah, you know why?
Which one?
Because the chicks love it.
It's a street Jeep. Chicks love it. It's the GLK 350.
Oh, so you're not Uber X, you're like Uber Request.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's the more expensive Uber.
I feel like they get in the car.
Giant man.
Yeah, Travis Hickle.
The whole thing Obama down to
What was that?
It was a low blow, right? It was a low blow.
Andrew, you do seem like you've been concussed at some point in your life, though. You do know that. You have to be aware that you have some kind of delivery. People are like, oh, you're like smooth or something like that, but it's really like, you're like on like a 1.5 second delay a little bit. You know it, right? It's part of your swagger.
It's like a telecast from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
That's right.
Let's
Let's just say he's a war correspondent. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's just say I try to use it to my advantage, you know? With the ladies. Are you sober? Yes, I am. Oh, Joe Rogan with a 10-star question. Yeah. That last night that you partied, what happened? I'd imagine there had to be some dead bodies or something. Yeah, it was a big car collision, and I just walked home, went to sleep. Shook it off. You don't remember the part where you don't remember when you fell and hit your head that night?
Well, I also fisted a gator that night.
I mean, I don't listen to myself talk, so I can't really.
Neither are we.
Andrew, tell us one more fun fact or something interesting about you that you think that makes you interesting.
Well, y'all all love this one, I guess, to add on to your.
This one time I went into a restaurant.
I'll tell you what, one time my pillowcase went missing. Grandpa
You're all gonna love this. I have a movie on Netflix called The Co-Ed, The Zombie Stoner. I'm the zombie stoner. To spoil it. Netflix it. It's got 1 star. I'm very proud of it.
In Hustler ratings, that's not erect at all. That's
What's your Uber star? What's your Uber star?
Hustler ratings? I'm like, whoever's Hustler rating. 487, something like that.
4.7? Where do you think you went wrong? If there's one thing in your Uber that you might think you're a little bit weird about, like you always go your own direction or something like that?
use Waze when you're driving them.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Did you walk away from a collision while driving Uber?
No. Isn't that funny? It's a goober driving Uber. It's
a goober.
Oh, you son of a bitch! That was not bad. It's just two people talking. Human fist, football helmets, all kind of shit.
Wait, you just told us all the things you've been knocked out by? You should fight the last guy who has a yellow belt.
Have you been to see a neurologist? Don't go. Don't.
Keep it on. MRI machine.
Yeah.
Just listen. Keep on. Keep it on. Don't even look at it. Just keep walking. His MRI comes back when it just says, "Uh-oh."
Andrew, anything else? The next most interesting thing about you? Any answer there?
I don't get brain freeze. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen,
amazing close. Andrew Clements, everybody. There he goes.
Excellent dismount, sir. Excellent dismount.
Congrats on your temporal lobe.
Did brain freeze.
He pulled out of that.
Wow. He can't get brain freeze.
That's a very good dismount.
Easily one of my all-time favorite answers to the question, next most interesting thing about you.
Like he's got awareness, right? It's almost like he knows he's got water in his ears. Like, I know something's off. The chicks think it's cool.
You can't get brain freeze. Unbelievable.
He knows. He's like he's trapped. It's like they say about people that are in a stroke, they're like in a catatonic state, they're looking at you like, motherfucker, I'm right here, I just can't do anything about it.
I mean, everything about him said that his brain was slightly detached from the stem. And then he closes with, oh yeah, I can't get brain freeze. He's the only guy in the room that could beat us all in a milkshake drinking contest. How does that make you feel? I don't like losing. I like winning every little contest that I take part in. And that would upset me.
His fun party trick is getting a Slurpee machine, just resting his head.
Watch his belly rise.
This is blue.
Like Homer Simpson in front of a gang.
That's what I pictured too.
I think it's a chemical thing for sure. They should go to wherever he was raised and dig up that dirt. They fucked those people down there. Down the south, they just dump shit and study people.
He's a grown-up seeker.
Go to Infowars.com, ladies and gentlemen. Infowars.com. Barely get through
talking. I think it's weed.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, so he gets 60 seconds. Bradless Philostite.
Slavery has never been cool. Except for right now, because there's some dope-ass slavery movies coming out. You can be uncomfortable, so I'm going to finish this joke. Slavery movies are just becoming just as good as Holocaust movies. But I'm sick and tired of seeing, the sad slavery. I want to see a new type of slavery movie. I want to see, a slave rom-com. Can you imagine a trailer for a slave rom-com? Have you ever fell in love at the wrong time? Historically, you ever done that shit? What would you title a slave rom-com? What would you title it? Sleepless in Mississippi? 10 Things I Hate About Cotton? When Harriet Met Tubman? I don't even know what you're
Bradless Philostite. Anyway, that was great. How do you say your name?
Bradless Philostite.
Bradless Philostite. Philostite. Gotcha.
How long have you been doing comedy, man? How long have you been doing it? 3 years.
That was really good joke writing, man. The way you set it up, the way you entered into it, knowing you have a 60-second set. Funny shit. It's so true. It is.
Almost dying in the beginning.
It's funny, dude. You're funny.
Where are you from?
Miami.
How long have you been in LA?
Almost a year.
What do you do for work?
Work at a hotel.
What hotel?
Casa del Mar. I should have said fucking. Oh, God damn it.
What kind of hotel is it?
Holiday Inn. One dude that you work with gonna rat you out.
He'll we can fix it if you want to talk about it. What kind of hotel? Is it sort of a shitty hotel?
No, it's like a fancy hotel, like Oprah goes there.
Oh, cool.
I shouldn't fucking say Oprah.
Damn it. Now you're fucked.
I think I realized something. I can pretty much just ask you anything.
I'm an open book right now, just saying.
What's the room number and the safe combination to the hotel?
7240. Bradless is about to be jobless. I'm good.
You ever get to see anybody cool other than Oprah there?
Well, not somebody cool, but the other day I saw Tupac's brother. One Pac.
You son of a bitch. That's me and Tony on the road for days at a time. Motherfucker.
And I kept on calling him. He kept on giving me his real name, but I just kept on calling him Tupac's brother. You're Tupac's brother, and he just would never tip.
To his face?
Yeah, to his face. Yeah.
Wow.
I should be fired from that job, man.
Jeez.
Well, you can do it. Just quit. Fuck it. If you care about your job and you're a comedian, you fucked up. You're supposed to have a disposable job. Otherwise, you'll keep it.
Yeah.
You don't want to keep your job.
You don't want a safety net.
You can't.
What does Tupac's brother do?
I think it's just I think it's just Tupac's brother.
How'd you work?
Goes to carnivals and shit.
There was like a white.
So good. Look at it, it's Tupac's brother. 2 tickets? 2 tickets. Fuck, I don't know if I want to take a picture.
He still makes less than the hologram.
Oh shit. The hologram is doing Coachella.
That's got me fucked up. Tupac's brother at that carnival. Can't get a free ticket.
What else do you remember about hanging with Tupac's brother? Anything else you want to do?
The West Side, motherfucker.
Gold chains from the 90s and shit. That's when Tupac died. Money right now. These are leftover fucking chains.
Maybe they're his brother's chains out of respect. Think of that.
What shift do you work in?
His fucking brother died.
2 chains was there.
2 chains. 1 chain. Off the chains, motherfucker.
2 chains.
You have 4 chains and Corey's own 2 chains. That's just fucked up.
He's a good tipper. That's bad math.
2 chains a good tipper, but Tupac's brother just wasn't buying.
Yeah, Tupac was that. Yeah.
Well, they both had 2.
So, what are you working at the hotel?
I said it. Dorman Bellman.
You work late night sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes it sucks. Dude, let's just tank this job for you right now. Tell those people to go fuck themselves. Okay, here, let me see. It's too funny to be doing this shit, man. You need to get an Uber driver with that last guy. Start driving people around. That's it.
I think we know what kind of people he doesn't like this job.
You can pick up the slack. I just got health insurance, so it's like... Oh, see, that's how they get you, man. They get with that fucking 401k bullshit. Next thing you know, you're doing that forever.
Next thing you know, you're the funniest bellman in LA.
Dude, you absolutely can be a professional stand-up comedian, 100%. I think the audience probably agrees, right? Yeah. You just gotta do it, man. Just do it, for sure. It's not easy. Your spot is like the hardest spot. We've got talent, and then you have to figure out how to ditch the job. It's the hardest spot. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to just cast away the net and take a chance. So you gotta have like some disposable job, right? You know, like a lot of people. Like, what'd you do when you were like struggling?
Just worked at shoe stores, sold fucking socks door to door, did whatever.
But you didn't give a fuck about any of those jobs. Yeah. I delivered newspapers.
I was a bellman before.
You delivered newspapers?
Yeah, every day.
He still has the hat. And the tips were shit.
Thank you. Did it again, Jeremiah.
I'm too scared on tonight. The retard joke, paperboy hat. He's scared.
That's my career in a nutshell.
The retard joke, the paperboy hat. Did you live?
Joe Rogan, LA Times. Can I get a quote?
I enjoy mongoloid material. I like when they pick on the disenfranchised and the people who have disabilities. I always enjoy that because I don't have disabilities, so I can laugh.
Bradless, that was awesome, man.
Thank you so much, man.
Great
Quit your
stuff.
job, brother. Seriously. Quit your fucking job.
Bradless, if you're free Friday, come to the LA Podcast Festival with us, will you? Bradless, Velocity. Breaking news, Bradless.
Gee, you guys got some talent tonight.
Yeah.
Some fucking talent tonight.
We've had some killers lately. Let's get through our two regulars, and then we'll go to the bucket one last time and get out of here. How do you guys feel about that? We have two regulars every single week. They do a brand new 60 seconds every single week. That's sort of a tough thing to do. Very, very hard. And it's awesome. This, your first comedian, you know her, you love her. Here she is, Vanessa Johnson, everybody. With a new 60 seconds. Live on Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world. Vanessa Johnston.
Are you number one now?
Something to just say. Vanessa Johnson, everybody.
Yeah. This week, a homeless guy asked me out on a date. He walked up to me and said, "Hey girl, you got a quarter?" I was like, "No, sorry." He was like, "Oh, okay. You single?" I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Girl, you know I'm good with boxes. Imagine what I could do with your box. In my box." And he was actually kind of hot. So I was like, maybe, no. You know, eventually some girl is going to walk by him and go, "I can fix him. I'll give him a bath, teach him how to read, and then we'll get married and have babies." And whenever people ask her about him, she'll go, "Well, he's a rescue."
Nailed it. Vanessa Johnston. Another new minute. That's a good one.
Thank you. It's like it's awkward now.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, that is great beats and a fun misdirect. Curious as to how much of it, like, how...
It's true?
Yeah.
So yeah, this week I was doing a bar show at Van Nuys. Part of those years, the guy walked up to me, asked me if I had a quarter. I said no, and he was like, "Okay, are you single?" And then I wrote everything up.
Right. Sometimes that's all it takes. It's a fun little spark to get it all going. And the fun misdirect that I didn't see coming was you thinking that the homeless guy was hot for a second. Like, that part's funny to me. Was that part true? Was he semi-attractive? Sort of like,
Yeah.
Right.
I was like, he's confident, like.
Yeah, that does take super confidence to go from quarter to like want to go on a date.
He's like a man's man, you know. I don't know.
A broke man's man.
Hey, do you have a quarter? No? You want to go on a date? You buy? For sure, obviously, right? That's so funny. Where do you think you would have wanted to go? Where would you take a girl if you could
Day of the week was it?
It was Wednesday.
Well, who has specials on Wednesday?
Specials on a Wednesday?
I don't know.
I think there's a fucking day by day. All right, I'll fuck myself.
It's gotta be crazy being a homeless guy having the balls to ask a girl on a date, though. That is sort of an interesting thing that I've never really heard about that often.
It's interesting that confidence is that attractive, like even slightly, because guys don't really give a fuck if a girl's confident, as long as she's nice.
Sure, we do.
Like if she'll talk to you, you're like, oh, you'll talk to me, great. Like, women don't have to be aggressive towards men, so the idea of confidence.
Because now he wants this kind of deaf guy himself. But you're that new though. Look, the one thing you kept talking about ad nauseum we used the Drinking Bros podcast studio. You were like, the deaf. Which means I'm mixed up. It's still out. YouTube used to be so crazy. Now I got flagged for one-time-one for just saying the word terrorism. All this like this show for Graham is your hands and two girls on top. Like sometimes you just gotta say fuck it. Yeah.
Being a characteristic that you look for, it's interesting. Like that's like no guys ever say that about a girl. Like, yeah, man, she's really confident.
That's a nice way of saying she was ugly.
No, super duper confident that one. Like she thought she could hang out with me.
Like you might use that in a long-term descriptive. Like she's really smart, she's really confident, very interesting to talk to her. But you wouldn't just go with the confident thing right away. Like, oh, dude, you got a confident one? Fuck yeah. She'll probably know when you're fucking with her and just break up with you early. She's smart. She's not gonna take your bullshit. She's a confident one, right? It's weird. Whatever, I'm high. If
That was awesome.
people are on my wavelength or not, I'm done.
That's a very funny minute. Vanessa Johnston.
Yeah, thank you.
Did it again. Vanessa Johnston. How about this, Joe?
It's interesting what she said too about women wanting to fix men. That is another
Oh yeah, that was another great part of that.
It's very weird.
That does seem like the super fixer.
They want to refurbish us.
But super
Like
confident.
an MRI machine from 10 years ago.
Yeah,
I'm stuck on those.
you wouldn't necessarily need to get fixed up if you already had that much confidence.
I mean, you gotta take care of your confidence.
Yeah, but she would try to fix you, right? Like dress you better, do your hair better, and maybe like get you to just stop acting.
Just be a mother and a whore at the same time.
Whoa.
Jeez, Pat Reagan.
Somebody says you want to get out of your chest right now?
John.
You got super weird on this dude.
Sometimes he voices his opinion against the establishment. Whatever that means. I've heard like a scatter of those words before.
I want to see Pat's Tinder profile. Looking for a motherly figure and a whore.
Hey, that's true. I mean, that's what relationships have a lot of that element. So I was just saying something that was true.
Totally. We gotcha all the way. Even Snoop agrees via
Wait a minute.
live feed right now.
You can't just let that go.
You don't want to let it go?
There's something there, something in that.
I think it's not. Well, I have mother issues.
No shit.
Like what? What's the best road?
But girls want to take care of me and do stuff, and then I'm just like a freak. So
That's a big generalization. Girls want to take care of
girls that I hang out, girls that I spend, girls that I end up with,
right.
want to really like take
care of you, right?
Yeah,
Like breastfeed you.
Do you feel like that's
Everything in your diaper.
that's a pattern, a common pattern, the mother whore thing?
yeah.
Was your mother a whore?
No,
She's not?
no, I can't even.
You wouldn't know.
I can't even picture her having sex.
Is she good? Is she a hot mom?
No,
Are you just saying that because you don't want us to talk to her?
No.
Okay.
What do you want him to say? My mom's gross.
My mom's good. She got big tits, but you don't want those.
What's like the most nurturing thing you've ever had a girl that you've been hooking up with like do for you in a motherly way? First thing that pops in your head.
I mean, just make me food and give it to me in bed.
When you say give it to you,
Give it to you in bed. Do you mean the food or the dildo?
there you go. Pat Reagan.
And when you say food, like what kind of food? Like a bowl of cereal? Children's cereal?
Like kale and eggs.
Kale and eggs.
Wow.
Because she's a mother, she wants to make healthy stuff.
These are hipster chicks. They're just health conscious, Russell.
Joey, you want to hear something super cool? We have a regular. She's back, and she just turned 21. She was on the show for weeks, and then we found out that remember when they cracked down, and all of a sudden, a year or two or whenever ago, people under 21 weren't allowed on anymore. And then last weekend, she turned 21 again. Ready to do it every week. Here she is, Allie McCoskey, everybody.
Hi, thank you. I just got fired from my job. I worked at a movie theater, which sucks. I got fired. My managers, they called me into the office and they're like, hey, Allie, we're going to have to let you go. You're unprofessional. And I said, I didn't know that this was a profession. You guys have ears, so you can hear that I have like a very monotone voice. That's just how I talk. Makes having sex hard, because no guy wants to hear me be like, oh yeah, sweet, sure, chill. I had to start watching porn just so I could sound alive. So now when I'm having sex with a guy, I'll just be like, but I can't tell if I sound like a porn star or a race car. Just
Under-enlightening Allie McCoskey. That's fun.
I'm so nervous.
That's very funny.
Oh, okay.
You're really talented. That's very funny. Just turned 21.
Yeah.
I feel like I saw her before on one of the other shows.
You may have been on
Before the embargo. Yes.
She's only been back for 2 weeks.
Yeah, this is my second time back.
Now you're just freshly 21. How long have you been on stand-up?
2 years now.
Right, 2 years.
Is it hard to get in when you were 19 and 20?
No.
Wow. So
It's like this weird thing where like when you have boobs, you just go like, hey, I have boobs, let me in, and they're like, okay.
That's why when I started out, I always carried a pair of boobs in my backpack. They'd be like, what makes you think you're on? Hello.
They weren't my own boobs, I just carried someone else's.
Specifically said I get my boobs in a backpack.
Can I get banned?
I was really used to the podcast, so just looked over you. I was actually holding the boobs for a moment.
I want to get banned again at this point.
Did you really get fired?
I did get fired for being unprofessional.
I mean, what place I saw you at a movie theater.
I was on my phone all the time, and I didn't really care about the job.
excellent way to go. It's funny, like the last guy was trying to tell us, you're funny, that's the way to go. That means you are professional. Yeah, you're a professional. Yeah, fuck that job.
Yeah.
Fuck everybody who works there too, the whole time. So where it is.
Hollywood.
Well, I like it. You can see that now. Even in comedy, they're always very friendly. People are always nice. It's really around you. They're willing to get paid for scenes. It's really nice. I feel like it there.
There was a guy, a homeless guy, he would come in like so often, and the tickets there are like $20, and he would masturbate in the theater. And I just let him go because gotta take a break.
A little arc-light for the arc-light, you know what I'm saying?
What if they hit somebody's text on with that? How are you gonna know?
That's the way to do it. Jerk off in the arc-light. It's not paying $25 to go find a place to jerk off.
That's like a common thing. I used to work at a few movie theaters, and we had a guy that would always come in with a newspaper underneath his arm. He looked professional. He would just put the newspaper down and mask. We kicked him out of like 5 different theaters.
Why did you work in so many theaters?
That's a good question. Every theater I worked at, this guy would go and jerk off the newspaper.
It was Tyler Sheridan.
I sometimes see him in comedy clubs even now.
That's what Red Band means when he says he's on a theater tour.
So he has them going down to the basement.
Only patent newspaper? Man, that is fun.
This is so cool.
What movie was it? Like, was there a
Oh, the one that he had to get kicked out of because someone was sitting next to him was Hail Caesar.
Wow.
He just loves 50s Hollywood, I think.
Hey, you know what? He's about to shoot some Caesar dressing.
Oh, Rocky Dokie. How did this
That's just the note, ladies. If you are going to take care of him, he prefers a Caesar. Oh, shit.
Allie, we're really excited about having you back. We're excited. Another great minute. You're an absolute killer. Allie Rabbi, she is the future.
He is ready. Look out. She's coming. Here you're dropping. Right, man.
We're gonna go to the bucket one more time. You guys ready for this shit? Close out this motherfucker. Normally, for some fun historical reason, and I don't want to jinx it, I probably am. Normally, this is where the crazy person gets pulled out of for some reason. We once had a guy, what was that one guy's name? Ichabod. Holy shit. This guy was like a ghost of a ghost of a ghost. There we go. Imran Khan. Oh shit.
I hope Imran Khan never left a backpack in here.
Looks like this Khan is on us.
Absolutely.
So let's try it again. Alright. How about Anthony Amorello? This is unbelievable.
Who signs up and leaves?
I don't get it. 4 people.
Do you ever take those people out of rotation like they can't go back?
We used to. Which one? I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Joe Mazzarini.
There we go. Wow. All right. Fantastic. Just have a few things I'd like to say. Recycling is so arrogant. That's it. That's it. All right. This is going really well. If your company only has 5 employees, you cannot call yourself a CEO. That's another thing I'd like to say. Man, I want to thank Andrew for giving a good name to all us Uber drivers. I was going to go into a story about that, but I'm never going to hit it in under the 15 seconds I have left. Yeah. I want to apologize to all the other comics that actually wanted to come up here and...
There he goes, Joe Mazzarini. Nazzarini. Joe, have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
This is my 12th time.
Really?
Yeah.
I just want to say, recycling those jokes is arrogance.
The first thing that you said was, I have a few things that I want to say here tonight, and then you only said a couple things.
Yeah, two.
That's not a few, that's a couple. You would have to say, there's a couple things I want to say here tonight, and another thing I'm not going to have time for in the end.
Yeah.
That would actually have been really funny.
Yeah.
So your brain.
If I was going to be really funny, this would have gone a much different way.
You know what, Joe?
Recycling is arrogance.
I'm going to send you off, or we're going to get somebody else up here.
All right, thanks.
Get out of here, Joe.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
I think that apology has legs. It's good. That was good.
What does he think? What does he think a joke is?
All right, here we go. Pulling a name out of the bucket. How about Eddie Cisneros? This is the weirdest thing ever. Maybe we have to do something where...
You know, we'll really want to get on stage with just fake that they buy person.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't work.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's double.
Band or red band?
I pulled another name out. Here we go. Chris McCoy, everybody.
What's up, everyone? I don't touch kids, even though I kind of look like I do. I actually worked with kids diagnosed with autism for like 7 years, and I used to drink a lot of water, and I'd forget to pull up my zipper. So when I'd get up and I'd be like, "Hey, your kid's ready," they'd be crying and kicking and screaming, like, "What'd you do to my kid?" I'm like, "No, I didn't do that." And the worst would be when the kid would be kicking and screaming, and I'd notice that my zipper was down. I'd zip it up, and someone would walk by, and they'd be like, "Are we okay in here?" I'm like, "Yeah, no," and like, I didn't fuck your kid. I really, like, the rooms had like microphones and cameras, so like you can check, like. There was no blood in my dick at all while your kid was, so like. That's it.
There you go. Chris McCoy. This is a guy who definitely fucks kids. I mean, let's face it, 100%. It's really the only thing that's even on your mind. Is that a pager? Do you have a pager?
No, it's fine.
Gotcha.
Did you fly up?
I think so.
You sort of remind me of like a weirder Al Yankovic.
Okay. Or like you got held back at Hogwarts and he's still there.
We're like an AV guy who teaches autistic kids.
All right. Chris, what do you do for work?
I Uber.
It's just like everybody now. We're all just turning into one Uber robot.
How come nobody uses Lyft?
I only use Lyft now, Joe.
How come none of these comics are Lyft drivers? What's going on with that?
I had a buddy actually had his Lyft. He had a Lyft mustache. It's actually my buddy's one of my neighbors, and he had a Lyft mustache in his car, and a thief stole it.
Somebody lifted it? What is a Lyft mustache? That big mustache they used to have on the car before they made it a little one.
I ran into him today. He's like, "Dude, where you been? Blah, 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 you know, whatever." I've been out on the road continuously. He's like, "I haven't seen you forever." He's like, "Someone broke into my car." I'm like, "Oh, dude, I'm so sorry to hear that. What'd they take?" He's like, "My Lyft mustache." I'm like, "It's not that bad, right? Start a new life?" He didn't think it was funny. I think it's a sign. You should get your shit together. All right. Chris, you're just straight up Uber, though. Uber X?
Yeah.
Yeah.
True, it's got a fucking Prius.
What'd you do before Uber? What did a guy like you do? Bookstore, Barnes & Noble? Something like that?
No, I
book vibe.
I'm a child molester.
Something with books.
Do you ever feel like you were born in the wrong decade?
No.
Because you like fit right in like a Woodstocks documentary.
You can even go farther back. You're almost like Benjamin Franklin-esque a little bit, you know what I mean? You look like I can picture you flying a kite in the rain.
I see like early 70s.
Yeah.
He takes off a wig. He's Crispin Glover. Oh,
Pat Reagan letting it rip in the late innings here. Chris, so tell us more about you. You look sort of like you could both read and play electric guitar.
No, I play drums.
Whoa,
Shit.
That's a white guy trying to take a job from a Mexican.
No, I'm Mexican too. No, I'm Mexican.
Whoa! Mexican drummer! Mexican drummer! Mexican drummer!
Ladies and gentlemen. There it is. Are you ready for a Mexican drum off, Brian?
Get back there.
We have been known to have very fun segments happen spontaneously on the show. Live audience, to close up tonight's show, are you ready for the first ever Kill Tony Mexican drum off? Alright, now here's the deal. Joel Jimenez has home field advantage, right? Joel Jimenez.
Joel has the right to rebuttal, so he goes first, and then Joel will
Absolutely. So going first, here in the battle, the Mexican drum off. Chris McCoy, everybody. Here he goes.
Oh, dude, they didn't even shake hands.
I didn't expect this at all. I was almost out of here, and then this shit happens. Isn't it the worst? Isn't it your American duty to leave before the Mexicans start drumming? I mean,
This is one of the rare shows in America where you can tell a joke about fucking a baby and then they invite you to a drum off. It's so rare today. It's so rare today. Everyone's so sensitive.
I hope there's no blood in the drum stool.
All right, Chris, you want to hit this shit? You want to just take over? Do something crazy? What do you want to do?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Chris McCoy with his half of the drum off. I'm scared for whatever the fuck's about to happen because Joel Jimenez was just taking off clothes.
That wasn't my best.
Joel Jimenez! The Kill Tony drummer! Yeah! Chris McCoy, you can kiss your fat ass goodbye.
I think the kid did pretty good considering that he went
Fuck out of here! Holy fucking shit.
I think it's awesome.
I always say that we have more fun on Mondays than anybody else in the world. We do Mondays correctly. Chris, how do you feel about
My boy Joel Jimenez.
anything else, Chris? How do you feel about just getting your ass handed to you in front of a...
Oh, it wasn't my drum set.
I think you mean culo.
Wait a second.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wait a second.
That sounded
I think
like
Joel Jimenez might have to take off his underwear for this one.
You know how this happened there, right?
Also, Joe, your underwear's inside out, by the way. Yeah. Hayes does not eat ash.
Those are boxers. That's what I brought you for this. I want to let people know your brand.
Definitely inside out.
Now there's shit stains on it.
That is a fair point. I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right.
So do you feel like if it was your own drum set, you would have done better? Or do you feel like if you knew what the fuck he was going to do, all this craziness, taking his clothes off, that was kind of a dirty trick?
No.
Would you have taken your clothes off if you went and did
Do
that?
you want a rebuttal in your underwear?
Would you have just whipped your hog out and started slamming on the cymbals?
We could go Red Hot Chili Pepper style.
Motherfucker, I'll show you what's up.
Red Hot Chili Pepper
Shit.
style. Yes, Joe Bananas just told here. Sock of truth. With the sock of truth.
We just want to know how bad you want to make it, bro. This is like a...
Jesus. Yes, please trim the lights on this one.
I know that sock is coming loose when he starts slamming them feet up and down. There's never been a cock sock in the world that's very durable. The bond is just very precarious, always barely hanging on.
I haven't seen a pussy that hairy since '79.
He's one of the few men left that doesn't manscape. He's a fucking real man, ladies. Yeah. There's a lot of this going on in his house.
I've never seen a Mexican that doesn't take care of his bush. You know what I mean? It's a landscaping joke.
Hey, do you want to sit in that seat now?
No.
Don't be scared, man.
Chris McCoy, is there anything
It's the
else?
only one way you're going to win. You take your shirt off, you put it on top of there, you got to get fully naked, no sock, and then you win.
Suck his dick. Suck his dick. Suck his dick. Suck his dick.
Chris, it's the only way you can really save yourself.
Well, listen, man, you know, it's not a loss, it's a learning experience, but for sure, don't blame the drum set. This guy's naked behind you, man. Some shit got crazy.
If I had to choose,
I gotta accept that some shit got crazy. It wasn't just the drum set.
Chris,
Look
is
what
there
this
anything?
guy did. He got naked. He started beating the fuck out of the drums.
It's like flea and tick.
Chris, is there anything else that you want to tell us that you're good at when you're really just mediocre at it?
I play left-handed, so the setup is not.
Yeah.
But
His underwear was in reverse.
Joel Jimenez is on fire right now, by the way. Just playing along with everything.
I didn't know I was going to play drums, but I can hang off
you know you were
60-story building, clean the windows. I can do that.
You can what?
I can hang off a 60-story building and clean the windows.
You do that?
I used to in Hawaii for 2 years.
I used to do that also.
So you wired or harnessed anything?
You sit on a boson chair on a wood plank, and then you rig it to a rope, and you just go down.
Yeah, can you do that going down, hands up one more time?
Or you squeeze it.
You are the real one.
Chris,
Do you know anybody who picked up a point?
Yeah, they 5 stories, and they broke all their bones.
Oh,
But it wasn't their drum set, so.
5 stories. 5 stories?
Yeah.
What did they land on?
Their ass.
Bucket or for water, he landed on it, and I couldn't save him. Otherwise, he would have said. And he did heroin too.
he did heroin before
While he was
cleaning
home?
windows?
I think he was on heroin too.
You should know because you did it with him, right?
No, this was like years ago.
So
Before I worked there.
And that's where the term kick the bucket came from.
Oh, she's son of a bitch. Hawaii 5, no on that one.
Chris
What
McCoy.
about that naked guy behind you? Which is Beanie playing drums. Is that weird?
On his drum set? No.
He's like dominant. He's dominant behind you.
I would say that getting owned by a guy who just has his dick covered in a tube sock has to be a little off.
That's just fucking hair, really. It's
Just a suit jacket and a tube sock.
And it's like directly, like he's like projecting it towards you, the whole thing.
And when he first came out, he was actually holding it on while he was walking, and he hasn't touched it in quite a while, which leads me to believe that he got an erection when he owned you. And now the sock's just holding on itself.
That'd be way hard to deal with, right? If it was rock hard, just playing his ass off. You're like, I can't even get hard up by myself. This dude is up here beating on the drums hard as a rock. You're all aggressive about it. It's weird, right? It's weird. Very rarely does this happen to you in life. Where you don't know it's gonna happen, but you're on stage and there's a dude naked behind you beating the fuck out of the drums, and it's all about you.
While you're doing a squat, showing us how you go down.
Look at his piercing gaze. Look behind you. He hasn't taken his eyes off it, man. He's like a fucking jaguar. He's like one of those mountain lions looking at your house cat through the window.
And speaking of piercing gaze,
Look at him, man. He has to stop staring at you, dude. He's sizing you up. This is dark. This is dark.
You might not know, Joel Jimenez is actually a superhero who gets pedophiles off the streets by beating them in drum battles. So, Chris, it was nice to meet you. There he goes. Chris McCoy's first time on the show. A lot of new people tonight, a lot of new shows. Chris McCoy is on Twitter, Rednecks3000. Joe Rogan, we're going to Columbus and Philly next week. I'm really excited about that.
Yes, we are, Tony Hinchcliffe, and we'll be at the Pasadena Ice House this weekend. Yeah, shit sold out.
Yes, indeed. Russell Peters, you got anything coming up or anything
Russell
crazy?
Peters, new Netflix special October 7th.
October 7th. Jeremiah Watkins, Pat Reagan.
At Jeremiah Stand-Up on Twitter. The next stand-up on the spot is October 18th here at the Comedy Store.
I'd like to give an Emmy to Jeremiah Watkins for best drummer right now. Joel Jimenez.
Joel Jimenez.
Yeah,
That's the star of the night, ladies and gentlemen.
Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen.
Give it up for that bad motherfucker.
That's what Golden Cock.
Ryan sorry on Twitter.
He's mostly sorry on Twitter. Ryan J. Ebelt's drawing that took place during this show has all four of us on it. His car just got wrecked, so go buy some prints. You can buy the official Kill Tony poster, which is on the ground, live on the stage. That's it. We did it. Thank you so much, live audience.
You guys are an awesome crowd. So fun.
We made history. We love you. Good night. Thank you.
Just put it in the buffer without buying it. That's okay. It's possible. It's not so ever love him in a comma. You should take it from something that's attached to the ground. When lots of them have it after the fact. But find that young even Amar, you can take it from the ground. Mitzvah to love him in Allah. The mitzvah is to use moist part. It's mostly on the but as long as then it's asymptotic, so it's right. Does anybody remember that we learned in the Gemara that it's supposed to have moist toes? Does anybody remember? So I'll remind you this thing, once you see this, you'll remember. The word caramel is an intriguer to Rothschild. It's supposed to be soft, rock.
What's up, you slutty hoes? It's the West Side Pimp here. No one really knows for sure. Elu Bey, Elu Dibre, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Mazor we live by. Berkata Danai Elohim Melech Ha'olam Asher Ketshana B'mitzvah B'tzivanu Al Sefirat HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 36 days of the Omer, which is 5 weeks and 1 day. May the merciful one restore unto us the services of the Beit HaMikdash speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. Selah! Really? I don't fucking know. Who gives a shit? Really? Really? No. Really? Yeah. No one gives a fuck. Why? Just live your fucking life, dog. Why? I don't know. If you like doing shit, I guess. I I consider it playing life on hard mode. Alright, here we go. Did you get it? Oh yeah, dog, you're sick as fuck. Dude, we got 36 the big day. Really? Oh, so sick. Alright, how many days of this bitch? 132? How? Really? Fuck yeah, dog, I'm on it. Really? Like that fucking company? Yeah, on it. Go fuck yourself. Alright, are you done? When does the world start? 3760? Really? One, birth of the world, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. Really? No one knows. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3761, creation of the world, birth of 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 3366, 395, Mahalo, son of Kenan, was born. 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahalo, was born. Are you done? Dog, this bitch is 20th of ER 5786, Thursday, May 7th. Happy birthday to my friend Daniel Vincent Bradley. Really? Oh, kids. Sick. Really? Not cooler than I am. Never has been, never will be, baby. Really? Yeah, first day, first grade. Motherfucker didn't bring his lunch or something, which is surprising because his shit was usually taken care of, and I gave him vanilla pudding. Really? Yeah, and I didn't want to, and nobody else wanted to give him anything other. But then when I did, he had a fucking better lunch than everybody else. I was the first person. Really? Yeah, and we became best friends. Really? Oh, for sure. Dog. Really? Yeah. And I've got to say, shout out to him. We talked about going to university, and there was always a worry that we might not both graduate and or even get in. And he was like, I'll bring you in my luggage if I have to. I was like, oh, yeah, sweetest guy ever. Really? Yeah, did he? In his own way, yeah. Cool as fuck. Really? Cool. But, really? Yeah, dog sick as fuck. Really? Yeah, dog. Alright, is that the end of your story? No, dog. Are you sure? Dog. This shit. Alright. Day 12 of this bitch. Apparently. Anything else? Coffee and kabbalah and coffee. I think it was vanilla pudding, but we always said it was tapioca. Why? That was just like our code. Really? Yeah. Tapioca, like the shit from South America. Yeah, bitch, and that fucking matzo. This asshole.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history,
Look at this athleticism.
and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an
Oh yeah, there's like a global pandemic that's gonna happen, really? Maybe more people go online and then see my shit, bitch.
Complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tefillah for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the gardens of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, welcome back to more Shabbatites V excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatites V, and we're going to talk about how what was, at some level, a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually, how you would think that the death of Shabbatai and the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for Messiahs. Messiahs die all the time. Their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death. It's just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death, and how it thrived all the way probably at least into the 1880s, and maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey. Although we don't know what its status is in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world's Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nosson Gazati, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half of the world's Jews seem to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, Nathan Agaza, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly? Right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, it was underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and at some level Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah, for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple of things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else, I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp on Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. So he has a very strong grasp on the Zohar. But the developments in the Kodeveran system of Kabbalah, the developments in the world of Sfat, the world of Lurianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that Shabbatai Tzvi had a grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or have had education in the very complex world of Lurianic Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Nathan of Gaza, is he is hyper aware of the developments in Lurianic Kabbalah. And I mean hyper aware, he is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the most technical Kabbalistic texts written at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world, for instance, people like Israel Saru and Chaim Vital. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to the developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, what's the right word, augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing too. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas of Lurianic Kabbalah because he doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he's the Messiah because God chose him and because he has a relationship with God. That is to say, Shem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, hey, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows he's not supposed to do it. But he has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close. That he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I've been invited into the world of the Godhead, and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to you might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And in fact, one of the things that Shabbatai talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. He says, one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level by Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed, the reason we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. That he's okay with
the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what worries the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things, and that pisses them off too. But really, it's the syncretism that really gets him. And I think that's something that's coming forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship, we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai Tzvi was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershom Scholem, thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai Tzvi was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah, and that he was a mentally ill person that rode on the coattails of the great prophet Nathan of Gaza. That was the theory that really, if you read Scholem's work, that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship by Yehuda Leibs and other kinds of folks, Pavel Majenko, that we really now know that's not true. Because we have letters from Shabbatai Tzvi explaining why he thinks he's the Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah, as opposed to why Nathan of Gaza thinks it. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai Tzvi was, his theology, his ideas of his own messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you that the scholarship is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, because that's going to really tie us back to the Kabbalah in a big way. So what does Nathan of Gaza think? Why does Nathan of Gaza think that Shabbatai is the Messiah? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah. It has everything to do with Lurianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from the Lurianic theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called Tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the Tzimtzum, that left behind a void, what we call the Tehiru in Hebrew. And the Tehiru, right, when it was evacuated, according to the Lurianic Kabbalah, it left behind traces of the divine. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine, you ever poured out oil from a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over. You can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine light, the Rishimu coated or fragmented all over inside of the Tehiru, of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contained elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment is checked by other forces, that is evil. It's unbridled judgment, din. Well, those elements of din, of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the Tehiru, in terms of the void, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they sank to the bottom of that void. And as they sank to the bottom of that void, those elements became the sort of the abyss, the sort of demonic world at the bottom of that void of the gap that when God Tzimtzum. That area, by the way, is called the Golem, and Lurianic Kabbalah. It's called the Golem. It's the unformed world. It's just a chaos. It's a tohu bohu. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the bottom of the void. All right. So when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere that like plunges all the way in to the void, to the Tehiru, and the tip of that, and this is where Nathan of Gaza comes in. This is not Lurianic Kabbalah, this is Nathan of Gaza. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void, of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the sphere, the tip of the light going all the way out. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, it comes back up, and all of God's remaining judgment in Ein Sof floods into the void, the demonic abyss, the golem, and the soul of the Messiah is the only thing good left at the bottom of that chaotic, nightmarish abyss of evil. The soul of the Messiah is born, is deposited, according to Nathan of Gaza, at the very bottom of the abyss every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah is born there, is put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb out of this horrifying abyss of evil, that in the process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right through this horrific world of what it calls the Tanaim, the dragons. The text that describes this is called Rothschild, the treatise of dragons. As the Messiah's soul fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, repurify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon, right? If you want to think about this in terms of black hole, it's like a black hole, but eventually the soul of the Messiah can get to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still infused with evil. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized between really, really good, it's the soul of the Messiah, and really, really bad, right? The evil world of the Klipot, the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event horizon of evil, which you can't do with a black hole, but it crosses through, and it's still influenced with all this evil, but as soon as it climbs out of the world of Klipot, it has to find a body. And when it finds the body, the soul runs to find the body. Whose body did it find? It found the body, according to the of Gaza, of poor Shabbatai's feet. And folks, that explains Shabbatai's feet. That explains these, according to the of Gaza, these illuminations and these dark experiences, this manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he can be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th of Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that for Nathan of Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil. And for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of this evil, then everything will be wrong. He is embodying, according to Nathan of Gaza, he embodies this final titanic struggle of good and evil. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza formulated this idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatizes in 1666. Well, we have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentiles. He's plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world to undermine it, to destroy the Klipot. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right? We have another view, which again is actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was the Messiah. Shabbatai's view was that he was actually plunging himself into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as a redeemer. He wasn't going into Islam to destroy it. He thought there was positive things in Islam. He thought there was positive things in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that would be part of the grand redemption. Notice they're very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai is happening is something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatian movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And that's not surprising because if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really understood what Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates. The church ditto with the Shabbatian movement. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah, which we talked about last time, which is the idea of a political Messiah. This is a spiritualization, same thing that the Jesus movement did with Jesus, the Shabbatian movement does with Shabbatai, ditto with, Further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claims. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-messianic justifications for Shabbatai's messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic, quasi-Lurianic read. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria. This is Nathan of God, sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, it's riffing on Luria. And third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, mid-17th century, was an age of hyper-apocalypticism. I mean, folks who remember the 1990s, remember the 1990s and how apocalyptic that was. You have the Branch Davidians, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. We'll take that and turn it up to 50, and that gives you some sense of how crazily apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to give it a sense of that, I want to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here, just a chunk of a letter from Nathan of Gaza. I'll read it relatively briefly, just so you know kind of what the mood felt like. This is a letter of Nathan of Gaza to Raphael Joseph, who was a Shalevi of Cairo. He was a big wig dude in Cairo. In fact, he was the guy that had Cage Up that show. So I'm reading the translated lines of Nathan of Gaza. Quote, nowadays, we again face opposing forces. They are wholly ineffective, however, and injure no one but themselves, for the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, Nathan writes, you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai Tzvi has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, he has full power to do with this nation whatever he pleases, to justify or, shalom, condemn this. He may justify the most depraved sinner in existence, even someone like Jesus, or condemn anyone who doubts him, even he be the most pious person alive, to unspeakable torments. You must treat the following principle as absolutely certain. The Jewish people cannot attain to life other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose enacted in this generation, worthy to see the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outline of what Nathan of Gaza thinks is going to be roughly 100-year period in which all this is going to go down, and you get a sort of timeline about how this thing is going to go down, how Shabbatai is going to go, and all kinds of stuff. It's very, very bizarre. But at any rate, that gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts onto all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden, right? That was an idea that we found also in Shia and Islam, that he was occulted, then at some point very, very soon, he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they leaning on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's kind of Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian move, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, or the end of his life, where some Sufi ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of Shabbatai's theology, and those Sufi Islamic ideas began to form a kind of synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that, again, Shabbatai might be occluded, he's actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again these predictions that Shabbatai will appear on this year and this year and this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement immediately begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who's probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also through Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women in the movement really take up the reins. And again, is it surprising? No. Think about Jesus. The moment that Jesus died, who were the only people there at the grave? It was the women, right? We have the Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scatter. And so women, in a big way, hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's some really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now, you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved, as she went by both names. Actually, Aisha, or Yocheved, declared that her younger brother, Yaakov Corrido, was in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi. So, what we have, again, is the use of Lurianic Kabbalah, the idea of soul roots, and Gilgul HaNeshemot, the idea of reincarnation, being marshaled to show that there's a continuity of Shabbatai Tzvi's soul. He's not dead, he's just reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha Yocheved. And what ends up happening in this whole process is that there is some pressure being put on these quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in places around the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbatai Tzvi is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough. He was exiled all the way in what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam. And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably she's getting pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right? We get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in 1683, some years after Shabbatai has died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue we grew up in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. And over around a century, right, we have about that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what would end up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatai's death, the new faith of the Shabbatian movement would take effect. And basically, the new faith looks something like this. There is a Torah that is composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbatian movement. They do not have relationship with Jews, and they have outward relationships with Muslims, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't bury their dead with Muslims. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd, because obviously they're not Muslim, they're not Jews anymore, they're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own rights, and they only bury within their own rights. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has precedent in and some lodges in the Sufi movement use an idea called taqiyya, not taqiyya, and not taqiyya, not the Hebrew word taqiyya. This is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs if those Sufi beliefs get you physically in danger, they can endanger you. So what they're living is basically a dual life. They're living quietly as kind of Jews, but publicly they're living as Muslims. And they're still not quite Muslims, and they're still certainly not Jews. There's something else. And this something else is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, and there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatian movement that will occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of so-called incarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Brechia Russo, who is known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He'll die in 1720, which, by the way, is telling you how close we're getting to modernity, by the way, at this point. And he's declared to be one of the really important, he's declared to be the legitimate inheritor of the Shabbatian movement, the reincarnation of Shabbat Tzvi. So this is going to break the movement into two different groups. The smaller movement, which is the Yaqubi movement. The Yaqubi movement is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam in the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is that they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. Again, where is this movement developing? It's developing primarily in Salonika. It's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach the core of Central Europe in the Podolia region and Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all this. We'll get to that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kapansi movement. This is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory. They reject the idea that Osman Baba is in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there have been no reincarnations of Shabbatai Tzvi, only Shabbatai Tzvi Messiah, and this version, right, the Kapansi movement is the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know the Mevlevis, right? Those are the whirling dervishes. These are the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatian movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive in Turkey. That one will survive in Turkey. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by the early to the mid 18th century, these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatian movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as Dunme. Right? Dunme. Now, this word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves Dunme, but I would call them something like Conversos or Shabbatians, but the name Dunme is stuck. Now, you might be asking how many of these Dunme were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they had a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only married within their own families, which led to all kinds of problems. So they were probably, we guess, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 Dunme in the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the 20th century. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians living in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived on the outside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, that they weren't completely Muslims, and everyone kind of knew that they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own dead in their own graveyards. They married each other. They lived in the same part of Salonika and eventually Istanbul. They were their own thing. And everyone at some level knew this. Now, what's important about the Donme is that there are two things that really important that are known about them, is that they became very well educated and very, very wealthy.
This is often true for very tight group communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and actually quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of modernization. And as the Ottoman Empire began to come apart, the Donman formed, in some level, the core of the Young Turks. And the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led the modernization of Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. And in many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey would modernize. And in many ways, these Donman, which we now know the Donman, formed a pretty core, pretty significant element of the Young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. In fact, I think I said this right. I think this is on the slide. The first foreign ministry for the new government of Turkey would be a Karakashi Donman. So the first foreign minister, that's a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government, was Donman. So now the problem with this is that as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and, of course, Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things. And what ended up happening was that there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey. And that anti-Semitic backlash caught the Donmen. The Donmen were thought of as secret Jews. And the idea they were secret Jews was even more terrible because they were, conspiracy theories and stuff that fled through Turkey. And so many of the Donmen basically completely abandoned any Judaism, and many of them just completely ceased being Donmen and became completely secular. They became completely secular. But the question now these days, by the way, is: are there any Donmen in Turkey at all? And we don't know. We don't know. I think I mentioned this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians. I had a student in a class at College Shabbat speak. She came from a Donmen family. And she said that in Turkey, that she would ask other people, and they would say, "Yeah, I come from a family of Karkashi people, or I come from a family of Abbasi people, but I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have visited, whatever, a tomb of someone, but no, there are no practicing Donman left in Turkey." The problem with this, of course, is we don't know, because part of what the Donman do is they don't tell anyone they practice this. They practice this idea of takia, which means they don't make it public. They are, in fact, Shabbatians. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? Maybe. Probably not. They're probably extinct. But are there Donman families left in Turkey? Probably. Yeah, there are definitely Donman families left in Turkey. But are there any practicing Shabbatians in Turkey? The data seems to indicate no. It seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open for the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. So that gives us some idea that the Donman and some level of Shabbatianism continued to thrive and thrive all the way into at least the mid-20th century in Turkey, where it was kind of born. Now, as I mentioned, right, the Karakashi sect, the sect that holds that Osman Baba is the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi, again, to get some idea of where we are, we're around 1720. That sect, the Karakashi, were much more willing to mix Judaism and Islam, and remember, it was that sect that sent the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder, why in the world would anyone listen to this in Eastern Europe? Why would Jews hear these guys out? Shabbatai's dead. He's been dead for a generation. It was a huge disappointment. It was a disaster. This entire thing was a disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai is the Messiah, despite the fact that this entire disaster has happened? Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. It took a long time to get to Central Europe. And so unlike in the Ottoman Empire, where news traveled very fast, by the time news got to Central Europe, Poland, things were very slow. And frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, the early 16th century, or late 17th century, yeah, they're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Remember,
that the Judaism of the Ashkenaz, the Ashkenaz, have historically been very interested in supernatural, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very piecemeal in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very piecemeal, very fractured. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Tarakashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai Tzvi, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people. So this is very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism in this region was much, much more oriented at the level of practice than belief. What really mattered for these people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You could have a much more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You could believe all kinds of things about werewolves, vampires, and stuff, and it was okay as long as you practiced Judaism in a nominal way. And further, these communities were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during Shabbat, right before Shabbatai's life, he experienced a giant pogrom that killed 100,000 Jews probably, and this entire area was subject to constant problems with the local population, where there are constant pogroms. So there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more tenable. It's much more easy to convince poor, uneducated people who live a precarious existence of the existence of a Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. And again, that's true. We can see that playing itself out lots of times in history. When the Shabbatian movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Now, what's important to know about this is what ends up happening in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy in 1666 is that most people deconverted. They rejected his messiahship. What typically happens in the Jewish world? Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow the rules, we reject them. Well, what ends up happening is that typically the rabbis that were almost always the anti-Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or were the rabbis in local regions like Manasseh ben Israel, for instance, in Amsterdam. And Manasseh ben Israel, who was anti-Shabbatian the entire time, once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, Manasseh ben Israel was basically able to bring his flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam was really typical because Amsterdam was hotly Messianic, very Messianic, maybe one of the largest Messianic centers in the world. And then after the 1666 apostasy, people were really disappointed, and Manasseh ben Israel, the rabbi of the community there, was able to basically shepherd them through the disaster. What ends up happening, however, in Central Europe is that some of the rabbis that were converted and some of the rabbis infected or influenced by these missionaries, some of these learned rabbis continued to hold their faith in Shabbatai in private, while in public denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not holding on to them in public. We call these people crypto-Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is that as Kabbalistic ideas begin to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai, you can sort of imagine Shabbatai as the wave that reaches in, and that when Shabbatai brings, the Messiah claims of Shabbatai bring this wave into Central Europe, what gets left behind after he leaves, after he sort of washes out, his Messianic claims wash out, what gets left behind is the Kabbalah. So he brings in the Kabbalah, and then he comes out because he apostated or whatever, and what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so, as he leaves behind, as the movement leaves behind these Kabbalistic traces, the rabbis who are left behind with the belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah continue to believe in Shabbatianism as a Messianic movement, all the while still holding on to many of these Kabbalistic ideas, and it's the Kabbalistic ideas that still continue to convince them that he is in fact the Messiah, that maybe he is occulted, maybe he is actually just diving himself into the deep recesses of the Klipot, and that he will eventually redeem them somehow, right? This is all part of the plan. And what ends up happening is that very early Kabbalah in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbatian element. All of Kabbalah in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century is going to be tinged with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto-Shabbatian works, right? Chemdat Yamim, Shevet Musar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the Emden Iveshutz controversy. And the Emden Iveshutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Iveshutz, is declared to be a Shabbatian. He's declared to be a crypto-Shabbatian. And he denies it. He says, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not settled in their lifetime. Both Emden and Iveshutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that Emden's critique of Iveshutz was that he was not really a Shabbatian. Now we know he probably was. Probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was in fact a Shabbatian, crypto Shabbatian. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbatian and who wasn't at this time period. And this is not good. This would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period. And that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians and the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians and their condemners, is also going to try to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim and Misnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of the Misnagdim in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset, but the data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level, the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism, I don't think that's true, but the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rebbe, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary, a kind of quasi-Messiah, as sort of an intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes sort of engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbatian movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podolia region. The Baal Shem Tov is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbatian movement that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, Lorraine Kabbalah. There's an antinomian streak in Hasidism. Obviously, you can find that in Shabbatism as well. There's this stuff about Bagashmiut, the sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some of the Shabbatianism as well. Although typically the Hasidic movement is largely halakhically Jewish law-wise, very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not being found in the Misnag movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Chol that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It's not being found in Orthodox-style Judaism. That's an element that comes especially in Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like, it's very royal. The Rebbe is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the Rebbe's in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially from the Yemim, and in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as a extension of the Shabbat movement. And early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he really claims that under the hood of it all is Shabbatism, that they actually are Shabbatism. Now, I think that in general, does the Vilna Gaon overplay his cards? Maybe he does overplay his cards, but is he completely off base? I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon's not crazy, and he's not a fool. I think he's not just being political or saying political. I don't think he's just writing people off. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement, crypto Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism. But we'll get to Hasidism next time. Now, in Podolia, the region I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change and it continues to mutate, and it will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbatian family. He left Podolia to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with the Karakashi sect. In fact, Osman Baba was a witness at his wedding in 1752. Folks, we're in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moved back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what is called the Lascaux affair, where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was called the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, dancing around this naked woman who was thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there is an idea that gets attached to Frankism and Shabbatianism, which is called mitzvah ha'avera. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin. But this is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatianism. In fact, almost everybody totes this idea. I think it's misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of mitzvah ha'avera, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, any Shabbatian writing. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to plunge themselves into the klipot and redeem the klipot, in order to somehow redeem sin through, or redeem themselves through sin. There's just virtually no evidence that this is what they were practicing. Shabbatai Tzvi never makes that argument, neither does Nathan of Gaza. But this term, mitzvah ha'avera, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud, has to do with can you do mitzvah with a forbidden object? So the classic example is, can you wave a stolen lulav and esrog? And the rabbi saying no, right? You can't commit a mitzvah by breaking another mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous. And unfortunately, it's gotten promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage of the Rothschilds and all this stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. The more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. And this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of mitzvah ha'avera. But the truth of the matter is, they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would say that anyone who wants to believe in this, just show me in the Shabbatian literature where this idea is before. I don't know that it ever is. I can't find a single thing. What Frank does argue is that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah.
that the new Torah that he is inaugurating, is a replacement, right? So you have the Torah there, right, and he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah Absolute, the Torah of this world, and that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion that he calls Da'at, wisdom, knowledge. The Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea, he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world, and that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he calls a new religion called Das, or Das. Now, after we'll go through this relatively quickly. What ends up happening is that Frank and his followers are arrested, and they flee to Istanbul. They convert to Islam, like many Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time. And what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean your Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And then the other camp, the anti-Shabbatians, the anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, Jews accepted both, and the Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis. There's a 19 to 40 debate, and the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever. And the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening, again, history is always funny, the bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies, and a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, the sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank, on September 17th, 1759, basically sides with this bishop, and this bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff, and also the Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting to Catholicism. 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism on the 17th of September 1759. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think, just delusional with power, holds that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi and Osman Baba, he's going to in fact, to this day, it's not clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbat and who wasn't at this time period. And this would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period. And that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians and the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians and their condemners, is also going to try to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of the Mitnagdim in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset, but the data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism. I don't think that's true. But the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rebbe, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary, a kind of quasi-messiah, as they act as sort of a intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes thought of as engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbatian movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podolia region. The Baal Shem Tov is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbatian movement have that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, Lorraine Kabbalah. There's an antinomian stream in Hasidism, obviously we can find that in Shabbatianism as well. There's this stuff of Avodah Bagashmiut, the sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some of the Shabbatianism as well, although typically the Hasidic movement is largely halakhically Jewish law wise, very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not being found in the Misnag movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Chol Moed, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah, does not be found in more Litvak style Judaism. It's an element that comes especially in Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like, it's very royal. The Rebbe is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the Rebbes in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially Hamdat Yamin. And in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as a extension of the Shabbatian movement. Early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he really claims that under the hood of it all is Shabbatianism, that they actually are Shabbatians. Now, I think that in general, does the Vilna Gaon overplay his cards? Maybe he does overplay his cards, but is he completely off base? I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon is not crazy, and he's not a fool. I think he's not just being political or saying political. I don't think he's just writing some law. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement, the crypto-Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism. But we'll get to Hasidism next time. Now, in Podolia, the region I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change and continues to mutate, and it will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbatian family. He left Podolia to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with the Tarkashi sect. In fact, Osman Baba was a witness at his wedding in 1752. 1752, folks, we're in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moves back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what is called the Landscom affair, where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was called the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, dancing around this naked woman,
was thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there is an idea that gets attached to Frankism and Shabbatianism, which is called mitzvah haba'ah ba'era. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin. But this is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatianism. In fact, almost everybody who totes this idea, I think, is just misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of mitzvah haba'ah ba'era, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, any Shabbatian writing. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to wash themselves with the klipot and redeem the klipot, in order to somehow redeem sin through, or redeem themselves through sin. There's just virtually no evidence that this is what they were practicing. Shabbatai Tzvi never makes that argument, neither the Nation of Gaza. This term, mitzvah haba'ah ba'era, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud, has to do with can you do mitzvah with a forbidden object? So the classic example is, can you wave a stolen lulav and esrog? And the rabbis say no, right? You can't commit a mitzvah by breaking another mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and unfortunately it's gotten promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage of the Rothschilds and all this stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. The more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. And so this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of mitzvah haba'ah ba'era, but the truth of the matter is they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would say that the only ones to believe in this, just show me in the Shabbatian literature where this idea is before. I don't know that it ever is. I can't find a single thing. What Frank does argue is that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah he's inaugurating is a replacement, right? So you have the Torah Beriyah, right? And he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah of this world, and that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion that he calls wisdom, knowledge. The Das is how you say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world, and that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he called a new religion called Das. Now, after we'll go through this relatively quickly, what ends up happening is Frank and his followers are arrested, and they flee to Istanbul. They convert to Islam, like many Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time. And what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean here Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud, and that the other camp, the anti-Shabbatians, the anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, the Jews accepted both, and the Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the global Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis in the 1940 debate, and the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever. And the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening, again, history is always funny, the bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies, and a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, it gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host,
this sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense. He holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 17th, 1759, basically sides with this bishop, and this bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff, and also the Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting to Catholicism. 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism on the 17th of September 17th. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think, just delusional with power, holds that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, Frank
G.
the reincarnation of
I just stream my life on here. If you're looking for something entertaining,
like, plunge himself into the world of Catholicism. And after he converts, he lives a life of a Polish noble. He lives a life of a Polish noble. He's wearing fine clothes, doing all this stuff, but at the same time, he is also engaged in very heterodox behavior, and in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai engaging in very strange behavior. The local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around, perhaps in the way that the Turks were. In 1772, Russian forces invade Poland, and they release him. They actually release him from this monastery where he's being kept, and he kind of cozies up to members of the Holy Roman Empire. He gets comfortable with Joseph II. He meets Paul I, the future Tsar of Russia, and it's in that time period that he writes his principal Frankish Shabbatian work, a text called The Collection of the Words of the Lord, which is published in English now. What ends up happening is that he gets into kerfuffle with Joseph II, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. 1791, right? We're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far off from the terror. At that point, about 1791, his daughter, Ava, takes control of the movement. Again, it's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists, that is to say, Catholics living as crypto Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is that Ava Frank leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She actually claims that she's the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever, and there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like, the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement, and when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know that the movement's sort of limping on, although many people at that point had begun to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people through the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic, continue to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto-Judaism anymore. They're no longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. In fact, Ava Frank became sort of a cult of personality all of her own, and it became less about Shabbatai Tzvi and less about Frank and more about her and her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically by the 1880s have largely converted to basically just literal Catholicism, although some people deconvert. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism. So there's a bit of a split there. To evidence that split, You may know this family. It's a very Catholic family. That becomes a pretty Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm trying to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Boyla family, right? You probably know who that is. That's the family of John Paul II. That's the family of John Paul II. If there is good evidence, good reason to believe that former Pope John Paul II is a descendant of one of the converted Frankish families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he comes probably from one of these Frankish families. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, and a kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish-style Judaism, like the Young Turks, a very liberal, progressive form of Judaism, is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Louis Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Louis Brandeis died, when they were going through his effects, one of the things they found in his family inheritance was an image, a picture of Eva Frank. He came from a Frankish family, and he kept this heirloom. Now, does that mean that Louis Brandeis was a Frankist and that crypto Shabbatian, blah, 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 blah? He probably was a liberal Jew, just like the liberal Jews that you recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, he kept a picture of Eva Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was a practicing Shabbat in any form or fashion? Absolutely not. It's ridiculous any more than I think that John Paul II was practicing. Frankist, although what I want to point out here as I wrap up the night, Frankism, Shabbatianism had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married and all that, that's a response to the Frankist, to the Shabbatian movement. The internal reality of Judaism in Central Europe, the rise of Hasidism, is probably at some level a Frankist movement, or at least a Shabbatian, an expression of a kind of Shabbat. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement by Guinness is probably part of their anti-Shabbatian movement. And again, we have prominent families who emerged in the aftermath of the disaster of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, the rise of the Turkish Turkish national movement, and then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Brandeis, who ultimately emerged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, and are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. There are neo-Shabbatians. In fact, my channel, the Esoterica channel, I have a couple of folks who are neo-Shabbatians. I expressed the idea that Shabbatianism was a disaster to Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe. But I think if someone finds Shabbatai to be an interesting spiritual figure, all the better for them. But what I want to hammer home tonight, as I wrap up this lecture tonight, is that we cannot imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai Tzvi is the bridge, in many ways, of Judaism from the world of the medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that, at some level, has to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it, at some level, it is in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And there's no way that we can deny it, I don't think. And so, in many ways, if you want to understand modern Judaism, you have to understand it at some level as a response to the Shabbatian movement. And in that way, in a big way, Shabbatai Tzvi is still around. Because in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized to Islam and continued to be Jewish or something. So, to drive this point home and to put a fine point on it tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow Shabbat. And the more we learn about him, the more we understand him, the more we understand his movement, the movement that came after him, whether it is the fractures that in his death or the Frankish movement or what have you, the better we understand Jewish origins and modernity, whether it be the Haskalah, Hasidic movement, the Magnin, whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And I think it's quintessentially important to understand him, Nathan of Gaza, theology, the Kabbalah really is in many ways downstream of him. And so, Shabbatai Tzvi, a Messiah, in many ways, in a lot of ways, I think of Judaism in some ways, of pre-modern Judaism being bookmarked between two Messiahs. And that's Jesus of Nazareth and Shabbatai Tzvi. You can bookmark Judaism in some ways, medieval ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks. And then modernity is in the aftermath of the Shabbatai. So, whether you like him or not, whether you're embarrassed of him or not, whether you think he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't deny, that we have not, as a Jewish population, come into a real grasp of the impact that he made. And I think that we're worse off for that. I think the better we understand Shabbatai Tzvi and his messianic movement and its vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand Jewish modernity, the better we will understand Zionism, all of that. And if we don't do that, we do that at our welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden.
Meister Shady, in years 1, 2, 4, and 5. Dr. Green, Meister Shady. What's Meister Shady? Again. Say, Rachamon, Rachamon. Probably said 100 times for the real shots. When a person has produce, he gives 2% to the player. He gives 10% to the labor. And the labor gives 10% of what we just received to the client. And that's all Trumas Meisters. And in years 1, 2, 4, 5, he gives 10% himself, basically. He brings 10% of the rest of the produce of the clients in his life. Years 3, 6.
There's footwork.
What? That's what? Very good. If you take this combination of 3 different days and you eat it outside of your flying, the offer like the flying, you get malchus for eating outside. It's only a third of the designs, and a third of the size, and a third of the size. But these things are inspired the dough, the wheat, and the flour. We're talking about giving over to him. Oh, come on, Shulon. Of course, the Rashi says over to him. Whereas the others is accept to him. Rashi says accept to him even on a mashul. But what's the chiddush? He says Rabbi, not as simple as it is. Not that it gives over to him. But the chiddush over here is the two o'clock of doing the tzeichel. That the wheat and the flour are like dough. It's pure. It doesn't have any. How do you make dough? You don't make dough with the shaft, the peel, whatever you want to call it. It's pure. So you cannot. If you have the peel of the, what's the better word? No, the husk. If you have the husk, oh, that's a better word. If you have the husk, it's not with style. Rabbi's trying to say, in order to give over tuma, you need a full shear without the husk. For Tanya, it's like mini. It means like Altu your raya. The husk of meat is edible, and therefore, even the husk is inspired. So, what's the barley? That if it's the husk is not inspired to talk about. Aiding or add is one of your small. There's a Rashi, the famous puzzle that discusses texture difference like when you have a fruit, it can only become tame if you pour water or you want the water to touch it, then it becomes susceptible to tumah. There's a Rashi, that's not what we're talking about. The other big thing is real. It says before the apostle, like people Keep the klipa. So sorry, the klipa is about those klipa. It says Mefurish that the Sahara, the barley with its husk. That's how that says Malachos. The Kash. Malachos. Oh, the Nafkamina is if it's moist, then it's like if it's a shomer of the cream, it protects the cream, it protects the fruit, and therefore it's part of the fruit. If it's dry, it doesn't protect. And if it doesn't protect, it's not part of the fruit. Yes, you got it. Here, you did some sort of thing. Now, what's the way for all the emails? We get into trouble for the shit. Sexual violence to children, everybody. Alright, I just understood this way better. Now what? If the husk is dry, then it doesn't protect. If it doesn't protect, it's not part of it. That's my part of it. Okay? But if it's moist, then it protects, so it's part of it. Besides, the more we learned the right? So now how do we know that Chadash applies to the 5 range? Right? Skip. Oh, yeah.
This is really the fight of the kid. I gotta get rid of this. This is too much. Okay.
Especially as it's getting hot.
Yeah, my girl loves it, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm getting lean now, so I have structure.
You don't want to hide it.
Yeah. I think it makes my face fat.
Yeah, when you bulk, you want to do it big.
Yeah.
Everyone bulks like that.
You think so?
Let's do it, Chester.
Let's go.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it live.
Come on, do it live.
Evan, we'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
What's up, dude?
Are we in? Oh, we're in. By the way, I'm in a little bit of a good mood because I don't know if you guys know what Yamanaka factors are. Have you heard of this? Oh, glad. So they're shooting viruses in your eye. Now, why? Because it's the first time in clinical studies with not just rats, but primates, and now phase 1 with humans, that they are reversing aging of cells. So that literally they have animals that were blind, that had damage to cornea. No, but I'm saying they shoot it in there, and the cells kind of reset and start like new. So people have literally better eyes. What? Yeah. This feels like a conspiracy. No, I want to know about fries.
Hold on. You know what's the best thing about this? You think you're going to be alive by the time it comes
Hey, there's
to you.
phase 1.
Yeah. So in 10 years, Baba,
Two more fucking
that'd be fast.
phases.
That'd be
Not 10 years, yeah.
10, 15 years.
The point is, they're going to be able to do this with every cell in your body. They shoot a virus in it. It resets.
We're looking forward to it.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
No.
I'm not having like this. Fuck.
No.
Just shitty here and having to
I missed it.
just eyes hanging down like a fucking dog.
Original eyelids. No, but Yamanaka factory, they say, they're literally in a revolution.
It's just like,
I'm dying.
come here, Bubba.
I'm dying and they have it for my eyes. Good news is, bad news is you're dying. Good news is you can have good eyes and watch yourself die in the mirror.
You can see your family say goodbye.
Literally. It's the craziest shit though. Where it's the first time in history that they've been able to reverse
aging in itself. It's at the cellular level. Rab Yamanaka factors. It's like the biggest revolution going.
You know what's funny?
Nobel Prize.
Everyone all you guys who know me know that I'm willing to be a lab rat, but injecting a virus sounds like the beginning of what was that? Will Smith. I am legend.
Yamanaka factors. He won a Nobel Prize for this. A cocktail of transcription factors, whatever, that can reprogram specialized adult cells back into a youthful stem cell-like state known as induced whatever. Discovered in 2006 by Shinya Yamanaka. A technique enables in part the reversal of cellular aging and tissue regeneration.
So question. If you inject it, right, is it like getting bit by a vampire now? Like, you'll live longer but be stuck looking your age?
No, so they're going to be able to do this with every cell in your body.
No, I know.
Right?
But it's not going to be like, so do you like stop aging now?
Guys, when I'm 70, okay?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, is it just going to help you go back 5 years? It's not going to make you look 20.
So,
does it make you look younger, or are you just like, this is your body from now on?
Well, the idea would be that your body's always making new cells, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why with animals, primates, they were able to take practically blind mice and primates and give them eyesight, which is crazy.
Hey,
like they literally regenerated nerves, optic nerves.
Hey, I'm going to turn around.
Yeah.
And you better be aware.
It's crazy, though.
That's so funny.
The best. Look at this. Yeah. It's everybody talks about like the best. Look at this. It's camera one up. Before we go there. Yeah. It's everybody talks about like trying to
but you know what I'm saying? There's no plug in it. Is it like
I don't know.
Is it like how vampires work? Like once you get bit, like this is what you're stuck as forever?
I don't know.
Just like with that interview with the vampire, the little girl got turned a vampire when she's like 12. Yeah. And she's just 12, even though she's 400, she was 12. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know.
You still haven't watched Interview with the Vampire? I watched, not the show, the movie. The movie's phenomenal. The show's way better. You've seen the movie with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise and Kirsten Dunst.
I didn't get along with Tom Cruise. Brad Pitt was like, guys, all competitive. I mean, it was just unfortunate.
The series is so much better. Come on, it's super gay. It's the gayest thing ever. That's such a gay-looking show. Yeah, it's good. Did you watch True Blood too?
True Blood's gay.
Love True Blood. Oh, Interview with the Vampire is way gay. I mean, it's nuts to butts vampires. I look at you differently. Yeah, you should. It's good.
Brendan.
Were you a Gossip Girl guy too?
Yeah.
No. Is that vampires? No, it's just gay. Oh, no. If there's no vampires, that's gay.
You watch home remodeling shows and stuff like that?
No.
You watch fashion shows?
No, I'm not that gay.
Okay. You like fashion?
Also, I'm over all that's good. No. Dude, that's TV right now is me. What the fuck was that about? I did a quote today where he goes, I called McMahon and told him, give me his meat. He's talking about Strickland, but I think in his, like, he's thinking, like, devouring, like, give me that fresh meat. Yeah. But in America, it's pause, hashtag no daddy. You can't say to another guy, give me that meat. Give me that meat.
Do you think Morales beats,
Process?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a banger fight.
That's the fight.
Great fight.
You know, Morales was a judoka and wrestler before he was a striker.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Yeah, I think both his parents are Olympic judokas.
Dude, how about Prates? Remember when Connor's horse came back, they were going to offer Prates.
So bad idea.
That would have been so bad.
So bad.
Also, this lets you know how big the UFC is on Prates. Yeah. They'll let you know they're like, Prates has aura, smoking cigarettes and drinking beer after the fight. You're like, what the fuck? Like, this is the guy. Yeah. That's all they're trying to put him over.
I guess he was a Muay Thai guy for a long time, like 64 fights or some shit. Yeah.
You know who I want to see Prates fight? I want to see Prates, Ian Machado Gary, but Ian having a full fight camp.
Well, his Prates just not
that fun of a fight. You don't think so?
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't been gone?
Okay. You just finished that yeah, my stuff. Well, we were just talking about products. Because you smoke cigarettes, and I love. Oh no, you're talking about products. I was talking about how you're in a good mood over this stuff. Because it's the first time in. I know, but by the time it comes out, there's real. Well, we're in stage 1 trials with humans. Yeah, no, me and Nick are going to live to see stage 4 or 5. It's after stage 3, you're good. So it could come to market as early as 7 years.
Hey, you know what's never stopped me? Waiting till phase 3.
Right. By the way, if there's anything to not wait for, this might be it. That's nice.
Because Rothschild still in phase 3. It just finished phase 3.
Well, I'm thinking phase 1. Rothschild is coming any day now.
It's on.
I'm on it too. Why
everybody's on it?
It's one of the most common. But why are you guys on it?
Why for fat loss to get shredded?
Party. The summer's coming up.
Because I'm a dumb Guido who puts things in their body to look cool for summer for no reason.
Honestly, and all push aside, I'm taking phase 1.
What am I on?
Yeah.
Test. TRT. Yeah. Only 160 milligrams.
You know what test is now? It's like protein.
It really is. Everybody.
I don't know another guy not on test. Okay. What else?
I'm on Rothschild. SS31.
What is that?
It's for regenerating the cells, so it gives you actual energy. Yeah. So I got paid 2 hours of pickleball yesterday. My girl was done, and I was like still fucking moving around. It feels pretty good.
It's pickleball, right? Keep going.
Hey, I will wreck you in pickleball. Wreck you. I'm sure. Wreck you. And I wrecked Brian's tennis playing ass, and I'm nasty at pickleball now. Right? Yeah. And then I test some more when
I will toil with pickleball, and I mean, look at this. Or you guys can just touch dicks. Just touch dicks. I'll tell you what, me including the listeners, one thing we don't talk about is pickleball's old guy stuff now.
No, it's young kids.
It's so fun.
Also,
wait, so you're on, what is that other one? That's a peptide?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm thinking about adding Select and Simax, which is for the brain, because I'm retarded.
Yeah. Do you think it's gonna help though?
I don't know.
Select. But that's the summer stack.
Yeah.
And what else? You doing something? You got a little something else going? Equipoise, something like that?
No, I would never take EQ again.
What are you on?
So when I'm taking Anavar. I started Anavar. I started last week.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Now, how's your dick doing with all that stuff? Really?
Phenomenal. I could put a hurt. No, back in the day when I took Deca, that's when you have problems. Yeah, because your prolactin goes up. Your prolactin goes up, and you're like, I look sick, and I'm very fuckable, but I'm not able to fuck.
Yeah. Nor do you want to. Your sex drive, your wiener does not.
Because your prolactin goes up.
What is prolactin?
It's like female. It's like a female hormone. I know that's what you need to breastfeed. So yeah,
that's why guys start making
EQ. I can never do EQ again because you know how much I eat naturally.
Yes.
I eat on EQ. So I was taking test and EQ. It turns me into like a dying golden retriever the way I eat. I had 32 White Castle burgers in one sitting on EQ, and I went, I'll never get lean. I'm never gonna get lean. Yeah, 32 White Castle burgers in one sitting.
I just wonder what if you stopped everything. You can't stop test though because you're probably dependent on. No, you could stop.
Yeah, I would have to say Clomid, HCG, start getting the LH and FSH back up, all that, and trigger, to get the test moving back. Yeah, I'm 36, so I'm at a pretty good age for it.
You should check for when you don't want to have kiddos because kids don't want sperm. They see birth control for kids. I wish I would. What are you taking? Well,
for what reason?
How much tears
you could have just smashed regardless.
How much is not over time? I was really no test.
At first I thought it meant like a fertility reason. You're like, I want to.
When you were saying that you weren't a big condom user. No, those are for pussies. But I also...
I don't even know what the...
But if I didn't have to worry about it at all... Yeah. All right, let's take a little break, kids. Yeah. Dude, I freaking
Wallets are hard to find. I lose mine all the time. Jen just found mine the other day, stuck in this couch because I always sit all weird. Dude, but I was like, I gotta step my game up. Then Rich said, we got you, fam. We got you. It's unique slam modern design. Holds up to 12 cards plus.
What up, big, what up, big dog?
Cash. They sent me the carbon fiber one.
You watch the Lakers and the Thunder.
I'm checking it out.
I got it streaming right now, Paramount Plus.
That's amazing, big man. Who do you want to win?
I'm streaming it. You mean the Lakers?
Yeah. Who do you want to win?
The Lakers Lakers because LeBron James.
Word, dog. Same.
It's not like an air tag that doesn't fit your wallet. It's
I'm
incredible.
cheering for the Lakers. Go Lakers.
There you go, big man.
Rich wallet somewhere. It alerts my phone. It says, hey, you
Well,
left
but
your
you
wallet
just get
50 times. So I
other
never
accounts.
lose my wallet anymore.
Yeah, think how frustrating it is when your wallet's hidden under your car seat or your kid hid it somewhere.
Great
Yeah,
skinny.
you don't have to worry about it no matter what you pay. Rich has free shipping, 99-day Rich free trial,
Great skinny.
lifetime warranty on all their products. And for you guys, Finally Kid listeners and viewers, you get 10% off at Ridge by using the code FIGHTER at checkout. Just head on over to ridge.com.
He's muted, big dog.
And you're all set.
Or he's deafened.
Big me.
He's deafened.
Bobby Torrance first his second account man.
He's just deafened. He's just doing his own thing, but he can't hear you.
Oh. Hey, what you think of the Cavs guy?
Pretty wild, big man.
My favorite Cavs player is James Harden.
He's good.
It's good, but I don't know about him defending the ball very well.
That's a tough one.
Me and Brendan talked about
I like him, but they didn't get him defend the ball very well.
Right.
Well, I'm also got
I can tell I'm taking too much of my face.
the Carolina Hurricanes versus the Philadelphia Flyers.
Oh, that's big time. You like hockey?
Yeah. Most of
Yeah.
our was 500 milligrams.
Amazing.
I gotta you.
Anything in front of
I love the heck out of hockey.
Cool, man.
I feel like yesterday I literally
Yeah.
I sat down because we did that podcast. That was the only time I sat down all day. And then
You did right till I bet you with the record.
See, that's a big part of the energy all day. I got home at 9:30 and I was like, oh shit, I haven't chilled at all. I haven't taken off my
The Carolina's at 3. Philadelphia's
If it's working on that
out
level,
1.
one thing I know about tests
Excellent.
is I don't get
What?
tired.
Right now, I got the Lakers and the OKC.
Excellent, big.
Oklahoma Thunder.
Excellent, big man.
But I will say,
Yeah, I'm streaming it.
I love it.
get that fatigue anymore. I never got that, but as I got older, I was like, I gotta take a fucking nap. You know, by the time the second show
Finally
was
got
done, I was
Paramount Plus. I
like,
finally got UTV.
You're amazing.
What the fuck are you drinking? Like life?
Yeah.
I'll be at the ballpark for Tigers game Saturday, Sunday. I don't bring a chair. I just walk around the field.
you have a pretty
From 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and I'm just on my feet.
You got a strong body. I was making them laugh so hard at the gym today. I did jiu-jitsu this morning, and they were like, talking
Wow.
about this guy. It was a jiu-jitsu guy. He's juiced up. They go, Sean would fuck him up, right? And I go, I believe he would. Yeah. And I said, so I asked Brendan, I go, hey, how would you do against him? He was a friend of ours in jiu-jitsu. And Brendan just gets in my face. Yeah, he just gets in my face. He goes, I imagine pretty well, Brian, since I did it as a job for 10 years. He never competed once in his life.
Yeah, it's a Hurley fighting, yeah.
Yeah,
You got a colonoscopy today?
Oh,
How's that? So,
did you get hard?
do you have polyps?
did I get hard during the colonoscopy?
You're out.
How dare you, dude?
You're out.
Did you get hard, dude?
You're out.
You're out.
Did you have polyps?
So that's the thing I was a little worried about. They did find 2 polyps. They said that's common, but of course they're gonna go, they're gonna test it.
Yeah, they took the polyps out.
Yeah, they took it through with polyps.
Okay.
Why? What's it with your eyes?
No, polyps is fine. Polyps is, I mean, if you're, it doesn't mean it's cancer at all.
Oh, yeah.
People, but in fact, they take the polyps out so it doesn't turn into cancer.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. I say like 25 to 40% of people that go in for colonoscopy have the polyps. Yeah. But you just lay on your side and they give you some propofol, stuff that Michael Jackson took, I think.
Were you out?
I was literally they're gonna put me to sleep and I'm like, okay, cool. And then I was done. I woke up and I'm like, what the hell?
They would be up first, though, right?
What's up?
They would be up first, though.
After. I know. No, I didn't feel shit. All that. The only thing I felt was the girl putting some stuff underneath my butt, like like a towel or something.
I told you the nurse after I had my colonoscopy. I was 50. The nurse, straight up when I came to, straight up was absolutely hitting on me. Absolutely.
Yeah, but
I got a bun on me, but also like they stuck it in my shitter. My dick was probably all lazy and she was absolutely hitting on me, just right there. And I was like, I looked like fuck. And I was like, I just got my shitter looked at.
all heavy,
right? Yeah, maybe it was all maybe it just it's when it's that relaxed, it just looked like it was just a big old
sleepy snake.
Yeah, or maybe she was
heavy
that. She was like, it was so interesting.
Or she might be a real whore.
She might be
she might be the third guy she sucked off. That
she might have been into
sucking
cock too.
Sucking cock.
Or just licking your rumpy.
You don't know what you're
Well, you're lucky though, because you're a shower, not a grower. So anybody who knows Brian has seen. It's
a lazy, heavy piece.
Yeah, lazy.
Are those balls getting smaller with the deer?
They're not really getting smaller.
You're not taking enough.
Yeah.
See, I'm not so lucky. I'm a grower, and I did hernia surgery, and they put me out unconscious, and it's the shit. I went to the shittiest hospital in the Bronx. And I woke up in another room because they put me on anesthesia. And I wake up in this cold ass room, and the doctor had his back turned to me. And he goes, "Nice to see you not walking around naked." And I went,
"Walking around?
What?" And he goes, "Yeah, man." He goes, "Dude, that anesthesia knocked your brain up, but you're like a rhinoceros." He goes, "You're we have to push you back down." And I'm like, "Why are you telling me this?" And I had to explain. The nurse came around. I'm like, "It's so cold in here. It's very cold in this hospital, right?"
Well, you're gonna think I'm bullshitting now. So I get I don't know if I had double hernia surgery, so they fill you up with carbon dioxide. Your cavity hurts. You really hurt.
Oh, you're fart.
And so they give you. You're just in so much pain. So they give you morphine, and you kind of and I'm actually in my bed, almost standing. They have you, kind of. And the anesthesiologist, a man, came in and knew I was a comedian actor, and he goes, a white guy, and he goes, so I know you're a comedian and actor. It's amazing. I love that. I do African dance. Do you do any dance? And he was straight up hitting on me and gave me his card that said African dance on it.
No. Do you think you were hitting on you? Because it's 2 stories in a row.
I know it is.
I know it's a little much, right?
I was young, though. I was young and cute as fuck.
All right.
I was pretty cute.
Yeah.
Pretty cutie pie.
You know, I found out when I was getting in on. We know what you look like.
Yeah.
Wait, who been around long?
I found out I had a hernia. Was it obvious when you had a hernia? Because I had the umbilical that was here.
No, I had it right down here.
So whenever I would do anything, I could pee, and it would look like, you ever seen True when the monster that's up my stomach, it would come out like a nose.
You ever had a hemorrhoid?
No, but
you ever have one?
No.
You're in a real meathead.
You're
a real meathead?
I had a pain here. You know how I'm a little bit of a bitch when it comes to. I was like, damn, it wouldn't go away. It was like a pain. So I go to the doctor, and then he goes, I don't know. He goes, I kept saying, I think it's something. I'm worried. So he sends me down to a surgeon. You know those surgeons at Cedars-Sinai who've seen everything? Those guys deal with life and death every day. So some a-hole like me shows up, and he goes like this. He sees my chart, and he goes, you have hernia, huh? I go, yeah. He goes, where? I go, right here. He goes, that's fascinating. I go, why? He goes, it's just you'd be the first person in history to ever have a hernia up there. And I go, oh, so it's not hernia. He goes, no. He goes, but I know what your next question is. Talk to me just like this. I go, what? He goes, do I have cancer? And I go, that is my question. He goes, I know, because that's what you're thinking. There's pain. He goes, I don't think so. Do you know why? I said, why? He goes, because I don't think that's how cancer manifests itself. It doesn't show and present that way.
So get the fuck out.
He literally goes, you have any more questions? I go, no. He goes, get out. Well, he was so cool. Oh, it's fucking moving. Dude, look at that. That is not attractive.
Yeah, I had one of those on my belly button.
Jesus Christ. That's yours right there?
Yeah, not that bad. That's disgusting.
Yeah, you had to get it set up. That's genetic. I got two things of mesh right here. It was painful. That guy sucks with this stuff. He's disgusting.
My dad just got good news. I don't know if I told you, my dad had to, because he had on his prostate, and they thought it could be cancer. He just got the news back. Finally, it was just no cancer. It was just a lesion. And, like, I called him to congratulate him, and he just gives too much.
Look who it is.
I was like, how you feeling? He goes, it's great.
I just got out of the bed, so you gotta give me a little bit.
Take your time. I saw you in earlier, but I was in the middle of the class, so.
I know, it's okay. What, Juicy got a second account?
Because he's amazing.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, huh?
Mm-mm.
Yes, huh?
He got two. He got a second account, though. What the heck? He didn't say he gonna get with no second account.
Did he have to ask for permission from you?
It don't matter, Rabbi, God dang it.
Well, calm down, girl.
No. Hell, I'm just saying. Hell, I didn't know he had a second account. He didn't never say he wanted to get one. I didn't know he had that damn permission from me. You got to. You can get a damn account.
He's at the point. There he is.
J-Ski, why you got a second account, J-Ski? You wanted to be famous like all of us?
He talked about it.
I'm using this one because I'm gonna be on my phone. I'm gonna catch a Waymo to the movie theaters like 10.
Oh, you going to the movies, right? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be like in a Waymo like
30. Yeah, I knew it. See?
I'll be right back though. I just got out the shower.
That's me too.
Mr. Chris, how was work?
It was good. I went line dancing after that.
Oh, fun. Did you go with your friends?
Yeah, line dancing class. Yeah, I had line dancing class. Yeah. I'm tired.
All righty.
Line dancing class. Yep. I didn't know she was going to go or not. And then she came a little bit late, but she was like, why you rushing? Like, I ain't rushing you. Shit, child, you come on Black People Time anything that way. Just like Stacey and Mom came back, you on Black People Time. And we were at the damn, at the hotel on that Sunday morning call. Cara, her niece, says, Stacey's cousin, says, hey, we got to get to going. We got the rehearsal at 10:30. It's 10, what, 10? We got to go. Now, Cara said, come on. She told me and Stacey's best friend from elementary school to come on. We put our stuff in there. We left. They came right behind us. We made it. By not even a minute.
Oh, really? So it took like 29 minutes to get there.
No, it took, what, 10, 15, 20 minutes. It's not too far from it's not too far from my job. My job ain't too far from there, but it's like 20 minutes from the chapel. Yeah. But we had to go. We had to be there.
I got you.
Yeah, we just had to be downtown. We was on the schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on now. Come on now. We can't be doing this, y'all. Come on. Ada be calling her city. She's like, oh, don't you be all that? I said, yeah. If you tell her to come at 6, she'll come at 8 o'clock or something like that. Like, yeah, but hey, it is what it is. People gonna do what they do, but I can't even say that because when we do go to ride that fast, some of them people, all the people was on time. We got there like by 7:30 something, but we got like 2, 3, 4 dances in, so that was good. But some people come in late anyway. They don't come right in 7, you know. But you said you want to come close to 7 o'clock to the house. You come a little gonna be after 7, maybe. So, hey, I can't say that because, like I said, people comes in there, they come in there all late black people time. So it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. But hey, everything worked out for us. All good. Yeah, first God said we got to go. Putting all this stuff on the darn thing so we can put all the stuff and get it down there and put it in the car. They were looking for some because she already had left some. Since Mom already had left our the bridesmaid our little stuff pieces and stuff. Then she was looking for something else. We're like, oh my God, y'all, come on. Like, y'all should have made a list. Like, we got to go. But yeah, that's what it was. But we made it on time, so I'm just glad for that. Glad for that.
That's good.
Great. That's just good. Well, how was your day?
It was good. I was able to schedule, I think on Sunday at 1 p.m. Another podcast. So I'm doing one at 10 a.m. and another at 1 p.m. And I've been working on my bots. Riser and I watched a documentary last night.
That's
and then Zoot kept me up really late, and so my hours are not completely flipped, but pretty close.
Yeah, shoot, you don't even work. Shoot, you don't even work, Rabbi. Shoot, if you work, boo, I'm guarantee you that'll change.
Yeah, Miss Aquarius, I worked for 20 years of my life, and I made enough money so that I don't have to.
I know, I'm just saying, you don't work, so you got it good, baby. So you shouldn't even be worried about it. I know you want to sleep, but you shouldn't even worry about it. Sleep whenever you feel like it. Shoot, I wish I could do that, but I have to work.
Well, you can do it tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So that's something to look forward to, perhaps.
Yeah, it's good. I wish I could do it. I can't wait till I retire. I can't wait because I'm not going to retire no time soon. I'm still young. So, 43 years young. But when I do retire, I wish I could just chill out like my auntie. But it's good to get out and work. And it's good to get out sometimes, you know, instead of being at home. Yep. It's good to be out sometimes. Because some people say, I'm like, I want to do a home. They're like, nah, sometimes there's some pros and cons with that. So really, they be like, yeah, okay. Sometimes you just don't want to be at home sometimes all day. I was like, okay.
Miss Aquarius, did you hear about hantavirus?
You're talking about the cruise ship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I already know. 2 Georgia people got it.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. I look at, I seen it on the news, but I also, this man, Don Vacations, he be cruising all the time, but he was going about the news, so he told us about it, too. Yep, they're on the watch.
Do you think that it's going to be lockdowns?
I don't know what it's going to be, Rabbi. That's all I know. Just what y'all need to do is just keep away from people. That's all I say. If it do be a lockdown, let it be a lockdown. Shoot, look what we got as a president. Just look. I want y'all to look when we got a president. Just look. That's all I'm going to tell you. See what the heck going on with spirit and shit. Excuse my language, I'm just saying. That damn man wanted to take their damn fucking planes.
Miss Aquarius is turned up tonight.
He did. My auntie said it. Because I told her, I said, well, Spirit said they want to step on. She said, no. She said, but she looked at somebody on CNN, MSN, and she said they said that Trump. They said reason why they did that because Trump was trying to take their dang on praise for these immigrants to get these immigrants out of there. I do not like that man. I'm sorry. I just don't. This man has destroyed America. This is about to be what is it? A World War country. And if y'all didn't know, the man has dementia.
Miss Aquarius, I've known you for more than a year. I have known you for more than a year, and I never knew you were so political.
I'm not damn political. Fuck politics. I don't like politics. My auntie tells me this stuff because we do not like dang on Trump. My auntie tells me this stuff. I don't look at the news. I don't look like my auntie tells me that. Y'all better wake up and see what the hell going on.
Okay, I mean, what?
Y'all the one, whoever voted for him, y'all made this happen. Y'all made it happen.
Miss Aquarius.
Shit, y'all made it happen. Ain't funny. Dead serious. Y'all made it happen.
Why are you saying that why are you saying that I voted for President Trump?
Wanna get freaking mad and be on the news. Oh well, I did anyway. Then they want to get mad now. Oh man, Trump did it. Well, you voted for him.
I didn't vote for him.
So it's need to get mad now, and I don't need to get mad now. Y'all voted for him.
Miss Aquarius,
Miss Aquarius,
I didn't vote for him, and I don't know anyone who did. So I don't know who you're talking to.
I'm talking about the people that did, sorry. The people that did. If you didn't, you ain't got nothing to worry about. The people that did, that's mad, that be on the TV, that's on TV and mad about what Trump didn't do or what Trump did, and he didn't do what they wanted him to do, when you voted for him. You didn't. What the hell going on with Spirit now? Now they damn Spirit, he wants to take their damn planes. Yeah. Damn 17,000 people is unemployed. Now they got to start all over. Some of them probably don't even want to work. Some of them don't want to have money. I got a girl who I follow, who I subscribe. Her name is Wonderfully, what's her name? Wonderfully ALE, I think, or Ali or something like that. She said she's in Spain. She said, well, I got to talk to my husband. I don't know if I'm going to be on the airline or not. I got to talk to him because I'm in Spain and I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because I think she has to go all the way to DF. She had to go all the way to DFW or somebody from Spain. So it's a lot for people. And one I followed today. His name is Stephen. I think he be the person for the stuff. But he was a spirit. Flight attendant or whatnot.
There's JC.
He was a spirit. Flight attendant, and he was saying that he filed for unemployment because he's from Vegas, lives in Nevada. He said that he did a few of Frontier, Alaska. He said a lot of people wanted him to do Delta, but he said he was a little bit iffy with Delta. So yeah. Some people are doing rallies. Rallying. Well, I don't understand about that.
Did he say why he was iffy about Delta?
I forgot what he said. I had to look at the video again. There was this one, and I was trying to get ready. All I know, he said he's filing for unemployment. But he said he has to be careful because he's in Nevada too. You know, he said he doesn't want to keep coming. He don't want to commute back and forth. He said he would like to be just where he at. He said all this community. He said he got cats, and he said where he feels now he don't want to commute. He said he don't want to keep. If he has somebody to really watch his cats and stuff like that, he said that he'll commute. But he said he doesn't want to commute. He don't want to commute. So I feel for these people, man. I feel for these employees. I don't feel for the passengers. I'm gonna tell you why I don't feel for these passengers. I'm gonna tell you why I don't feel for these passengers. Tell you why. Because they should have just, you know what I'm saying? I understand. I am a little bit disappointed in spirit. I'm gonna tell you why. I understand they know about it. These disappointed knew about beg worship. Passengers did. They knew about beg worship. But spirit could have gave them a hands up and said, well, hey, we're thinking about shutting down. Should have gave them a little bit of notice, a month or whatever, so they can go out and be like, okay, let's do a plan. Let's figure out what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I mean, I feel for the passengers. I mean, my employees though. I really do. Now, I don't know about the passengers. Do you feel for the passengers, or do you feel, what did you feel? Do you feel for the passengers too?
Everybody. If you're paying for a flight and you're excited to see your family or go on a trip or whatever,
I feel for them.
And then
but I feel
all of a sudden,
with the employees.
And then I feel for them as well. They're the obvious ones.
Right. I hate it. They got to start over. I mean, them passengers, they could have gave them a little bit of. I feel for the ones that can't really get a refund right out. I feel for the people that have to call their travel agent or whatever. I feel for the people that the booked a flight from all the way probably in summertime, like next month, July, August. I feel for them. And then they have to call their travel agent. And then they got to take they dang on time. They're going to take some time. They don't know if they're going to get their money back. I feel for them. I feel for those people. I feel for everybody. It is hurtful. But Spirit should have did something. They should have just gave everybody a heads up. Passengers and employees, they should have gave them a heads up. Like, hey, we about to get ready to shut down in a month or such and such and such. You know, they should have gave everybody a heads up. Instead of have to 3 in the morning. I know one guy said he wasn't even working. He said he woke up at 12 p.m. and got an email. He said he didn't even read the email. He said, I didn't read all of it. It was a long email. All he read was Spirit operation shut down at 3 a.m. He said he didn't even read the rest of it. He said he didn't even want to read it. He said I was about to cry. He said I would have bawled. He said I didn't even read it. He woke up at 12 p.m. That don't make no sense, man. They could have dealt with it better. But I'm going to pray that everybody get their money, passengers. I pray that the flight attendants get their last bit of pay. I pray that the employees get a job, get every one of them get unemployment. I pray that if Spirit, hopefully Spirit may come back to its senses and maybe another company, you know what I'm saying, with another company. You never know what can happen in the future.
That's correct.
I might take a wait later. I said I might take a wait later because I was looking on the app and the theater I want to go to, like the ticket is like it's like most of the seats are already taken, so I'm gonna have to go to the Philadelphia South Coast, which is like one option. Anyway, but still, yeah. But then again, the 48 sometimes is overrated, so at least I get to my seat in time.
So the one that you wanted to go to, what happened?
It's more crowded, which I don't mind for this type of movie.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I might still go because it doesn't start till 9, but it looks like the tickets are being bought really quick, and it's like $33 for a 4DX.
$33 for what?
A ticket. Well,
Where you going? Cause you went downtown?
To downtown LA, but I'm gonna go to the one. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the one in South Central. But that.
Give me some eating time.
Yeah, I'm gonna go like 10 p.m. my time, so I'll probably go to like the Starbucks.
That's why it's so hot, cause it's probably nighttime and then it's downtown LA.
No, it's normally that price all day. Like their ticket price.
$33? Is it because of they in downtown?
No, because it's 48. So they do have
it's 48.
Yeah, 40X is like 40X is like special effects. The children moves. You'll have like smoke and sound. Because I remember seeing the Conjuring 4 in 40X and like movie players from other movies in 40X. So it was okay. It made the movie a bit better. For like movies that have like a lot of action. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just go to the one in South LA, which starts that movie actually that one starts in like 2 hours. So I'm probably just gonna be using my laptop and then the Starbucks or something. Yep.
So where you going now? Are you going on the train or?
No, I'm gonna go to a Starbucks. Yeah, I'm gonna go to a Starbucks. I'm gonna go to the one that's open, so I'll just go to the one that's not just left the one not right now on Hollywood. But I don't know. Like, let me hold on. Because I might just go to the one down. I just rather.
I ain't had Starbucks in so long.
It's kind of, well, not really. Sometimes it is kind of overrated, but I prefer Capital One Cafe because it's a lattes. But let's see. They do have a 10 o'clock show, so it's fine in space, but.
Rabbi, if you want to play, you can invite me. Yeah.
God damn, all the tickets are there taken.
Oh.
$31 is well for the go.
Ooh, Lord, yeah, ooh, goodness, Jesus, help me, Lord.
The cool part is the theater I'm going to, they can like, I give them my out of date student ID, which they don't even know it's out of date, so I just give them a link and they give me the discount. So that's cool. I think I'm only gonna pay like $10, $10 to $12 for that ticket.
Okay, that's good. That's damn much for a dang on movie for 3 vote is or whatever. Yeah. $33. Woo.
I'll do that.
Good job.
Thank you.
Right. That's crazy.
I remember when movie tickets were $1.
I mean, for real. Dang. 33 days on. Ooh, Lord.
I'll see it when
how
it
much
comes.
Is the Waymo? I want to know how much Waymo is.
I don't know.
That's what I asked to see what that will tell you. Oh, man.
Do you have big plans?
But I ain't mad at nobody who got politics. I'm not a politic person. I ain't sharing nobody, you know. I just don't like that man. I liked him when he played that show, that game show, The Millionaire, whatever. How to be a hood or something.
The Apprentice?
I liked that part. Yeah, that. I like that part, but then we got to be, president. I liked when he was on The Apprentice, but
Do you have big plans for your weekend?
I gotta go to Nashville tomorrow. I gotta go switching banks. But I'm not gonna close my other bank out yet until
Nice.
my check at the job. Thank you. My job check gets
Deposited.
till it gets transferred to the new bank. Where it's gonna be a credit union. I'm gonna leave back. I'm leaving my bank.
That's smart.
Going to a credit union.
It's more benefits.
Yeah, I'm going to a credit union. Done with the bank. Because remember I told you what happened with me, right? That night when I went to the Nashville, right? Remember?
No, I don't. What happened?
No. Well, you remember about the Cash App situation, right? You remember about that?
You didn't tell me about a Cash App for this situation.
Okay, so I got Cash App. So long story short, I'm at work. Somebody was trying to take $39. They never did. They tried to take $39 out of my Cash App with my bank is linked in there. So then I called them and they was about to close. I said, okay, well, first of all, I use Uber. I said, is there a way? Good job. You win, I win. I win, you win. First of all, I said I gotta get home today. I said, but is it a way I can call and y'all can open it so I can get? And she's like, yeah. She's like, okay, hold on 1 minute, let me check something. And she was like, oh, they didn't really take nothing out, and they took it through Cash App, so you good. So we're not gonna close it. I said, okay, thank you. So then, about a week later, we're going to the nail shop. This was the day when I'm going to get my nails done for the wedding. That was like 2 years ago. So we're going. I'm trying to pay for my nails. I did a tap. I guess I did too much, right? I did twice. This thing says suspicious fraudulent. Suspicious fraudulent. So I had told my auntie what's going on. My auntie paid for it for me. And when I went to the bank, she was like, well, they opened it and it gave me a notification. I was like, okay, well, I'm not doing this no more. And I was trying to get another card, and they said, well, you can't do that. You gotta do it on the mobile. I'm like, what? Y'all don't do. And this bank, she said, no. I said, oh, yeah, I definitely got to leave. Definitely. So I'm gonna pray that I could just wipe, and there we go. I'm gonna get ready to leave them. I am done. So yeah.
No, I don't remember you telling me that. That's what. Did you ever find out who it was?
Yeah, they were Cash App first because they did the Adrian. So after that, then I called Adrian. I had called Adrian. Adrian said, I got to tell you. So I said, what? So she told me that the person they tried to get her twice or 3 times. They tried to take $20 out of her. They tried to pay her 10. They tried to take another 10 or something like. They was trying to get it. They was trying to get it back. Is what they were doing. So they were trying to take 20. They was trying to pay her 10. And they were trying to think they were gonna get it back. They did not take nothing out of hers. I said, well,
Mr. Aquarius, you're up.
I know I don't give a care. Anyhow, I see it. But anyway, what else about to say? I don't give a care about that. Anyway, don't care. All right, but anyway, so what am I about to say? You
were saying that they were trying to get $20 from Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian was trying to get $20 from Adrian, and they was trying to pay her 10. Yes. They was trying to get the 10 back, but they didn't never get the money. They never did. They never did get the money. They tried to pay 10. The 10 didn't go through either. So yeah, so me and her talked about it or whatever, and she believed it's somebody that we know or whatever. But come to find out, she called the Cash App people. It's like a scam or whatever. So then, it's like a scam. So she said she was gonna call him. I said, well, Ada, call her the next day. I said, Ada, did you call her back? No, I didn't call her. So okay. All right. So I decided, my sister said, I've been told you need to go and just go to credit union anyway. I Google research that some of these banks are fraudulent anyway. They have most complaints anyway. So one of my banks, or the bank that I'm with, is one of them. So yeah. So I am going to a credit union. My sister's like, you need to go to a credit union. I've been told you to go to a credit union or whatnot. And yeah, because I'm done. I had enough.
That's right.
I don't want them to keep trying to do it and then lock my other one card out, and then I use that for Uber. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
To get home. So, yeah. So that's what I got to do tomorrow. I got to open a new, what's it, a credit union, open a checking account. I'm not doing that. And I'm getting the savings. You win, I win, you win.
I win, you win,
Undefeated
I win.
Bowling.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
I heard you say
that's what's
that you're just getting a savings. Don't you need a checking account to get a debit?
I'm doing a savings and a checking account.
Oh, okay.
Both.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm doing both. So that's what's going on with me. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm gonna do that, and then after I get done with that, I'm done. I'm coming home. And then I'm not doing no second test of rain. I don't know if Cynthia wants me to go with her to whatever got the ladder, but if it rain, I stay my butt home. I'm glad our instructor doing a line dancing class or something for an hour. 10:30 a.m. I guess you're gonna end at 11:30 a.m. our time, but I don't know. But that's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. I'm gonna handle that, and I already told my human resources person at the job that I was like, "Well, are you gonna be there next week?" She said, "Yes, she's gonna be there." And I said, "Okay, I'm gonna give you my information once I do it." And I'm not. She told me not to close. I already know not to close my bank that I'm at now until my check for my job get transferred to my new, to the credit union. Then I can close it after that. I'm happy. I need to, because there's too much going on. I don't want to have to tap somewhere, swipe somewhere, and just keep saying something. And I'm using my own card. Like, oh no. I just don't want those more issues.
I understand that.
I'm done. My new card? Maybe hot or something. Maybe hot. So yeah. Tracy coming back. I don't even know where he said he was going. I know he said going to Starbucks.
He was going to Starbucks. I think he said to be on his laptop because he's going to a movie theater. I mean, he's in Hollywood. I don't know why he's going to a movie theater in South Los Angeles, but there are like 10 theaters around him. But he's doing his own thing.
He's going all the way downtown. Down.
Right.
He likes $33 a bit. I ain't never heard it. I don't even know we got that. What do you say it's called? 4FX? I ain't never know. I know we got a 3D. IMAX or something. I never heard of 4.
I only have 2 eyes, Mr. Aquarius. It can only take in so much.
You said 4FX.
Yeah, let's look it up.
I ain't never heard of that. Did he say 4FX? So what did he say, Rabbi? 4 something.
I'm looking.
What type of movie?
4DX.
They have the downtown.
4DX.
4D.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's an immersive cinema format developed by CJ4D Plex that augments standard film screenings with physical effects synchronized to on-screen action. Okay, now I understand